This is Audible.
Royal Guard Publishing presents Leyline Magus, a progression fantasy, written by Isaac Keyes and Marcus Sloss, performed by Adam Stubbs and Mia Fothergill. Both women's swords flashed in the light streaming down between the leaves, trying and failing to score a killing blow. I stood and watched, a little fascinated. I'd never seen people fighting with swords, or anything like that. In movies, sure, but that was all for the camera, not this brutal life and death scene that was playing out in front of me. They were evenly matched, neither getting a clear shot. As I came out from where I'd been watching, I tried to circle the scaled woman so I could one-shot her like I had the other woman before. Unfortunately, Vera saw me coming, and her eyes flicked up at just the wrong time, diverting her attention at the worst possible moment. Her enemy saw it. The lizard woman batted Vera's sword away with her small shield. I watched in horror as her blade penetrated Vera's armor and sank into her flesh. She screamed and went down. "No!" I surged forward, and with a roar, I plowed into the back of the woman. We went down in a heap, me on top, and I slammed my fists into her head over and over again. She dropped her weapon when I tackled her, which was for the best. I wasn't thinking clearly. She struggled and thrashed, but there wasn't much she could do on the bottom and unarmed. I didn't just beat her to death. I had the wherewithal to summon another rock to my hands, which I brought down viciously on her skull. Just once. I threw the second bloody stone away and scrambled to Vera's side. She was doubled over on the ground, leaning against a tree. She pressed her hands against the gash in her abdomen. Nothing but stark terror radiated from her eyes. It was a bad wound. I'd seen the sword sink in deep. Even if it wasn't that wide across, she was bleeding internally and would soon be gone. "Vera, stay with me!" I took her face in my hands and forced her to look into my eyes. The dread in hers cut right through me. She knew how bad it was, too. "Hey, listen! There's no time, but I can heal you. Probably."
What?
Tears were beginning to work their way down her cheeks. It took a massive force of will to stay calm, but somehow I did. She was already terrified and didn't need to see it in my face, too. "I can help you, but you're going to have to help me to do it."
I don't know what you mean.
She whimpered. I'd thought her a battle-hardened warrior before this. Her skills with her weapon, at least as far as I could tell, said she was competent in a fight. But her tone, her fear, the shuddering of her body all said that she was in way over her head. "It's okay." I put my hands over hers, trying to instill some of the calm I was faking pretty well, if I said so myself. "You're going to be okay. I can heal you." Probably. I'd done a great job with my own horrific wound, but I had instant feedback there. "I'm going to, use magic on you, but I'm going to need you to tell me if what I'm doing is working or not, okay?"
You have a healing lacing? But those are...
"No." Well, there wasn't time for this. Maybe I should have just lied and said I did to speed things along. "Look, we need to get started, okay? I'll explain everything once you're out of danger." Well, I'd explain everything I could anyway. "I need you to tell me if what I'm doing hurts or makes things better. There's going to be some trial and error here. It's probably gonna hurt, but we'll get through it, okay? I know what it feels like. I'll try to be as gentle as I can."
Okay.
She had no idea what I was talking about. In her defense, I barely did either. With her help, we took off her jerkin and laid it on the ground. She winced and whimpered many times during the slow process. Chapter 1. My phone rang into the darkness of the night. I blindly felt along my nightstand until I found it. Yes? My voice was nothing but gravel. A high-pitched, excitable barrage of words came through, talking a mile a minute. Whatever worked John up forced me to pull the phone away from my ear. Slow down, John, what's happening? I only caught every other word, but if they could be believed, which I was very dubious of, something bizarre had happened, or was happening. It wasn't clear. Okay, don't worry, I'll be there. I'll take care of it. Whatever it was. I hung up and laid the phone down on the nightstand. I hadn't opened my eyes, but I knew it was still the dead of night. I inhaled a deep breath, reveling in the warm feel under the covers before I had to get up and take care of whatever John was so afraid of. His description of this event left a lot to the imagination. With a Herculean effort, I tossed the blankets aside and sat up. I still didn't open my eyes. I pulled open the top drawer of my dresser next to my bed, pulled out some clothes, and laid them on the still warm sheets. I cracked my eyes open when I stumbled over and reached into the closet to pull a random shirt off a hanger. It didn't matter which one it was, they were all work shirts. As I dressed in the gloom, my mind wandered to everything I could be walking into. The only rational words John had said to me were that weird lights and sounds were occurring in the job site basement. He'd said a lot of other things which I discarded as hysteria. This issue was possibly electrical, possibly explosive, possibly something else entirely. It sounded like a job for an electrician or the fire department. But no, the fire department would want to fill out paperwork and document the whole thing, so I got called instead, keeping it all hush-hush and under the rug. I got paid very well for handling these sorts of things. A lot for my skill, a little for my discretion. Not that job sites normally require hiding anything, and all my work easily passed inspection. The kitchen lights were blinding when I flipped them on. Still wobbling on my feet, I pulled a thermos out of the cabinets and filled it with tea. I slugged half of it down immediately and refilled the thing again. Okay, let's get this done. The sound of my boots echoed down the hallway as I left my apartment, the fluorescent lights even worse than the ones in the kitchen as I stepped outside, a soft shower of droplets trailing off the roof of the building. The one nice thing about 2 a.m. calls was that there wasn't any traffic to deal with. I didn't bother turning the radio on. I just drank more tea and listened to the rain hitting my truck as I leisurely made my way to the worksite. The drive ended all too soon. As I pulled through the temporary fence, John was there, waving me down. He was the night watchman, and although he was a nice enough guy, I was a little surprised that he'd done any actual watching. He was dressed in his usual slightly wrinkled uniform and had a pair of sunglasses on his head. I didn't recall ever seeing them over his eyes, even in the daytime. When I pulled up beside him, I rolled the window down and gave John a flat stare. I didn't say anything. "Dan, you're here!" I chuckled. "I'm here." John fidgeted, clearly nervous. "Great! So glad you could—" "Cut to the chase, huh?" "Okay, yeah." His eyes flicked toward the not-so-towering building that would eventually become a tower. Well, a skyscraper, same difference. "There's something, weird going on in the basement with all the new systems." I didn't say anything, just kept staring, knowing that he'd keep talking in a second. Yeah, so, there's these weird lights? And wow, you can't even imagine the sounds! Is it a fire? It seemed like a stupid question, but I asked a lot of stupid questions that somehow needed to be asked. I don't think so. He didn't think so. I suppressed a huge laugh. As bumbling as he was, I didn't want to mock him. Okay, is it an electrical thing? I'm not sure. Riveting stuff. I nodded. All right, I'll go check it out. Did you call anyone else? No, I was told to call you first. Good. And thanks, John. I'll go check it out. My boots crunched on the gravel as I stepped out of the truck, the rain still coming down. I didn't bother hurrying into the building. Being wet would be a good thing if it was a fire. I picked up an extinguisher on my way in, even though I didn't think that's what it was. If it had been, it probably would have engulfed the building in the time it took me to get here and be obvious. Still, better to have the extinguisher and not need it. I pulled my flashlight from the pocket of my jacket where it always sat and flicked it on. Its rays illuminated half-done hallways devoid of any other light. They were pretty creepy, but honestly, they kind of were in the daytime too. They were almost regular human-made structures, but not quite, as if some otherworldly entity had heard of buildings and tried to build one without seeing any. I shook my head and groaned. I read too many fiction novels. I unlocked the basement door from one of the many keys on my ring and made my way down. The stairs were new and shiny, but the way they groaned under my steps made it feel like they should have been rusted through. This place falling apart and filled with ancient, malevolent... Okay, focus! This night had somehow gone from comedy to surrealism and now to horror. When I reached the bottom of the stairs, I started to see some irregularly flashing lights from around a corner. They weren't the flickering of fire or the stuttering flashes of broken lights. They faded in and out, and I could swear they were changing colors, if only a little. Okay. I took a few steps down the hallway towards the lights, and that's when the sounds started. They were weird, undulating sounds that were, for some reason I couldn't name, deeply unsettling. As they rose and fell, it felt like they were pushing and pulling me, even though that was stupid. Still. Okay, John, I said softly to myself. I take back all the thoughts I had about you during our short conversation. This shit was weird. My steps were slow and careful, and I looked before I took each one, convinced I was going to fall through the floor or something. Nothing about this situation felt right. I powered on, creeping closer and closer to the anomaly, the sounds getting louder and the lights brighter. Through nothing short of a massive force of will, I made myself walk round the corner and glance into the room. My jaw dropped. It wasn't any of the machines. They were all there, perfectly fine, completely whole and undamaged. It wasn't a fire. It was a free-floating amalgam of light that twisted in on itself, surrounding a dark core, the source of the sounds. What the hell? I said softly to no one. It's a black hole. No, that was dumb, wasn't it? I don't know why I went closer. I should have turned tail and ran and called someone. The FBI? The MIB? This was about 100 orders of magnitude above my already high pay grade. I didn't think there was enough money in the world to adequately pay anyone for dealing with this thing. It was just wrong in all the ways. Of course, while those thoughts were going on in my head and the hairs were standing at attention on my arms, my feet were taking me closer. Step by step, I walked towards it. There was surely a rational explanation for this thing. It was ball lightning or St. Elmo's fire. In a basement. Or just some weird shit I'd never heard of. Hey, maybe nobody's ever heard of or seen something like this. I could be the guy that discovered it. I already had a name picked out. Dan's Luminosity. Yeah, that sounds nice. My boot hit the ground at the end of one too many steps, and the thing started pulsing wildly, its lights flaring outward across the room. They were like grasping tentacles, reaching out of their dark core, moving like light shouldn't move. Slowly, I retreated, my eyes never leaving the anomaly. The sounds intensified as it continued pulsing faster, and I could swear it was pulling me in with its gravitational pull. Nope! I turned and bolted, but a second after I did, the pull became overwhelming. My boots slid across the floor as it dragged me towards it. Oh, fuck no! I lunged towards a nearby workbench that was scooting across the unfinished subfloor. My fingers wrapped around a hammer as I pulled myself along the table, it and me still being hauled backward. I smashed it through some new drywall until I hooked a stud. Okay, that's it. I can make it out from here. I yanked myself towards the wall, and with all the effort I could muster, I clawed my way, stud by stud, towards the door. Unfortunately, the pull only got stronger as the seconds passed. I looked down in horror as my body was lifted off the floor and into the air. I gripped the hammer as tightly as I could, but it wasn't enough. The thing's power only grew, and finally, my strength failed. I slipped off and hurtled into the unknown. Briefly, I saw a pair of wide, golden glowing eyes. Chapter 2. A cool breeze drifted over me as I lay there. I'd kicked off my blankets, and I'd left the window open when I'd gone to bed. I didn't open my eyes as I sighed. Well, that was a weirdly realistic but also not realistic dream I just had. I groaned as I stretched my whole body, wondering what time it was. Daylight at least, not the middle of the night anymore. My eyes flew open as many things flitted through my head all at once. I wasn't lying on my mattress. It felt like the ground. I was fully dressed and even had my boots on. The sun was shining directly into my face, which it couldn't do in my bedroom. My hand ran over wild grass mixed with weeds, with a heavy scent of forest all around me. I sat bolt upright, my eyes went wide as I took in the unexpected scene. The grass and leaves on the trees were a bright golden colour, interspersed with a rainbow of colourful flowers. I sat there for a moment, getting my rampant breathing under control. When the blood stopped pumping so hard in my veins, I ran my hand through the grass again. It felt real. No, it was real. I patted myself down. Yep, real and awake. I slowly stood and gazed at the scene around me. I wandered over to a tree and tentatively touched its bark. Also real. That weird-ass light and sound thing had existed, and it had dumped me somewhere else entirely. I ran my hands through the grass once again and took the time to really examine the flowers throughout. They were flowers, but some of them had petals that were oddly shaped. It's really oddly shaped. Not anything I'd ever seen or heard of, let alone golden grass. I was in another world. There was a moment when 1,000 thoughts tore through my mind, but they all faded away as I stood there, boggling at everything around me. My silent reverie lasted for probably 10 solid minutes before something else became clear. If I focused, I could see faint trails of light emanating from and flowing through, well, everything. It was like a translucent layer of light was sitting over and in all the trees and ground and the very air itself. It undulated, just like the light from the anomaly that had pulled me here. That's probably important and relevant. While I stood there, I could just barely feel the slight push and pull that I'd felt earlier. Throwing caution to the wind, I pulled at the light waves in the ground. They moved! A little mound of dirt formed where I had been concentrating. My eyes were as wide as they could go. I tried again, this time pulling on the air around me. I caused a stiff breeze. The blood started hammering in my veins again at the implications of what had just happened. I have magic. Real magic. Holy shit! I pulled a ball of dirt from the ground with fucking magic and threw it, also with magic, across the clearing, where it hit the ground with a little thud. Shit! I shouted, because what else could I even say? What else? What else can I do? There were lines of magic, because that's what it was, flowing through everything, even the trees. I stalked directly up to one and pulled on the magic in one of its branches. The leaves immediately withered, turned black, and fell away. The branch itself shortly followed before it came loose and fell to the ground. Whoops! I stepped slowly back. Okay then, maybe a little more caution is a good idea. A twig snapped from behind another tree. I suddenly found myself rapidly changing that opinion about not caring if some monster popped out of the underbrush and ate me. Who's there? Show yourself! A bit cliché, but still on point. A man stepped out from behind the tree. Well, a man-like thing? Guy? Thing? It wasn't clear. He had small grey scales across the sides of his face, over the top of his hairless head and down his arms. His eyes were bright green and had vertical slits, which weirded me out to no end. He was dressed in an assortment of weathered clothes and a few bits of leather armour, which seemed like they were more for ornamentation than actual defence, unless he was good at taking blows just on the shoulder or in the gut. In his hand was a short, shiny sword that appeared plain if well made. His eyes were locked on me and contained a hint of malice. A fight was inevitable. I'd been in my fair share in my day. I'd started a few too, not that I was proud of it. Most of them had been with belligerent co-workers who wanted an outlet for their own frustration rather than a conversation or problem-solving. But others were misunderstandings that I should have de-escalated and didn't. I had not, however, been in one where the other guy had a fucking sword. I'd only been in two where the other guy had a knife, and I'd gotten really lucky both times. But based on those experiences, I knew what had to be done. I had to end this as fast and as brutally as possible. Otherwise, I'd be getting the pointy end of that blade. The scaled guy thing didn't say a word as he advanced on me, twirling the sword in his hands. A small smile spread across his lips as he sized me up. Unarmed is what he was undoubtedly thinking. Easy prey. Arsehole, I'd show him. I brought up my hands and widened my stance, waiting for him to move first. I only had one chance, and I wasn't gonna fuck it up. His face said he knew he was going to win, but his posture showed that he also knew what he was doing. He stepped slowly closer, his eyes locked on mine. When he struck, it was fast. He aimed for my chest, not wasting any time. I stepped to the side to avoid the sword, but forward into his guard as well. As quick as I could, I clamped my left hand down on his wrist and my right on his upper arm, pushing the sword away and pulling him in close, where I kneed him hard in the crotch 3 times over. His whole body convulsed, and he dropped the sword as a strangled grunt sounded in his throat. There might also have been some words, but I couldn't make them out. I kicked the blade away and forced him back, hoping to trip him, but he stayed upright, probably running on pure adrenaline. We gripped each other tightly, pushing and pulling, each of us vying for dominance. I thought I had him, but he twisted. Before I knew it, the world was spinning. I landed hard on my back. His hands reached for my throat. Before he could strangle me, I caught his wrists. He grunted in frustration at not being able to overpower me. Oh yeah, I have magic now. Not knowing precisely what I was doing, I reached out to the magic flowing through the ground and ripped a clod of dirt from beside my head. I flung it into his face. With a grunt, he toppled off of me. Before I could capitalize on it, he'd rolled away, an expression of pure terror in his green serpentine eyes. With a desperate scramble, he got to his feet and started running away. "Oh, shit," I muttered. If I let him get away, he'd probably come back with friends. And magic or not, I didn't like the odds of fighting off multiple, probably armed people. My breath came fast as I quickly got up and sped after him. We ran into the forest, dodging between trees as we went. I tried the magic again, going with the one thing I was sure I could do, flinging misshapen clods of dirt at him, one after another. I mostly missed. There were some glancing blows before I finally managed to nail him square in the back of the head. He went down. His back was to me as I jumped on him, unsure of what to do. Punch him to death? Try to break his neck? Whatever, I'd figure it out. Just before I pounced, he turned, a small knife in his hands. It was too late. I'd already committed. The best I could do was try and grab his hand as I fell on top of him. I sort of managed it, but I got a long cut across my left side for my troubles. I didn't cry out, but it hurt. A lot. Both of my hands were around his, holding the knife down to the ground. He tried to hit me with his offhand, but the blows were weak and ineffective. We locked eyes, stuck in this stupid little stalemate. If I let go with even one hand, he might be able to get free and stab me. There was nothing he could do but lie there, bucking and punching me to no avail. But I was losing what seemed like a lot of blood. I knew it was probably less serious than it seemed, but this fight had to end now. "Oh yeah, I have magic!" I touched the flows in the dirt and opened a small pit behind his head. His eyes went wide as I leaned my weight into him, pressing him down into the rut. I pulled up on the magic, and the earth, probably wasn't called that here, came with it, streaming over his head and face. He let out a panicked cry just before his mouth was filled with dirt. I held on to the magic, pressing the earth firmly against him, suffocating him. Both my hands were still holding his knife hand in place as he started to thrash as much as he could, which wasn't much. It took longer than I thought it would. Movies made it seem like it would be seconds. It was not. It was an eternity. But finally, he stopped moving. I held on a few minutes longer, just to make sure. Then I pried the knife from his probably dead hand and rammed it into his partially exposed throat. "Oh, fuck," I said shakily as I collapsed to the side. I'd never killed anyone before. Beaten the shit out of some people, sure, but never killed anyone. Not that I felt bad about it. Fucker had it coming. As my breath slowed, the pain in my side magnified. "Oh, fuck," I said again, a little more firmly this time. I pulled up my now red shirt and glanced down. "Oh, fuck. This is bad, really bad." The cut was pretty deep. Deep enough, anyway. The blood was still coming. "Okay, I have magic? I killed the shit out of that tree, but what if... Might as well. What other choice do I have?" I willed myself to concentrate. Yeah, there it was. There was magic in me, too, just like everything else. Now the goal was to not wither myself. I've got this. I didn't really think I had this, but I was going to give it my all anyway. I touched the magic inside me as gently as I could. I'd pulled on the tree's magic, so I pushed on my own. Not that those words actually described what I was doing even a little bit, but they were as close as I could get for the moment. "Ow, shit!" Nope, that wasn't it. I tried again. Nope. I tried again, doing it a little differently. Nope. Oh, slightly less bad. Nope. Okay. Hope started to surge in my chest as I slowly figured the magic out. It was like an entirely new sense, and I was trying to use it to save my own life. There were some ups and downs, but I eventually started to feel the right thing to do. As I gazed down at my skin, I could see the magic in motion, and I almost thought its movements made sense, somehow. Whatever, I could figure it all out later when I was still alive. The wonder that pulsed through my mind as I watched my flesh knit itself back together was mind-blowing. I could feel it too. Not just my body reacting, but the magic moving and pulsing along with it. It was beautiful. And then it was done. The gash in my side was gone, like it was never there, along with the pain. I laid my head back down on the golden grass and heaved a huge sigh of relief. I had really not wanted to die first thing after coming to a strange fantasy land. I laughed softly to myself, not so much out of humor as a giddy excitement at remaining alive. Sleep came up on me so quickly that I barely had time to register how exhausted I was before my head lolled to the side and I was out. Chapter 3. When I woke up, it was still daylight, so either I'd only slept for a few hours or an entire day. Both would have been fine, though. What did I care? I didn't have to go to work anymore. I was a little frightened of how euphoric I was about the no-work thing because it was balanced against a fantasy land where lizardy guys try and kill you. Still, though, the lack of responsibilities. No, that wasn't it. The lack of stupid responsibilities was so overwhelmingly freeing in a way I'd never really imagined. I didn't dislike my work, but I'd rather have been on a beach somewhere, not dealing with idiots all day. But on top of that, I also had magic and could heal myself from grievous wounds. Holy shit, I muttered as I ran my hand through my hair. There was a lot to process here. I tried to start doing just that when I became aware of the most intensely powerful thirst I'd ever experienced welling up inside me. I stumbled to my feet. Before I ran off in search of water, I lifted my cut and bloodied shirt to gaze upon the unbroken skin underneath. It wasn't even sore. If my shirt hadn't been telling the story, I would have thought I'd dreamed it up while lying there. The corpse lay still, its head still buried in the ground. The thought that I had killed this thing and then just took a nap right beside it would have been hilarious if it wasn't so atrocious. I considered magicking the whole thing under, but I didn't want to tire myself out again. I just took the knife, attempted to wipe off my dried blood, and headed off in a random direction. As I went, I tried touching the magic coursing through the land, and I found myself able to push and pull against all of it, although I didn't try to really do anything with it. In a moment of inspiration, I sat down and closed my eyes. I reached out with this new sense and just touched different things. Trees, flowers, grass, the earth, rocks, and there it was, water. Well, it was moving like water anyway. Who knew? Maybe this world had rivers of oil instead. I hope not. I followed the feel of the flowing magic, and to my delight, if not my surprise, I found a moderately wide river snaking its way through the forest. Heedless of whatever otherworldly diseases I might catch, could I heal those? I fell to my knees and splashed my entire face into the river, drinking deeply. It was immediately the best water I'd ever tasted. It took all the willpower I had not to go way too far and make myself throw up. Sitting back on the bank, my shirt wet, I still wanted so much more. But I waited, drinking slowly in my cupped hands. After a while, the all-consuming thirst finally started to fade. "Well, damn, now I'm hungry," I said to the river, which just continued serenely flowing by. I crossed my legs as best I could. I wasn't the most flexible person there was. It seemed appropriate, though. I closed my eyes and reached out through the magic in the land. I could feel the river running for miles in either direction. I could feel the trees and the plants, although it wasn't very possible to differentiate specific ones. I could feel the earth, still probably not called that here, massive and dense, stretching out to the horizon and down into the world. I did not, however, feel anything that felt like a settlement. There must have been something, though. That lizard man with his nice enough sword implied civilization of some kind. I opened my eyes long enough to appraise the rough dagger I'd looted from his corpse. It was much lower quality than the sword had been. If only I'd thought about grabbing it in the moment. It was lost and gone forever now, though. I didn't have the slightest idea which direction I'd come from, and there hadn't been any landmarks where I'd arrived in this world. The dagger, even though it was worked metal, still had magic in it. It was quite different from the flows and channels I could see and feel everywhere else, but it was there. Hey now, I levitated some dirt. Could I? I reached out and did the same thing I'd done with the dirt, and to my elation, the blade levitated a few inches above my hand as I watched. Then my hold on it slipped off, for lack of better words, and it fell back down. Point first. Into my palm. Because of course it did. Piece of crap! I threw it down on the bank beside me. Then I felt like an idiot. I'd cut myself and blamed the knife. Putting aside my irritation, I focused on my hand and the magic inside it. It took a little work, but I figured it out again, closing the small cut like it was never there. Amazing! After marveling at my pristine flesh, I got comfortable and tried to meditate again. It wasn't exactly that, per se, but it was close. I reached out to the land and found I could see pretty damn far this way, but sadly there wasn't anything out there worth seeing. I caught glimpses of some animals coming and going, but I couldn't get a sense of what they were, only that they weren't as big as a bear or anything. That was the last thing I needed right now. Without any clear goal, I set out, away from where I'd thought I'd come from. I wasn't going to try to eat anything I might find in the forest, despite my hunger. I didn't have a lot of survival skills to begin with, let alone figuring out what to eat or not in a new world. Could I conjure fire? 5 decent minutes were spent trying to figure that one out. I managed to throw some more things and wither another small tree, but nothing caught fire. Either it was something I couldn't do, or it was vastly different from the things I'd already done. I set out again, hoping my thoughts weren't going to wander as much this time. However, they immediately strayed to how much I knew about building a lean-to, which I could, in theory, do. I could, however, do a lot of things in theory, but there wasn't much to it, was there? Supporting log or branch and some leafy shit on the sides, just there to keep the wind and rain off, right? Easy. As I plodded along, patting myself on the back for probably knowing how to build a lean-to without doing it before, something pinged my senses, which I'd nearly forgotten. On the one hand, good for me to be able to do it unconsciously already, but on the other, I was probably in danger. Whatever was out there was alive and felt as big as a person. Another scaled guy? Either way, there was only one. I know you're out there, you stupid bastard! You won't be sneaking up on me! I already killed one of you, so you better piss off unless you want to join them! If I could intimidate them into leaving, I wouldn't have to fight them. But then they might come back with more. Shit, I muttered. My magical fantasy adventure was getting real again. I drew the crappy knife that had rudely cut me earlier. twice as I thought about it. I knelt, positioning myself behind a tree. I could feel the person coming slowly closer. I couldn't hear a damn thing, though, so they knew what they were doing. I slowed my breathing and firmly gripped the knife. I was going to wait until they were close, preferably past me, then ambush them and dispatch them instantly. I nodded to myself. Great plan. Let's see if it works. My foe got closer and closer, and the blood pounded in my veins as they neared the very tree I was hiding behind. Too easy. I didn't trust myself to silently circle the massive trunk and try to stab them in the back. I would just jump out into their face and cut them down before they had time to react. I knew exactly where they were, after all. As they were almost there, I finally heard the faintest footsteps before they came around the tree. I leapt out, foregoing a war cry, and just brought the knife down into their chest with both hands. Or that's what I meant to do, anyway. As they came into view and I saw what I was dealing with, I stumbled. She danced backward, well out of range of anything I could have done to her. There was a long moment where we just stopped and stared at each other. She was an elf. A beautiful female elf. There just wasn't anything else she could be. Her ears were long and pointed, and she had bright blue hair that was tied in a long braid that fell over her shoulder. Her wide eyes were the same blue, just as bright as her hair and as striking as I'd ever seen. She wore a set of soft leather armor adorned with purple ribbons and a pair of thigh boots. I couldn't help but notice how much the leather was straining to hold in her chest. In her hand was a beautiful sword, much better than the one the lizardy guy had had. The blade was long and curved, and the hilt was golden and had a series of small blue gems inset into it. She must have been just as nonplussed to see me there in my bloodied shirt, holding a battered dagger, and this was after shouting out a big game when I'd first sensed her. Did this world have humans? Was I the first human she'd ever seen? I opened my mouth to speak, but her eyes drew down, and she rushed me. I grunted as I dodged backward, avoiding her attack. Her sword flashed this way and that, and it was all I could do to keep retreating. She was so much better than the guy had been. With wild and unfocused effort, I tried to manipulate the magic in her weapon. Like the dagger, it was more slippery than the magic running through the world. Still, I pushed and pulled for all I was worth, her strikes going wild as I did so. Her eyes got wider and wider as this farce of a fight went on. I didn't know if she understood what was happening, but it wasn't my fighting skills that were keeping me from being skewered. At no point did I attempt to parry her sword with my dagger. That seemed like an invitation to lose my arm. I also didn't once try to attack her back. Not only were there few to no openings in which to do so, but I didn't feel like she was my enemy. This went on far too long, and I knew if I messed up just once, that nice sword was going to be going through my body. With one huge effort, I focused as much of my new power as I could and yelled, "Enough!" Her sword flew right out of her hands and off into the underbrush. Her eyes flicked to where it had landed, and she turned to run after it. "Wait!" I held up my hands and stepped further back. "Just wait!" Shockingly, she did. Nothing about her posture said the fight was done, though. "Look, despite what I yelled earlier, I'm not your enemy. Probably. The person I fought before wasn't like you. Hey, wait a minute. Can you understand me?" Her eyebrows climbed high on her forehead.
Yes,
she said tersely.
of course.
Well, that's nice. We'll have to have a chat about that later. Okay, look. I fought some guy with scales. He attacked me unprovoked. This, I said, holding up the dagger, was his. I thought you were probably another like him. I see that you're not. I don't want to fight you. Can we start over?
You attacked me. Ambushed me.
Her posture had not changed. Again, I thought you were like the other person. I thought we'd be fighting no matter what I did. I had no idea whether she was my enemy or not. It could very well have been that all people on this world would attack me on sight. I didn't want to believe it about her, though, and not just because she was extremely hot, which she was, which had nothing to do with anything, nothing at all. She didn't believe me. It was apparent in her eyes. She started slowly moving, circling me, trying to get back to her sword. I'm serious. I'm not your enemy. I'm not even from here. There was an understatement. I don't know what's going on or even who... She darted away as I stood there and watched. With a huge sigh, I resigned myself to this continuing fight. When she reappeared from around a tree, she made a beeline for me, sword back in her hands. I said... I raised my hands and thrust them out to the sides, willing the ground underneath her to bend to my will, which it graciously did. That I'm not! I'd opened a pit right under her feet, and she fell neatly into it with a panicked gasp. Your enemy! I curled my fingers, purely an affectation, and the dirt followed my movements, reaching up and grasping her hands. She cried out and thrashed, but my grip on her held firm. Can you just stop for a minute? Stop! She froze, the fear plain in her eyes. Damn it! I didn't want to terrorize her, but I also didn't want to get stabbed. Please, just listen to me. Her entire body was rigid, but she did stop trying to escape, which gave me a small moment to capitalize on. Okay, let me say this again. I don't want to fight you. I don't even know who you are, but I'm going to keep defending myself if you don't stand down, okay? I backed off a little, but I still kept my earthen grip on her hands. Now, if you agree to have a civil conversation with me, I'll let you go. But if you come at me again, I'm not going to be so nice about this a second time, all right? I'd killed the scaly guy without much of a second thought. He was awful and had it coming. I didn't think I'd be so unaffected if I had to put this woman down. I'd do it if I had to, though. Her eyes darted around wildly, seeking any advantage she could find, but it was just us in the forest, and the only weapon of any quality was already in her hands, for all the good it was doing her. With her lips pressed into a thin line, she held my gaze and said,
Fine. Release me. We'll talk.
I let the magic go. The dirt crumbled around her hands. She stood slowly but retained a death grip on the blade. With a ramrod-straight posture, her eyes continued to bore into mine. She said nothing. Okay, better. My name is... I'd never really liked my name. It was fine, but only that. Nothing special. But I was in a new world and knew no one. My name could be whatever I wanted it to be. Still, though, I didn't want something off the deep end. Something that was me, but maybe a new and improved me. Danik, I heard myself say. Pretty good. Easy to remember and not screw up. Still like the me I've always been, just a little more. There was a huge pause after this statement, but not from some awkwardness because I'd chosen an insult as a name or something. The elf woman was just standing there, waiting for more, it seemed. When it didn't come, she finally huffed and said,
My name is Vera.
It's nice to meet you, Vera. Debatable. I have to admit, I've never seen anyone like you before. Can I ask what you are?
I am Dolorai.
She said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world, but she was also gawking at me now like I had 3 heads. I'm a human, I supplied. Human, yeah. Let me ask you, have you ever seen anyone like me before?
No.
Well, that answers that question. I had to wonder, though, how unusual of an occurrence this sort of thing was. Were there only Dollar Eye and scaly douchebags? Or were there tons of weird and new races here? Well, one thing at a time. Surprisingly, she spoke again.
Let me ask you, human, whatever you are, how are you doing these things?
Things? She didn't mean standing and talking. The magic. I just am. It's something I can do. She shook her head.
No. No one can do them intrinsically. Where are your leylines?
My what?
Your leylines, of course. I see none on you. How are you controlling the ley?
Apparently that's what the magic is called. I just told you, it's something I can just do. I left out the part about me having these powers for a few hours, tops. See? I raised my hands again for show and pulled 2 earthen pillars out of the ground on either side of her. See? She viciously shook her head again.
No! Lies! Where is the leylines? How are you manipulating them without touching them?
She spun and scanned the forest around us.
Are there more of you here?
Hey, calm down. I knew no one in the history of anything had ever calmed down after being told to do so, but I said it anyway. There's just me, seriously. And I don't have whatever lacing is. I'm just doing the magic myself. This conversation wasn't going nearly as well as I had planned. I had foolishly thought that if I just kept talking and saying true things, she'd believe me. I didn't know what experiences I'd ever had on Earth that led me to such a stupid thought, but there it was. Suddenly, she spun, her sword up and at the ready. Apparently, she'd heard something I hadn't. It was clear that she couldn't decide whether to keep her eyes on me or whatever had made the phantom noise. She tried valiantly to do both. The undercurrent of fear had never left her eyes, and it was magnified now, and I was getting the impression that she might be out of her depth here. And not just because she was dealing with a magical human, a thing that didn't exist in this world, it seemed. As her eyes flicked back and forth, I heard it too. Footsteps were coming through the woods, making no effort to be subtle. The worst-case scenario was that more elves were coming and would believe anything I said just as much as she was, which was to say, not at all. It was insanely unlikely if a group of humans were coming, and if they were, I hardly knew what I would make of it. They weren't going to be friendly to me just because I was a human. I'd been one long enough to be sure of that. The best-case scenario was that someone completely neutral was on their way, but I wasn't holding out hope for that. Hell, they'd probably side with her anyway, because I was the odd man out here. In the end, it was lizardy people. I thought that was a middle-of-the-road scenario. They were not, which became swiftly evident, friendly to either of us. I didn't know what they even made of me, but despite the very obvious tone of the situation between Vera and me, they thought we were together. They'd barely taken a single look at us because they drew their weapons and attacked. 2 men and 2 women advanced on us, dressed much like the one I had already killed. They wore a mismatched assortment of clothes, covered haphazardly with bits of leather armor. Some of it fit well, some of it did not. Despite their ramshackle appearance, they efficiently split off to fight us, 2-on-1, trying to flank us immediately. My grip on my crappy dagger was solid, but they were sporting swords, and a few had small shields as well. They moved like they were well versed in their use. Vera bolted off into the woods and was followed by her 2 assailants. I stepped slowly away, trying to not get surrounded, but as I kept my eyes on my new enemies, my back hit a tree. The pair smiled and fanned out a little more, cutting off any avenue of escape. I was already trapped. Or, well, that was one way to think of it. Another, better way would be to say that these two had been cleanly lulled into a false sense of confidence. Easy prey is all they saw. Fuck that this time, too. I watched their feet, and just as the man's were about to come down, I opened a small pit below him. He fell cleanly into it with a huge yelp. Hopefully I'd twisted his ankle. The woman's head swirled in surprise, and I took the opportunity to pull a huge rock from under the soil where it hid. The rock's ley energy? Ley magic? Whatever it was officially called, the rock's ley felt subtly different from the earth surrounding it. I moved the earth aside, pulled the rock up. This was all happening silently behind the woman, and I whipped it straight into the back of her hairless, unarmored head. I heard a soft crack. She dropped and didn't move. The man's serpentine eyes went wide as he stared at her lifeless form on the ground. From his perspective, nothing had even happened. I flung the rock at his face. With a bewildered expression, he dodged awkwardly, his foot still trapped in the dirt. He vainly attempted to scramble away. I threw the same rock at him, again and again. It was brutal. The first kill had been clean and quick. This was nothing like that. He tried to block and dodge while trapped, sometimes successfully, sometimes not. However, for all that I battered him, I struck nothing approaching a killing blow. I didn't know what else I could do. I wasn't going to pick up the woman's sword and try to fight him with it. I wasn't going to run. I was committed to ending this fight. But wow, it was awful. I was slowly bludgeoning this guy to death, scoring little and moderate hits here and there. He screamed in terror. It wasn't just me trying to kill him. There was more to this. Vera had been right, it appeared. I was the only person who could wield magic this way. This guy was as terrified as I would have been if someone had come to Earth and levitated a stone to slowly and savagely kill me. Belatedly, a ruthless but somehow more merciful thought popped into my head. I opened a huge pit in the ground during my relentless rock bashing, and the guy fell right into it. As he scrambled to get out, I swallowed him up, the dirt bending to my will and wrapping his entire body in its cold embrace. Only his head was left out. I didn't want to suffocate him like the last one. That had been awful. What I was going to do in its place was only marginally better, and even then only because it was faster. With wide eyes of my own, I went over and picked up the bloodied rock in my hands. It seemed more personal this way. More honourable. A part of me laughed on the inside at that word. There was nothing approaching honour in any of this. I mechanically raised the stone above my head, held his horrified gaze, and brought it down on his head. Then I did it again, and again, and again, and once more before I dropped the sanguine stone to the golden ground. A tremor ran through my body. I turned away from the gore I'd created. I took a moment to pause and took a long, deep, shuddering breath. "Fuck," I whispered. Okay. I stood up. There was more to be done. Chapter 4. The sounds of Vera's battle were easy to follow. I dodged around a few trees, and there she was, fighting against the scaled woman. The man who'd followed her, I was happy to see, was down on the ground, staring lifelessly at the canopy above. Both women's swords flashed in the light streaming down between the leaves, trying and failing to score a killing blow. I stood and watched, a little fascinated. I'd never seen people fighting with swords, or anything like that. In movies, sure, but that was all for the camera, not this brutal life and death scene that was playing out in front of me. They were evenly matched, neither getting a clear shot. As I came out from where I'd been watching, I tried to circle the scaled woman so I could one-shot her like I had the other woman before. Unfortunately, Vera saw me coming, and her eyes flicked up at just the wrong time, diverting her attention at the worst possible moment. Her enemy saw it. The lizard woman batted Vera's sword away with her small shield. I watched in horror as her blade penetrated Vera's armor and sank into her flesh. She screamed and went down. "No!" I surged forward, and with a roar, I plowed into the back of the woman. We went down in a heap, me on top, and I slammed my fists into her head over and over again. She dropped her weapon when I tackled her, which was for the best. I wasn't thinking clearly. She struggled and thrashed, but there wasn't much she could do on the bottom and unarmed. I didn't just beat her to death. I had the wherewithal to summon another rock to my hands, which I brought down viciously on her skull. Just once. I threw the second bloody stone away and scrambled to Vera's side. She was doubled over on the ground, leaning against a tree. She pressed her hands against the gash in her abdomen. Nothing but stark terror radiated from her eyes. It was a bad wound. I'd seen the sword sink in deep. Even if it wasn't that wide across, she was bleeding internally and would soon be gone. "Vera, stay with me!" I took her face in my hands and forced her to look into my eyes. The dread in hers cut right through me. She knew how bad it was, too. "Hey, listen! There's no time, but I can heal you. Probably."
What?
Tears were beginning to work their way down her cheeks. It took a massive force of will to stay calm, but somehow I did. She was already terrified and didn't need to see it in my face, too. "I can help you, but you're going to have to help me to do it."
I don't know what you mean.
She whimpered. I'd thought her a battle-hardened warrior before this. Her skills with her weapon, at least as far as I could tell, said she was competent in a fight. But her tone, her fear, the shuddering of her body all said that she was in way over her head. "It's okay." I put my hands over hers, trying to instill some of the calm I was faking pretty well, if I said so myself. "You're going to be okay. I can heal you." Probably. I'd done a great job with my own horrific wound, but I had instant feedback there. "I'm going to, use magic on you, but I'm going to need you to tell me if what I'm doing is working or not, okay?"
You have a healing lacing? But those are...
"No." Well, there wasn't time for this. Maybe I should have just lied and said I did to speed things along. "Look, we need to get started, okay? I'll explain everything once you're out of danger." Well, I'd explain everything I could anyway. "I need you to tell me if what I'm doing hurts or makes things better. There's going to be some trial and error here. It's probably gonna hurt, but we'll get through it, okay? I know what it feels like. I'll try to be as gentle as I can."
Okay.
She had no idea what I was talking about. In her defense, I barely did either. With her help, we took off her jerkin and laid it on the ground. She winced and whimpered many times during the slow process. I forced my eyes down past her full and round boobs. Now was not the time. The thin shirt she was wearing underneath was as blood-soaked as my own. "I'm going to start now." I slowed my breathing and concentrated on the magic inside of her. When I took the time to see, it gradually came into focus, and... oh, shit. It was all twisted up around her wound. I glanced down at myself, trying to see how normal ley flowed. It was complicated, to say the least. Well, either I try or she dies. I reached out and touched the magic inside of her. Her... ley force? I need to pick a name for it. Shit, focus! She cried out and jerked. "Shit, sorry! I grabbed her hands and held them tight. I'm sorry. Please stay with me. We'll get it right. I know it hurts. A lot. Please trust me. I'm trying so hard to help. She nodded, a river of tears streaming down her face. I reached out again, trying to manipulate the magic as gently as I could. When she twitched, I stopped and tried something else. This happened 4 times before I pulled on the right spot.
Oh, the pain lessened.
Good. Let's keep going. I wished I'd been able to practice this before winging it in a life-or-death situation. Oh well, trial by fire it was. I kept going with some successes, more failures, but as I worked, I slowly started to see what was happening. The ley inside of her wanted to be flowing in a certain way. I helped it along, undoing the damage that had been done. I also began to understand on some level that I was using the ley inside myself, giving it to her, letting it guide hers along, bolstering what the power in her was meant to do. I didn't know how long we sat there working. It felt like an eternity for me, and I wasn't the one suffering. But finally, I started to see the magic in her flow as it should, almost snapping back into its rightful place. And as it did so, the blood stopped flowing from her wound, and we both watched as it closed up like it was never there. With a shuddering breath, she reached down and ran her hand over the smooth, light skin, her eyes wide in wonder. Her mouth worked wordlessly for some time before she managed to say,
How?
With a huge sigh, I leaned back, weariness coursing through my body. So, the honest answer is that I barely know myself. The best I can tell you is that I magically healed you. Her striking blue eyes flicked up to mine.
I can see that. But you don't have any Leyline. How can you do this without them?
Well, the answer to that one is that I just can. I don't know what else to tell you. To be clear, this is all new to me, too. This is the second time I've ever done it. The first was to myself earlier today. Or maybe yesterday, depending on how long I'd slept.
Impossible.
With another little shiver, her eyes drooped. Oh shit, are you okay? I put my hands on her shoulders, steadying her.
Just so tired. All of a sudden, I need...
Her head lolled to the side and her body slumped. For a second, I was terrified, but her breathing evened out, and she did just seem to be sleeping. I lifted her shirt and slid my hand softly over where her wound had been, but the blood wasn't new. Her skin was unbroken, not to mention incredibly soft. We needed to move. Nothing but the gently swaying trees and the bloodied corpses of our foes surrounded us. It wasn't just off-putting, the bodies would attract predators. I picked her extravagant sword off the ground where she'd dropped it and slid it into the sheath on her belt. After I looped her jerkin over my arm, I hoisted her off the ground and carried her away. There wasn't anywhere in particular to go, so I picked a direction that I thought was the opposite of where the scaled people had appeared. Her hair draped over my arm as I strode through the golden forest. It caressed my skin as it blew in the gentle breeze, even softer than her skin. When we were suitably far away from the battlefield, which is what I had generously named it in my head, I sat Vera down in a patch of golden grass. There wasn't anything even resembling a pillow, so I laid her head down on her jerkin, making sure to place it bloodied side down. The weariness coursed through me as well, but I wasn't about to fall asleep. If I did, it was pretty much certain some more scaled arseholes would find us and skewer us. Instead of laying down or telling myself I was resting my eyes, I sat down as cross-legged as I could and reached my senses through the magic streaming through the earth. I couldn't feel the bodies we'd left behind and wondered if they were just too far away or if corpses didn't have the same ley in them. Probably not. I sat vigil there, making sure nothing else crept up on us unaware. During the long hours, I intermittently stood to stretch and take a small circuit of the area. I let my thoughts wander. This is a fantasy land. I have magic. There are elves. There are other shittier people, too. What sort of other wonders were waiting for me? What were the cities like? Were there even cities as I knew them? You know what? I said to no one. I'd like a floating castle with a big balcony overlooking the clouds. I'd sleep late and have breakfast while the landscape stretches out before me. I smiled at the thought. Who knew? Maybe it was even possible. My eyes were closed, and I had nearly nodded off when Vera woke up. She jerked and cried out, flailing wildly, looking everywhere at once and seeing nothing. I turned and held out my hands. Hey, you're okay, Everything's okay. I tried to ride the line of being forceful enough that she heard me over the panic and gentle enough that I didn't seem like a threat. She stopped and blinked up at me. Her hands slowly moved over her abdomen, and after she took in her bloody shirt, she pulled it up and slid her fingers over her unbroken skin.
Ah, that happened, then?
It did.
You healed me.
She shivered.
I was gravely wounded.
A little more focus and determination came into her eyes, and she checked to see if her sword was at her hip. She stood, and I followed suit. After she glanced around, she asked,
You moved me?
Yeah, didn't want to just sit next to the corpses of, well, whatever those people are. She licked her lips and narrowed her eyes at me.
I have questions.
After I nodded, she started in on them.
What was your name again? I'm sorry, but when you told me, I didn't care.
I laughed loudly at that and saw a tiny smile on her lips as well. I'm Danik, and before you ask, I'm a human. I'm, not from around here. Understatement.
A human?
Yeah.
I see.
She didn't see. Her dubious expression gave her away. She was trying to act like she knew what the hell was happening, but I doubted she understood this farce any more than I did. Have you ever seen a human before? I didn't want to call her bluff, but I did want to know if people from Earth were getting sucked into this place on the regular or not. After all, it happened to me. Who was to say I was the only one, or that this was the first time? She turned away, trying to hide the soft blush that was spreading across her cheeks.
Not, in person.
Have you ever even heard of humans? She took a deep breath and turned even redder. Look, I said, leaning forward. I only ask because... Okay, you're not going to believe this, but I'm from another world.
I see.
She still didn't see. Is that a thing that happens? Travel between worlds? I really didn't want to embarrass her further, but I really did want answers to these questions if she had them.
I'm...
Not sure?
Look, Danik.
The blush hadn't left her cheeks.
I'm a capable warrior.
Capable warriors don't need to tell anyone how capable they are.
But
She hesitated. After a moment, she briefly closed her eyes and sighed.
Okay, I've never seen a human. Or heard of them. I don't know about world travelling. I'm not a scholar. I'm not very worldly.
Her eyes drew down. Oh, crap, I'm hitting too close to some insecurities here. Hey, it's no big deal. To be honest, this is all incredibly new and shocking to me, too. I didn't know there were other worlds before I came here, and I didn't do it on purpose. And, if it helps, I've never seen a dollar eye before either, and I didn't know you existed, so we're in the same situation. Some of the tension flowed out of her body, and the blood left her cheeks.
Is that so? You don't know anything about Mirras?
What's that? She gestured broadly.
Everything? Everywhere? The world?
Nope, never heard of it. She tilted her head and smiled.
Well, it's where you are now. Can I ask, how did you come to be here?
I found some weird lights and sounds, I got pulled into them, and now I'm here. She blinked at me.
That's it?
That's kind of it, yeah.
Huh. I was expecting more of...
Suddenly, she leaned too far forward, and I thought she was going to faceplant before she caught herself. Risking too much familiarity, I stepped in close and put my arm around her to steady her. You okay there?
Yes, just lightheaded and thirsty. There's a river this way.
She pointed to a completely random direction in the woods. I reached out with my new ley magic senses, and it turned out she was right. That was the closest body of water to where we were standing. That's impressive, Vera. You wake up in a strange part of the forest and just know where to go.
I grew up here. I know the trees. I know exactly where we are. Come.
Her slow but steady gait held firm, but she didn't tell me to move my arm, so I left it where it was and made sure she didn't fall. This turned out to be for the best, since at one point on our short trip she groaned and nearly fell forward again. I had her, though. If you're as thirsty as I was after my healing, you're probably ready to drink the entire river. She exhaled in a tiny laugh.
I am. And I have questions about all that, but they can wait.
The river appeared soon enough. I led her to the bank, and we both knelt and more or less plunged our faces into the gently flowing waters. After she'd loudly gulped down a series of non-stop mouthfuls, I said, "Don't overdo it, you'll make yourself even sicker." The colour came back to her cheeks.
Yes, I know, I'm not a child.
Ah, I gave her an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. She glanced over and gave me a smile in return.
Don't worry about it.
After we'd drank enough for 10 people, we leaned back on the soft grass. So, I said, this is the part of the conversation where I ask you for some help. Like I said, I don't know a thing about this place. Where to go, how to even live, who's friendly and who's not. And on that last note, who are those scaled people? Are they all assholes? She burst out laughing and covered her mouth. A moment later, she said,
Well, not all of them. I've met some that were less bad, but overall, yes, they're normally our enemies. They're called the Druza, by the way. They shouldn't even be here. It's not normal, but with the way things are...
She shrugged like I should know what she meant. Apparently, her thoughts caught up with that fact.
Oh, right.
With a huge, long, theatrical sigh, she said,
It's a lot to explain, and I'd like to get home soon.
Yeah, home. So, I flashed her a charming smile. Since I did a little favour for you...
You mean saved my life?
Yep, that. Could I ask for one in return? As you can see, I'm out of my depth here. If you could tell me about this world and show me the way out of this forest, I would very much appreciate it. And I wouldn't say no to somewhere to sleep as well. Indoors, preferably. She smiled again and then slowly got to her feet.
I'll make you a deal, Danik. You come with me and tell me about your world, and I'll tell you about this one. Aside from that, I have some blankets and pillows and a space on the floor, if that's good enough for you.
Oh, I'll be staying with you. She blushed even more furiously than before.
Well, I think if you had ill intentions, you'd have already shown that. And I have to admit that I'm curious about these powers you've shown. Do you want to hear the first thing I have to tell you about Mirras?
I sure do.
The thing you did, healing me, well, it's not possible. I've never even heard stories like that. No one can manipulate the ley that way. It just isn't possible.
But you know it exists, the ley.
Well, of course we know that. It's used for almost literally everything.
You do? But you just said that...
It powers our leyline. They're devices that do, well, everything. Light our homes, cook our food, and shape our wood and stone. But they must be used carefully and precisely. No one can just use the ley by itself.
Is there leyline that can heal you too?
Yes, such things exist, but they're outlandishly complicated, require extreme knowledge and skill to use, and are still not always reliable. What you did was nothing short of miraculous. I still struggle to believe it was real. I have no less than 1,000 questions about it all, but first, we need to leave the woods before night falls. It didn't used to be so dangerous. I have many memories of quiet nights alone, sitting high in the trees, just listening to...
She shook her head.
I'm sorry, listen to me ramble. We should get going.
Chapter 5. I couldn't make heads or tails of our path through the trees, but Vera led us on like we were walking down a sidewalk, completely on the straight and narrow. She'd put her jerkin back on and covered up her bloody shirt, but I still looked like shit. You know, I'm impressed with how well you know this place. I don't think I've met another person who could just blaze a trail like this and not get a little lost.
Practice and years of experience. See that tree over there? One of its broken branches way up high scratched me once when I was young. It drew blood and I was mad. I kicked it hard and hurt my foot. I almost fell out of it.
She laughed lightly, and it was a beautiful sound to hear.
I was young, but I never forgave it for that. I haven't climbed it since.
That's cute. I glanced over to see her blushing hard, which was a thing that was going to happen a lot, it looked like. I have a similar story about trying to open an old chest I found in a relative's attic. I thought I was real sneaky, you know? I was going to pick the lock. It was not, at the time, something I knew how to do. But you know how it is when you're a kid. I found some bent pieces of wire, convinced myself they were lockpicks, and went to work. So after about 15 minutes of that, after getting more and more pissed, I screamed and just punched the lock. I thought I'd just bust it open. It was steel. It hurt. That pissed me off more than I already was, so I punched it even harder, which hurt even more. She laughed her bright laugh again, and it was musical to hear. I don't know how I avoided breaking my hand, but I didn't. Just scraped it up and had some bruises. You know, now I think about it, I never even found out what was in that old trunk. Ah, well, probably just junk that a little kid wouldn't find interesting anyway. We told a couple more embarrassing stories from our youth, which all ended the same way. We'd hurt ourselves by being stupid and reckless. And in no time at all, we were coming out of the forest into a large golden plain with a walled village close by. The river we drank from had wound around and come out a little ways from us, and the village was set on its bank.
Here we are. Home, such as it is.
There was something behind her words, and it wasn't great, whatever it was. I didn't press it. Looks lovely.
If you say so.
We strode up to one of its gates. A tall stone watchtower loomed overhead. A lanky elf with a very punchable face sneered down at us. "Vera!" he barked. "Collecting strays now, are ya?" If me being human gave him any pause, he sure didn't show it.
Just open the gate, Geron.
"This person you bring back is injured. This isn't one of the cities that can take in however many refugees they want, Vera. We can't afford to waste resources on—" "I'm fine, asshole." I raised my shirt and showed him my chest. "It's not my blood. I'm not a refugee. It probably wasn't the most stellar idea to antagonize the second friendly person I'd seen, but this guy was activating all the bullshit alarms in my head. He was standing up there in his tower and convincing himself he was important and had lots of important power and responsibilities. I'd seen and dealt with countless people like him. On Earth, I had to put up with it, but I was tired of that. This pompous dick was a small-town gate guard. Also, he was giving Vera shit, and I didn't like that. Open the gate or I'll break it down. Then I'll come up there, rip your head off, and shove it up your ass. They were both speechless after my tirade. Geron found his voice first. How dare you speak to me that way? You... He didn't know what I was. You're not getting in here.
Do what he says, Geron. I personally saw him kill multiple Druza in the forest. You're nothing to him.
Geron paled at that. I crossed my arms, said nothing, and stared him straight in the eyes. Fine, whatever. If he makes trouble, it's on your head, Vera. He gave us a stern glower, but his shaking voice betrayed the effect I was having on him. It felt good. There must have been some lacing contraption in the gate, because as I watched, the magic inside the wood moved, the gate itself moving with it. I strode straight into the village with a huge smile and Vera at my side. The small sounds of village life permeated the place. People shouted at one another down long streets about mundane but vitally important things. The smells of cooking and laundry wafted along the breeze as we strode leisurely towards Vera's house. The houses themselves were small, but they weren't cramped together, and the personality of each owner shone through. The decorations were colourful and varied. Some sported metal sculptures twisted into beautiful or sometimes horrifying designs. Others were draped with hanging plants and covered in grasping ivy. As a builder myself, I often stopped to look at all the small details in numerous homes, trying to guess the meaning or significance to the owner. As we walked, I became more and more interested to see what sort of wonders Vera's house would hold. We turned a corner, and she directed us towards the definitively worst place in the entire village. Dread settled in the pit of my stomach as we drew closer. She must have seen the look in my eyes. Her cheeks turned crimson again. I glanced over and gave her a winning smile. She snorted and stopped in her tracks.
Oh, please don't pretend for my sake. It's awful, I know.
No, it's... She gave me a flat stare. Okay, it's pretty awful. If she was the least bit offended with me for agreeing with her assessment, she didn't show it. With an exaggerated shrug, she motioned me forward, and we stepped up to the front door. It was covered in grey, peeling paint, and much like the rest of the house, it hinted at once being nice. Those days were long gone, though. The rest of the building spoke of abandonment, although Vera apparently lived there. She produced a tiny cube-shaped device, and I could see the lei inside her just barely reaching out to it. In response, the device itself extended a small wave of energy that the lock in her front door reacted to. Inside, a simple mechanism twisted and unlocked the door. Amazing! My voice was barely a whisper.
What is?
Oh, that thing's a lacing, isn't it?
Of course.
She tilted her head at me.
You have never seen them before?
Nope, no magic where I'm from. She wrinkled her nose.
How do you live?
It's a long story. Maybe we should go in first. I hadn't been looking forward to seeing the inside of the house, but to my immense surprise and relief, it was much nicer than the exterior. Or perhaps nicer wasn't the word. Effort had been made. It was a little homier, if just as shabby. Paint peeled on the inside walls as well, and there were a plethora of trim boards that desperately needed to be replaced, along with a few cracked tiles in the floor. I kept all these thoughts to myself. Vera closed her eyes as the door shut behind us, and tension that I hadn't noticed before left her shoulders.
Hey, help me out of this armor, huh?
She didn't need my help. I gladly helped. The generous curves of her body were intoxicating, but I kept a firm handle on my emotions and desires. She slipped out of the leather armor with my assistance, and we let the pieces drop on the floor of her living room. The space boasted a plush red couch, love seat, and numerous bookshelves. Instead of books, they mostly contained small carved figurines of various things, people in a host of poses, animals, some I almost recognized and some I didn't, and tiny wooden castles with intricate details filled the shelves, along with a maximum of 3 books. I picked up one of the castles and admired it. The fine work done on it was impressive, and I said so aloud. Vera gave me a customary blush and raised a hand to her neck, rubbing it absently.
Well, thank you. Carving takes my mind off, well, a lot of things. I've spent many nights sitting here in the dim light, just seeing where my blade takes me.
It seems you're skilled with many types of blades, I said with a raised eyebrow. I wasn't sure if she was going to get the innuendo, but judging by her furious blushing in reply, much redder than she'd ever been before, I was sure it had landed. She started to stammer out a reply, but I cut her off, saving her the embarrassment. You know, I'm not nearly as handy with a sword as I am with other things. Maybe you could give me some instruction? I gestured at the dilapidated nature of her home. In return, I can help you liven up this place. I didn't say that I'd help her make it not look like shit.
Oh.
She gave me a lopsided smile and regarded her home, maybe imagining what it would look like through a visitor's eyes.
That would be really nice, actually. I don't really know how to do any of that, and it's just been me here for a long time now.
Husband ran off? As soon as I said it, I felt like it was too much, but thankfully, Vera just shook her head.
No, never had one of those. Just a few failed relationships over the years. What I meant was that ever since my parents...
Oh! I put my hands up and shook my head. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. You definitely don't have to relive any unpleasant memories on my account.
Oh, it's no big secret. But, yeah, perhaps another time. Would you mind if I took a shower? You can make yourself at home while I do. Then you can use it too.
She looked down at my ripped shirt, covered in dried blood.
I can find you something else to wear, too?
I gave her a huge grin. That would be great, and I can't thank you enough for everything, really. You're putting me up in your own house and being so kind to me. Really, please let me repay you however I can. Unconsciously, she looked me up and down and bit her lip before she blinked back to the present.
Of course. It's the least I can do after you literally saved my life, which we still need to have that conversation about.
With a wry smile, I said, I don't think it's going to be half as elucidating as you think it will, but yeah, we can do that. As she walked out of the room, my eyes were glued to her arse. Now that she wasn't wearing her armor, it was covered with only a skin-tight layer of cloth, and the way it wiggled when she moved put me in a trance. When she was out the door, I shook my head and sighed. Keep those thoughts on a leash, Danik. Now wasn't the time to go chasing skirts, especially not a woman who was being so kind as to put you up in her home. She seemed like she might be into it, but I didn't want to fuck over my position in this strange new world. I slipped my bloodied shirt off, wadded it up, and set it on the mat inside the door, since anywhere else seemed inappropriate. I couldn't see a waste bin. The couch cushions sank in deep under my weight, nearly enveloping me. With an annoyed grunt, I leaned up. I could feel the stale sweat lingering on my skin and didn't want to sully her furniture. At least my pants and boots were still wearable. The sound of the shower filtered into the room, and I reached out with my new senses, feeling the lay of the water running in through underground pipes. Despite this being what nearly amounted to a medieval village, it had a lot of modern touches. I wandered over to a black metal sconce set into the wall, giving off a dim and slightly wavering glow. The light inside the blue glass covering didn't flicker like a flame, but it wasn't steady like a light bulb either. I stood there with my face mere inches from the thing. The lay flowed through it too, of course. It wasn't consistent, though. The magic waxed and waned, the brightness of the lamp coinciding with it. "Is it supposed to do that?" I asked the empty room. Glancing around like I was a kid about to steal a candy bar, I reached out with my own magic and tried to steady the lay. It worked! Under my guidance, the sconce gave off a steady and much brighter light than before. However, when I let go, it went back to the somewhat erratic state it had been in before. I wonder if that can be fixed down the line somewhere. Feeling a little brazen, I next wandered into the kitchen to see what sort of lacing were in there. To my excitement, the small room was veritably packed with them. I wanted so much to poke and prod at the latent magic inside them, but I wasn't about to do the equivalent of walking into someone's home and turning on the oven just to see it work. As I was standing there, marveling over all the new devices, a voice sounded from the door.
"Oh."
I hadn't heard or felt the shower being turned off, as invested as I was. Vera was standing in the doorway in nothing but a towel, which showed all of her generous curves. My shirt was still crumbled on the mat by the door. It was such a surprise seeing her standing there that all thought went out of my head, and I just reflexively stared at her ample cleavage, nearly all of which showed above the tightly wrapped towel. Her eyes were equally transfixed on my bare muscles. Our eyes darted up to each other's, and I could feel the blood rushing to my cheeks just as hers turned as red as they'd ever been. "Sorry if I'm not supposed to be in here," I said, giving her a charming smile. "I wanted to see what sort of lacing there were, and I just wandered in. Feel free to shove me out if you want." Belatedly, I noticed a glint in her hand, which was quickly hidden. She giggled.
"No, it's fine. Maybe don't go looking through my bedroom, but anything else is fine. It's not like there's a lot to see, anyway. If you want to take that shower, I'll go out and borrow some clothes for you to wear. They won't be fancy, I'm afraid."
I waved her concerns off. I'm not a fancy guy anyway. As long as they're not ripped up and covered in blood, they'll be fine.
"We'll see what I can find."
With a wink, she turned and sashayed out of the room. Chapter 6. In a stunning turn of events, the shower was easy to figure out. I'd been in hotels with totally incomprehensible controls, so I hadn't been expecting a shower on another world to be easy to use. Honestly, my biggest concern had been I wouldn't be able to figure them out by the time she got back with some clothes, and I would have to admit to her that I'd been standing there like a moron the entire time. I chuckled at the thought as I stepped into the refreshingly warm water. How did they heat it? Lacing, sure, but how? Do they have heating machines? Could I conjure heat then? Fire? It was the second time I'd considered manifesting a fireball from my hands. I didn't attempt it in her house, though. Instead, I closed my eyes and felt the magic flowing through the water as it ran over my skin. I raised my hands and pushed the magic and the water itself aside. It was still running out of the shower head just as quickly, but I was diverting it around me, not a single drop hitting me. Well, this is going to be useful in the rain. Vera had left me a washcloth and a large purple bar of weird-smelling soap. I'd naturally expected it to be lavender or something, but it instead gave off a cloying scent of mixed berries. Whatever. The water that ran down the drain was a variety of colours. Crimson streams from bits of dried blood that I hadn't noticed ran down my legs, along with darker strands of dirt and grime mixed with bright golden hues from laying in the tall grass. Was I just sitting there looking like a rainbow and didn't notice? Either way, I felt 1,000 times better when I shut the water off and stepped out. The towel she'd left for me had a big rip down the centre. I shook my head at it. Oh, Vera. It still worked, though. I wrapped it around my waist, keeping the tear over to my side, and pulled the door open a little. A pile of clothes sat neatly folded on the floor. I picked them up and shut the door before setting them on the counter and unfolding them. She'd gotten me a new shirt, pants, and underwear, all of which were made of dark grey cloth, which was soft and very thin. Hopefully these were for sleeping in. They weren't going to hold up to any real amount of work or fighting. I slipped them all on, surprised at how well they fit. The sleeves and pant legs were long and billowed out from my body. They felt rather nice, if they were indeed for sleeping in. No one was in the living room when I emerged from the shower, but Vera showed up a moment later with a huge armload of blankets, which she unceremoniously dumped onto the couch. She flashed me a quick smile before she was off again, coming back the second time with an only slightly smaller load of pillows, which she also dumped.
Here you go. I hope it's enough.
I looked down at the mountain and then back up at her. I think I'll manage, yeah.
I have to warn you, the couch seems inviting, but, you might not want to actually sleep on it.
It's not infested, is it? I began to feel phantom bugs crawling over my skin.
No, of course not. It's just, well, you'll see. And, do you...
Her gaze turned away, and the omnipresent colour came to her face again.
Do you want to get breakfast in the morning?
I blinked at her. As opposed to going hungry? She giggled, still looking away.
Oh, no, I meant, do you want to... There's a little restaurant that I like.
This tiny village has a restaurant?
Just one, actually. My friend's mother owns it. She lived in the capital for a few years and came back with ideas, you know? People scoffed when she opened it, thinking the same thing that you are now. This little place needs something like that. This little place can sustain something like that. Well, she showed everyone. The idea wasn't the only thing she brought back from her time away. The recipes and techniques she learned there, none of us had ever had anything like them.
A huge grin spread across my face. You want to take me to your favourite little breakfast place? Believe me when I say I'd love that, Vera. Her face lit up.
Really? That's wonderful.
Really? You'll have to recommend some things to me. I doubt there's anything I'd recognise there. And, speaking of which, I have to ask, how much should we be telling people about me? Is everyone going to freak out when some guy who looks nothing like anyone's ever seen just waltzes around town?
I don't know. There are many races in Mirras. It won't be the first time a strange person appears, and most people will probably see you as a curiosity and nothing more. If anyone worldly is in town and sees you, there might be more of an issue. Someone who knows what's out there, but most people don't. Like me.
I wanted to reach out and comfort her, but she went on.
As for your powers, no, let's keep them quiet for now. Tomorrow we can talk about the future, I guess.
Yeah, that needs to happen at some point, but later is fine. We can sleep for now. She nodded and gave me a weird little smile that was loaded with emotion. I couldn't make a bit of sense of it.
Sleep well. See you in the morning. May the stars illuminate your dreams.
Oh, yeah. And yours. That seemed like a reasonable enough response as she gave me one last smile and disappeared into her bedroom, the door softly closing behind her. Okay, let's see about this couch then. I shoved the mountain of bedding aside and sat down on it again, sinking in deep. I softly said to it. I think I see where this is going. When I tried to lay down, I had to bend my knees to fit. But that wasn't the problem to which Vera had been alluding. The thing tried to eat me. It sank in enough when just sitting on it, but when lying down, I melted into the cushions as they rose around me, pressing in from both sides. If I wasn't careful, the damn thing would suffocate me. I could hardly be careful while sleeping. Extricating myself was a harrowing affair. I nearly thought I'd need to call out for help, but I managed it. Finally. A shudder ran through my body as I warily eyed the unassuming death trap. The floor it is. Most of the house had wooden floors with tile interspersed between them. No carpet anywhere, and just a couple of rugs. Still, Vera had supplied more than enough blankets. I laid out a stack of 4 on the floor, saved 2 for covering myself, and that still left 3 more. I made a little pile of pillows and pushed them up against the love seat so they wouldn't move around in the night, and I laid down in my makeshift bed. It was unusually comfortable for what it was, but I had always preferred firmer mattresses anyway. Once I was settled in, I realized the lights were still on. I scanned the room, looking for a switch, but there was nothing to be found. Instead of that, I reached out to the magic running through the house. It took a few tries, but I managed to figure out how the devices worked, and I turned them off from the comfort of my floor bed. The quiet that followed was nearly absolute. I desperately wanted a fan running to make a little noise. If those existed here, Vera didn't seem to have one. Oh well. Despite the overwhelming silence, I thought sleep would come quickly. In the span of this one day, I'd been forcibly pulled to another world, attained magic somehow, been in multiple life-or-death fights, won them, healed myself and my hot new friend with magic, and walked through a mystical fantasy forest and into a weirdly advanced medieval village. And yet, sleep didn't come. I had taken a nap earlier, I supposed. Still! Once my eyes had adjusted to the darkness, I could make out faint rays of starlight filtering in through the windows. They weren't illuminating my dreams yet. My thoughts wandered. I hadn't left anyone in particular behind on Earth. My mother was gone, and I hadn't spoken to my father in years. I doubted he'd even noticed that I wasn't there anymore. I had no girlfriend or wife to speak of. I'd had plenty of the former and none of the latter. Poor John, I'd just disappeared on him. It'd probably take some time before my friends noticed. Life got busy, and it was hard to keep in touch, especially with the amount of time I spent on the job. A wave of sadness washed over me at the thought of them hearing that I was just gone. Because I was. I was here now, wherever the hell here was. I wasn't going back, even if I wanted to. And I didn't want to. Well, I did, but mostly I didn't. How could someone go from having magic to just not? Would I give up these strange new powers to go home? The answer was a resounding no. Whatever this world held, I was here for the long haul now. But why was I here in the first place? How was I here? I turned over and groaned. There were answers to these questions, I was sure of it, and I was going to find out the answers. It was possible, of course, that everything that had happened was pure chance, that world-hopping portals were things that burst into existence sometimes, pulling people across the universe or maybe into another universe. I didn't think so, though. I'd been brought here. Was I given these powers on purpose? Did all humans have them here? Were there other humans here? After a long, deep breath, I decided that I wasn't going to answer those questions by staying up all night thinking about it. I rolled over again and tried to let the thoughts drift through as I focused on my breathing. Eventually, sleep came, and I didn't wake up until morning. If the stars illuminated my dreams, I didn't remember them. By necessity, I was an early riser. I liked to sleep in when I could, but it wasn't often. So it was that I was already awake when Vera's bedroom door cracked open. The old floorboards creaked under her steps as she made her way quietly to the kitchen. "Oh, I'm already awake," I said, not that I want to be. Soft light filtered in through the drapes. She came over and plopped down on the couch, sinking into it only a little less than I had.
Did you sleep at all?
She was already dressed for the day in dark pants and a light blue shirt that complemented her hair. On her belt was a small dagger, positioned where it could be easily drawn, even as she sat. "Yeah, took a while, but I did. You?" She scoffed and leaned back.
Up and down all night. Kept having dreams about being stabbed. A few times I woke up in a panic, clutching at my side, only to realise it was just a dream. Then I remembered that it really happened, and each time it was nearly as much of a shock as waking from the nightmare.
"I'm sorry. I hadn't sat up or opened my eyes. You want to try and sleep a little more?"
Nah, I'm up now. Luckily that place I mentioned would be open already. My friend's mum barely ever sleeps, and she has the door unlocked before the sun rises. Insanity, I say, but whatever. Want to go, or did you want to sleep a little more?
"Oh, I don't think so. As much as I'd like to, I'm up." Slowly, I sat up and stretched. "Did you get some other clothes for me to wear? If not, it's—"
Of course I did.
She went into her room and came out with another short stack of folded clothes. She set them down on the couch beside me. "I'll be sure to repay you for—"
Danik, please. You saved my life. And that was after I tried to kill you.
"It was warranted, given the situation."
It was, but still, I don't want to hear you going on about repaying me for every little thing. We're going out, and I'm going to buy you breakfast, and you're not going to say shit about it, okay?
Her gaze was firm, but her cheeks were red. "You got it." In the bathroom, I used the toilet that looked reasonably like the ones from home, just without a top tank. The whole thing was a Leyline, of course. I reached out with my own energy and activated it, sending a gush of water from underground pipes. It was becoming rather clear that my abilities were similar, if far greater, to everyone's here. They could project their own ley just the tiniest bit outward from their bodies, activating these Leyline, which in turn performed the magic that I myself could do with no assistance. The Leyline were somewhat complicated machines, and they could only do the exact thing they had been made to do. This all begged the question of how exactly they were made. I mentally threw it on the pile of other, yet unanswered questions, and got on with my morning. The new clothes Vera had provided were much more rugged than the ones for sleeping. The pants weren't denim, but they were something close, and the shirt was black with long sleeves. Again, they fit very well. She had an eye for this. Out in the living room, Vera was strapping up a pair of over-the-knee boots. She didn't see my eyes climbing at the sight. I put on my work boots. We went out the door, and she locked it with her tiny Leyline. She gladly took my arm when I offered it, and we made our way out into the village. As I expected, many people were already up with the sun, getting on with whatever it was they were doing. As we went along, I noticed some of them giving me odd expressions. I didn't take too much note of it until I realized it wasn't just me they were reacting to. Vera didn't greet any of them as we went along, and none of them said a thing either. I would have thought it was the local custom, but I noticed some people here and there saying variations of good morning to each other. Vera's eyes were downcast. I didn't comment. Nearly every single person I saw was using some kind of lacing for all sorts of things, none of which I could make sense of as we briskly strode through the place. There was something, though, going on underneath. Just like the lights in Vera's house, the magic in the village fluctuated in a way that the natural ley of the forest hadn't. I kept the thought to myself, assuming it might just be how things worked. Perhaps processed magic, which was how I was thinking of it, was just different than what existed out in the world. These thoughts were quickly derailed, though, when we came out into the central square. What the fuck is that? I stopped dead in my tracks. Standing in the middle of the square was a massive, almost futuristic-looking device. It reminded me of a 100-sided die, but it was about 2 stories tall and made of shiny metal and glass. It sat suspended in a gnarled old tree which, despite appearances, was still alive. As I really examined it, I could see a few dainty leaves on various branches. Coming down from random facets were long, trailing wires that snaked off in all directions but mostly went underground. The thing practically buzzed with power. Ley, concentrated 1,000 times stronger than I'd ever seen, thrummed inside the artifact. But it didn't flow naturally either. The whole mess stuttered and convulsed in an erratic staccato that sent chills up my spine. I forced myself to look and feel it, and as I did so, I started to sense something wholly different about it. The ley out in the forest and in people's bodies, at least in mine and Vera's, felt right, for lack of a better word. It felt like it was where it belonged and was doing what it was meant to do. This thing, however, was filled with the various ley that I had encountered before, but also a sickly, bile-inducing stream of power that made me want to turn and vomit. I held it together. None of this was visible to Vera. She just turned and said,
"That's the village's master lacing. Most of the others get power from it. Some, like my door locker, are their own thing. But everything else, the lights, the water, heaters, they all get their energy from this."
So there are heaters. Gotta follow up on those after we talk about this monstrosity. Is it supposed to be, well, I gestured vaguely at it. Like this? Vera tilted her head, her blue hair blowing gently in the morning breeze.
Like what?
All fucked up. Her hand slipped out of my arm, and she took a step away from me, her eyes wide. For a moment, I was afraid I'd gravely offended her somehow.
You can tell?
I blinked at her. You can't then, I take it.
Not just by looking at it.
Is this why the lights in your house don't give off steady light? It was her turn to just blink at me.
Yes. Yes, actually. Wow. You're rather perceptive. But you're right. This master lacing hasn't been operating properly for a little while now. It's a thing that has been happening everywhere. No one knows why. No one here, anyway. But you can see that it's not working right?
Oh yeah, if this thing was working as intended, I wouldn't want to be near it or anything it did. I shivered.
Danik, this is of utmost importance.
Her eyes were boring into mine, and her tone had shifted completely.
What's wrong with it?
I stared back at her for a moment, then at the device. Okay, so I don't know any technical terms, you understand, but that thing's got a bunch of weird-ass ley in it that just feels wrong. I don't know how else to say it. Her already light skin paled. That's bad, then. Of course it was bad, but it seemed it was worse than I thought.
Defiled ley?
Her eyes were glued to the lacing, and her voice was barely a whisper. Yep, that sounds bad, all right. That was my professional opinion.
Oh, Danik.
She grabbed my arm and leaned in close.
It's the worst thing it could be.
Shit, this is spoiling our nice breakfast. I've been hoping this world had a pancake equivalent. No one here knows what's happening with it. She shook her head.
The artificers have been running tests, but as far as I've heard, they can't figure out anything conclusive. Could be 1,000 different things. Anything from fault parts somewhere along the line or inside the main structure there, all the way to a geological disturbance over the horizon 100 times that's affecting the ley here.
Or defiled ley, whatever that is.
Or defiled ley. Yes.
Under her breath, she muttered,
Fuck.
To me, she said,
Let's go eat. The whole thing's not going to explode today if it hasn't already.
I didn't know if it was really warranted, but I tried to lighten the mood a little by explaining what pancakes were and how much I really wanted a stack.
Flat cakes covered in tree sap?
The look she gave me could have withered a cactus. Yes, it's better than it sounds. She gave me a half-hearted smile that barely touched her eyes.
It would almost have to be. But to answer your question, no, we don't have anything like that.
That's a disappointment. But tell me you at least have tea.
Yeah, we have tea, like 100 different kinds.
Okay, I said, nodding in mock seriousness. I'll survive then. I side-eyed her and added, Would be better with some flat sap cakes, though. She laughed hard and snorted, and I was glad to see a little of the good mood returning. Still, I caught her glancing back at the master Leyline as we went. Chapter 7. The restaurant, which I still struggled to believe existed in such a place, sat in the middle of a very odd spectrum. On the one side was a dank medieval inn where people screamed for ale delivered by wenches, and the other was an upscale bistro that probably had things with creme fraiche in them. It was a jarring juxtaposition, to say the least. Vera's friend's mum, who was named Julis, greeted us at the door with the widest and most sincere smile I'd ever seen. Her hair was a paler blue than Vera's. She stood a head shorter and quite a bit wider.
Vera!
She practically screamed.
I heard rumours that you came home with a man last night.
Shit, word travels fast. Vera's lips were pressed into a thin line, and her cheeks, of course, were red. I wondered if she'd get through a day in my presence without blushing constantly.
Yeah. Hey, this is Danik. Well, look at you.
She slapped me extremely hard on the back, which I was not expecting in the least.
Look at those rounded ears. How exotic. Come, sit.
At least one person didn't mind my humanity. She took both our hands and pulled us over to a booth and more or less pushed us into it.
I'll get you two some tea. Now, I know that Vera here likes her privacy, so you get the most secluded seats in the house. But no tawdry business under my roof now.
Vera was huddled in on herself, scarlet red and looking ready to die of embarrassment. I couldn't help it. I laughed in her face. Then I apologized. She gave me a small shrug and a tiny smile.
It's okay. Julis is always like this. She means well, but she doesn't understand what it's like to be quiet and shy.
I reached out and took her hand in mine. You don't seem shy to me. You seem like a confident, capable warrior. Just yesterday you fought a pitched battle and nearly killed both your foes. Her face brightened, and the smile she gave me nearly melted my heart.
Thanks, Danik. That means a lot to me. Really.
She pulled her hand back and huddled in on herself again.
But it's one thing to be holding a sword and defending the village, and quite another to, you know.
What?
Be around people. I'm at my best when I'm alone. It's been that way for my whole life. I just feel more like me when I'm doing my own thing.
You've been fine with me. I know it's been less than a day, but I'm not seeing what you're describing. Well, I wasn't before we walked in here.
Well, I don't know.
She looked out over the moderately full room and shrugged.
It's just different with you. I'm sure that sounds stupid.
It doesn't.
Maybe it's because you saved my life. Or that you're... Oh, how do I say this?
Straight out's the best way. Her eyes drew down, and a lifetime of sadness sat heavy in them.
You're an outsider. And that's how I've always felt. Is that stupid?
Seeing yourself in other people and liking it? Nope, not the least bit stupid. She looked up at me, small tears forming in the corners of her eyes. Her lips parted, but she hesitated for a moment before she said,
It's weird how such simple understanding is so...
Meaningful?
Yeah.
I leaned back and slid down in my seat. Let me tell you, Vera, that I've met a lot of people in my day. Hundreds, if not thousands. And all of them, every single one, me included, just wants someone that gets it. A lot of them don't realize that's what they want, but it is. They stumble through life doing their best, trying to make sense of things in a world filled with people who don't get it, who aren't even interested in trying. And it makes life so much harder when you see things a certain way and no one else seems to. Hell, that's me too. I look out into the world, my own at least, and see all these problems that wouldn't even be problems if people could just shut up for 5 minutes. It all seems so obvious to me, and yet a lot of people don't understand, even when I try to say it out loud. I chuckled. Let me tell you how fucking refreshing it is when you find someone who agrees with you. It's seeing yourself, what you like most about yourself, in someone else. You can't help but like them, so I get it. I'm about as much of an outsider here as anyone ever has been.
Huh. I guess I never thought of it that way.
Well, don't go thinking I'm some sage or anything. I've just met a lot of people, and once in a while I'll meet someone who has something profound to say to me. I'll hold on to it and pass it along in situations like these.
Still,
she said with a wry smile,
you have to be smart enough to know what is profound and what's a load of shit.
I laughed loudly again. That's a really good point.
So, Danik, what is it you see in me? You seem to like me. Am I wrong?
Of course not. I'll tell you exactly what I've seen in you in our very short time together. Pragmatism and kindness. You invited me into your home, but there was never a moment where you didn't have a small dagger on your person, just in case, even when you were only wearing a towel. Her eyes went wide.
You noticed?
I put some pieces together after the fact, but yeah.
Well, I'm glad I didn't need it. Disposing of your body would have invited a lot of questions and attention from the whole village.
I gave her a huge grin. There's that pragmatism that I was talking about. And on top of it, I like that your main concern isn't the gritty reality of dealing with a corpse. I've met people who'd be halfway towards puking just from the conversation. I'm guessing my theoretical body, not to mention the druiser in the woods, weren't the first bodies you've dealt with?
No, I've dealt with many threats to the village in my time. The druiser, however, well, they're new.
Julius came back, and, heedless of our conversation, sat down 2 cups of steaming tea and went on about how exotic I was at length. Even during her time in the capital, which she mentioned multiple times, she'd never seen anyone quite like me. I chatted back with her, saying much and revealing nothing. I didn't even tell her I was human, as that would have invited another slew of questions I couldn't answer with believable lies and wouldn't answer with the truth. In the end, she did most of the talking anyway, blathering on even after she asked me a question, not even waiting for an answer. It was all well-meaning, though, so I let her go until she realized there were other things to do. Just before she left, she remembered to ask what we wanted, and I let Vera order for me. She hadn't said a word the entire time. After Julius was gone, Vera let out a long breath.
Thanks for fielding that conversation for me. I like her a lot, but she wears me out almost instantly.
No problem. I've known lots of people like her. You just kind of let them go, say some things once in a while, but mostly smile and nod. By the way, what did you order for me? She shook her head and smiled.
It's called a fiery retort, but it's just a common breakfast thing. Bread, eggs, some spices. It's a fancier version of food people have eaten here for a century at least. It just has a spicier name.
From the capital?
From the capital.
The retorts, which were more or less French toast, came out soon, and we ate them and drank our tea in a comfortable silence. The only conversation we had was that there were a lot of things to talk about, and none of them would be appropriate here. When we were nearly done, Vera's head whipped over to the entrance, and a look of malevolence passed across her features. A little taken aback, I glanced over to see Punchable Face striding in the doors. His dark hair was down his back and tied in a tight braid, and he wore the same style of armor Vera had, despite being in a bistro. A short sword hung lightly at his waist. Naturally, he made a beeline to our booth. "Good morning, Vera. Good morning, stranger." He gave us a mock little bow.
Geron,
Vera replied through gritted teeth. "Bringing strange men into our wholesome little village, hosting them in your own home and having breakfast the very next day? I didn't think you had it in you. Did you bed him last night?" he said with a snarl. Vera's face went red again, but this time it was obviously from rage. I held out a hand. I wasn't going to defuse this situation, something was going on underneath, but I could redirect his bullshit towards me. "Jerem, is it?" He bristled at the incorrect name. "How about you do us a big favor and fuck off, huh?" He leaned back, his mouth working soundlessly for a moment before he found his conversational footing. "How dare you speak to me that way, outsider? I'll have you know that—" "I'm sorry, but does this have anything to do with you fucking off?" He slammed his fist down on the table. "How dare—"
Geron!
Julius's voice cut through the room.
Don't you come in here and harass my friends!
"Friends?" he yelped as he turned on the older woman. "This man, whatever he even is likely nothing more than a Druza spy sleeping his way into our home." He got right up in Julius's face. "And here you are, welcoming them in without a thought in your old head." Julius stepped back, a twinge of fear in her eyes. "That's enough of that." I stood. Geron spun back to face me, and I was pleased to see that I was able to look down on him. "One more chance. Fuck off." He jammed his finger into my chest and spit a little as he yelped. "Drew's a spy, working with the enemy, sleeping with—" I tried, in general, not to get into fights. The company never liked such high-profile things, and I couldn't blame them. Things escalated, the police got involved, paperwork was done, lawsuits may happen. This, however, was a charming little medieval village. There weren't cops, there weren't lawyers. Well, probably. I was pretty damn sure I could just punch this arsehole because he was being an arsehole. Would there be ramifications? Maybe. Would I go to jail? Almost certainly not. Before he could finish his little tirade, my fist slammed into his jaw. It felt amazing. He crumpled. Perfect silence permeated the whole place. I let him lie there for a second and process what had just happened. Hopefully he'd fuck off. Instead of that, his hand reached for his sword. Nope. I was on him in a second, my hand over his wrist, keeping the blade in its scabbard. My voice was low and held his eyes as I said, "You draw that, and I'm not responsible for what happens to you. Now, fuck off." We stared at each other for a while before he gave me the tiniest nod. Slowly, I stood and stepped back, my eyes never leaving his. He trembled as he got up and backed out of the building without another word. Julis stepped up beside me, and I put a hand on her shoulder. "You okay?" She just nodded, speechless. Everyone around the room was much the same. "Don't you people have business to mind?" Most of them sheepishly went back to their conversations. Julis wandered away. "So," I said, sitting back down, "is that going to bite me in the arse hard later? His dad's not the mayor or something, right?" Vera was trying and failing to suppress the widest smile I'd seen from her yet.
No, and I doubt it. You humiliated him in front of everyone. I'd be surprised if we saw him again before winter.
"I can punch arseholes with impunity. This world is amazing!" "So, can I ask you a delicate question?" She tilted her head at me.
I suppose.
"Were you two ever together?" She blinked at me before she groaned and laid her head face down on the table. Her blue locks spilled out over the wood.
Ugh, is it that obvious?
"He did seem to have it out for you specifically, today and yesterday, and he didn't seem to like the idea that you might have slept with me. It all says old lover to me." She didn't get up.
It was brief, it was many years ago, and it was a mistake.
I patted her outstretched hand. "Don't worry about it. Everyone's got something they're not proud of, or someone." Vera just groaned again. Julis appeared a moment later to set down a plate with a few little yellow cakes on it.
"Here,"
she said brightly.
"On the house. It's all on the house this morning."
"We're even getting a free breakfast because I punched that asshole. That's it. I am never even looking for a way to get back to Earth." Julis brought another round of tea before we left. Vera couldn't stop smiling. Outside, once we'd finished the tea and cakes and left, the sun was shining brightly overhead. Its rays bounced off the golden grass that was growing all around us, and I had to stop for a moment and take a deep breath. What a good day. Chapter 8. My mood was soured a little when we walked back by the town's master Leyline. "Can I go up and poke at this thing a little?"
Sure. Just, maybe don't use your powers, okay?
Wasn't planning on it. The weird device gave off a subtle and warbling hum. The magic flowing through it was concentrated much more than the latent magic out in the world. As I stepped closer, I could distinctly feel a variety of ley energy moving through it. It all looked the same to my eyes, but each type gave off a differing aura, especially the defiled ley. It made the hairs on my arms stand on end, but now that I was expecting it, it didn't faze me as much as it had the first time. Still, it gave off an air of wrongness in a way I'd never experienced before. I didn't try to interact with it, but as I stood there and felt the ley inside the device, it quickly became apparent to me how it should have been working. Each type of ley had its own channels in the Leyline, and the defiled power was cramming itself into random places, disrupting the proper flow. I can see how this thing is supposed to work. Vera's eyes darted around the square, but we weren't within earshot of anyone else.
Do you think you could fix it?
I grunted. Maybe, but I'd need a lot more practice with my powers. This thing's a little too advanced for me right now. I'm not sure I could handle it. Eventually, I think I could, but I might end up doing more harm than good right now. She laid a hand on my arm.
Don't trouble yourself with it then. It's not going to break today.
Are you planning on telling anyone about the defiled ley? Her eyes danced around once more.
I don't know. That would invite a lot more questions. I suppose we should, eventually, but right now...
I wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Hey, don't trouble yourself with it. It's not going to break today, I'm told. She scoffed. We walked slowly back to her place, enjoying the bright morning.
So I need to patrol outside the city today. Would you want to join me? It'd give us a chance to talk without risk of being overheard.
Sure, I'd love to. Do I get a sword? Not that it was necessary. I was far more deadly with my powers than with a blade I didn't know how to use, but I still felt I needed one. For appearances. Just for that. Not because it would feel cool.
Yeah, of course. We'll stop by the blacksmith's on the way. If I vouch for you, you can borrow one.
No red tape, just, here's a sword. Nice. We stopped by Vera's house, and she put on her leather armor before slipping a few more daggers into hidden spots and belting her sword around her waist. It was still one of the most beautiful pieces I'd ever seen, polished to a shine and inset with its triple gems. So are all weapons that nice? Surely not, right?
Ah, no. This one's a little special. Been in my family for a long time. It was my father's. And now it's mine.
Looks a little too nice for patrolling. A sad smile passed over her face.
Yeah, right again. Father was an adventurer. Travelled far and wide and did a lot of amazing things. Helped a lot of people.
She grimaced slightly.
Sometimes by killing other people. Still, I hope I can be like him someday.
Seems like you already are. She froze, her gaze unfocused.
Her
hands came up, and she regarded them silently for a moment. With a small little exhale that was the ghost of a laugh, she said,
You say the nicest things to me.
She didn't look back as she strode out the front door. I looked again as she used her little locking lacing, trying to figure out how the devices were made. It went over my head, though. The smithy sat on the edge of town, and it was apparent we were getting close by the constant sounds of hammering metal. The building sported only 2 walls, the other sides open to the air. Instead of the black smoke and gusting bellows that I'd imagined, the whole place was filled with all manner of lacing, all operating at once. The flows of power were nearly as bold as those that swirled inside the master lacing in the square. Various people worked inside, but one stood out from the rest. She was a mountain of a woman, taller and slightly more muscled than I was. The sides of her head were shaved, and the stark white in the middle flowed down her back. She wore a dark, heavy apron and thick gloves that looked far heavier than Vera's armor. Her pointed ears were an odd addition, I thought. Except for her height, she might as well have been a classic dwarf. When she turned and saw us coming, a huge smile split her face. She threw her arms wide and practically yelled,
Vera! New guy!
Apparently, she'd heard about me already, too. After she'd bent over and given Vera a tight hug, she slapped me extremely hard on the back. It nearly fractured my bones. Julius had done the same, but this woman was probably 10 times as strong. If she noticed my wide eyes and pained grunt, she didn't show it.
I was wondering if you were going to bring your new boyfriend around.
Cue hard blushing.
He's not. Look at those rounded ears.
She stepped well inside my personal space and leaned in, examining my ears closely.
Don't see that shit every day. You some sort of traveller?
Yeah, some sort.
Look at these muscles, too. You lucked out with this one, Vera.
I felt some colour coming to my cheeks.
Yeah. Thanks, Riss. By the way, this is Danik. Danik? Riss. Never heard that name before, but I've never seen rounded ears like that before either. And what a weird colour for your hair, too.
It was just brown. As I thought about it, I'd only seen blue and black hair in the village, aside from Riss's white. I couldn't tell if it was natural or dyed, but she didn't seem old enough for it to turn if that even happened with elves. Dollar Eye.
So, what can I do for the two of you? Anything? Or did you just come by to show off?
Riss nudged Vera hard in the side.
Well, Danik needs a sword.
She didn't try to convince Riss that I wasn't her boyfriend, which was something I also thought would be a lost cause.
He, lost his while we were fighting Druza in the forest.
Some of Riss's enthusiasm dropped off at the mention of the scaled people.
Oh, those bastards. You're not the first to speak of them. I can't believe they're getting into our lands. That fat, stupid, lazy king isn't doing his damn job. Time was that...
She paused and then spat.
Well, no need to complain about it. You could borrow a sword if you want. Anything for Vera.
I hadn't been holding out hope that I'd get anything like Vera's sword, but I was still impressed at the blade she produced. There weren't any gems to speak of, but the lines were razor straight, and it felt light and well balanced in my hand, which a sword should, probably. I decided not to give it a few test swings and display my lack of martial prowess. I just belted it on. Thank you very much, Riss.
You're welcome. Don't lose it now. Unless you jam it so far up a Druza's arse that you can't pull it back out again.
Vera and I both recoiled at the mental image.
I'd consider that fair usage.
She laughed loudly and slapped me on the back again. Fair enough, I said with as charming a smile as I could muster. Can I ask you for something else? I'd like to watch you work for a little while. Behind us, Riss's assistants or apprentices had continued hammering during our conversation, and I could feel the magic pulsing as they did. There was lacing everywhere, up to and including their actual hammers. Every blow they struck was infused with magic. I didn't know a lot about smithing, but the speed with which they were shaping metal was impossible as far as I knew. Without magic, that is.
What? Why? Never seen a smithy before?
Honestly, not up close, no.
Then sure.
She turned and strode into the forge, bellowing,
Tun! Get the fuck out of my way!
Tun, a younger woman with about a quarter of the muscle in her arms that Riss did, squeaked and quickly made her way. Still, there was an air of joviality about the exchange. Riss picked up a hammer that was a lot smaller than I'd expected, along with a grey ingot, which was likely iron or steel. Or mithril, who even knew? She pointed at the ground a few steps away and said,
You can stand here.
I did. Within 5 minutes, she'd hammered the metal into a long blade, complete with a perfectly straight fuller running down the middle. Watching the material transform under her blows was as much magic as the actual magic itself. She didn't pause or stop the whole time, just hammered an ingot into a blade with no troubles or mistakes in the least. During the demonstration, I glanced over to see Vera looking longingly around the forge, a sad cast to her expression. Not something to comment on at the moment.
Come this way,
Riss said. On the other side of the building, a thick wooden table sat covered in all sorts of alien devices, all clearly lacing. She took a block of wood and set it in front of her before she sat down on a stool. In her expert hands, 3 different lacing moulded the magic of the wood, carving and shaping it, boring 2 holes in the sides and a rectangular hole in the end, and sanding off the edges. She slipped it into the sword's tang and lightly hammered in some pins. It fit like a glove.
There you go. Sword.
She held it out for my inspection. Although plain and unadorned, the blade was flawless, at least in my layman's eyes. That's amazing, Riss. Truly. She beamed.
Well, thanks. Always nice to be appreciated. Tell you what, why don't you take this one instead?
She reached out and pulled the sword she'd given me before straight out of the scabbard and tossed it into a nearby pile of various things. Then, as I stood there, she slammed the new blade directly into the sheath with microscopic precision. I just gaped at it.
You slice up some Druza fuckers and I'll carve in some decoration to commemorate the blade's first blooding. Unless you lose it deep in one of their arses, that is.
She laughed uproariously at her joke and pounded the table with her fist. It jumped at every hit. I couldn't help but laugh along with her. Afterward, she and Vera made a little small talk that was peppered with numerous innuendos from Riss, all of which had the expected effect on Vera. We said our goodbyes and made promises to have dinner together some evening soon. I turned to Vera as we were walking away and said, "Well, I liked her a lot."
I'm glad. Either you do or you don't. A good portion of the village is enamoured with her, but the rest can't stand her for more than a few minutes.
I could see that, but she's so good-natured about it all. I imagine the people who don't like her are all arseholes. Vera giggled.
No comment.
I've got to say, though, for all you claim to be shy, you just took me to see some loud, outspoken people who seemed to love you. She smiled, but didn't look at me when she replied,
Consider that I took you to see the people I liked most, not just anyone.
Fair enough, but can I ask you something else? I caught something going on in your eyes while we were in there. Is there some history there?
Oh, that.
The same sad expression passed over her face. I reached out and ran a hand over her back. I'll take that as a yes. You don't have to tell me about it if you don't want to. It's your business. She lightly shook her head.
No, it's okay. It's not a huge secret or anything. You're the only one in town who doesn't know the whole story, so I might as well tell you. The most important part is that my mother was the blacksmith here.
Ah, did she train Riss then?
Yeah.
Vera paused, looking down at the grass under our feet. Is that bad?
No, Riss is and always has been an amazingly talented smith. She took to Mother's teachings right away, swiftly becoming the best apprentice she'd ever had. I was very young at the time. Riss is many years older than me. I so desperately wanted to be like her, them. I wanted to follow in Mother's footsteps too, making wonderful creations as a living.
We continued walking along the winding village streets. So that didn't happen? I said delicately.
No,
She laughed softly.
I was terrible at it.
I winced for her. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I tried so hard. I did. But at the end of the day, I'm just an awful smith. It didn't help that Riss became like a sister to me during those years.
Her voice cracked.
Wanted to be like them so much. But it was just out of my reach. Now and forever. Can I...
She glanced shyly around before looking into my eyes.
hug you? I know it's weird, but...
I didn't wait for her to finish. I wrapped my arms tightly around her. She sank into them and laid her head on my shoulder.
Thanks,
she said in a whisper. There was nothing to say, so I just squeezed. A moment later, she stepped back.
It's been years and years since any of that happened, but it still wells up from time to time, you know?
Yeah, some things you just never really get over. They get easier to deal with, but never go away completely.
Yeah.
I take it you chose your father's route when all that happened?
My parents were both just amazing in their own ways. Like you said, when it became painfully obvious that I wasn't going to be a smith, I chose instead to be a warrior.
Looks like that's working out pretty well to me. She scoffed.
Better than my abilities at the forge, yes. But I'm a small-time patrol guard in our tiny, insignificant village. Despite your kind words earlier, I'm only a pale shadow of my father.
I wanted to comfort her, but I felt like it would be perceived as condescending, so I said nothing for the time being. Geron wasn't manning the gates when we left town. In his place was a bored-looking younger woman who barely heard what Vera had to say before opening the gates for us. When we strode out into the wilderness and were finally surrounded by trees again, I noticed a distinct lightness in Vera's steps that hadn't been there before. You're happier out here, huh?
That obvious, is it?
Maybe, but only because you told me about it. So, is there a route you take or something?
Not really. I just wander and keep my eyes open.
That's what we did for the first hour of our patrol. Vera lapsed into a contented silence, the emotions of earlier falling away. I let the quietude linger, wanting to let her enjoy it as much as she could. The questions and answers could wait. I caught her eyes lingering on me every once in a while, but I neither reacted nor commented. Later, when we were resting by the bank of the river, she turned to me.
You know, I thought I had a million questions to ask you when the time was finally right, but now that we're here, I can't think of a single one.
I arched an eyebrow at her. Oh yeah? I can think of a few. How am I here? How do I have this power that no one else does? Who brought me here and why? What am I, or are we, going to do now? Should I tell people? Should I fix the Master Leyline? Can I fix the Master Leyline? What the hell is defiled ley, anyway? Who's this king that Riss mentioned? How many different kinds of people are on Mirras? Is it really so unremarkable that a human, which no one has ever seen, is just kind of here now? She patiently listened to my little rant and smiled.
Well, I can answer some of those.
Please do.
There are a lot of different people on Mirras. There's us, the Dollari, of course. We're fewer in number, even though everyone you've seen, I think, is one. We're a little fringe in the Saldani kingdom.
Saldani is another kind of people.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll meet some of them sooner than later.
And the Dollari are just kind of, what, a little piece of their territory?
Yeah, I won't get into our long and kinda terrible history, but we used to be the most numerous people in the land. The short version is we invited a lot of animosity onto ourselves, and over the centuries, we, were...
Wars and stuff?
Yeah. There are pockets of us all over the world now, pretty disparately placed.
And the Druza?
Their people have long been fragmented into factions and territories that constantly warred with each other. As far as I know, they still are. But seeing them here now, I don't know.
Is it, as Riss implied, the Saldani king's job to keep them out?
Every single one? No, of course not. Roving bands of murderers, like we saw? Yes.
Do they often come in roving bands, then?
Well, they're not usually welcome in most places, due to their warlike nature.
I see.
The fact that they're out here, by our tiny village of no importance, isn't a good sign in the least.
So roving bands of murderous people start showing up, and your Master Leyline gets corrupted or whatever by defiled ley. That's a pretty big coincidence. Her jaw dropped, and she stared out into the running water for some time.
I had not made that connection.
I leaned over and gave her a tight smile. Add into that humans and who knows who else is being pulled into Mirras, which is not a thing that happens. Her gaze slowly drifted over to mine, and she picked her jaw up off the riverbank.
Something bigger is happening.
Something bigger is happening. Chapter 9. Of course, our revelation wasn't particularly useful. Something bigger must have been happening, but we weren't going to figure it out by sitting on the banks of a small river. There's one question, I said as we stood to continue our patrol, that I'd like an answer to if you could give me one.
That is?
What is defiled ley?
Oh, that.
We made our way back between the trees, the scents of the forest wafting gently by on the breeze as we went. Vera didn't say anything for some time, perhaps thinking about how she was going to answer.
So, these are just stories, okay? I didn't even really think they were real before, this morning?
That's not reassuring. She chuckled.
No, but, okay, here's what I know. There are stories, myths, really, about an old empire creating Leyline that used the ley in forbidden ways.
Where was this empire?
I don't even know, honestly. These are stories used to scare children into obedience. They're not exactly historical treatises, but they speak of magic being pulled from the world and twisted into unnatural forms, allowing this mythical empire to create not only powerful weapons, but alter their own bodies in the process, making them more powerful, but changing them into literal monsters.
And you don't know how much of that is true, then?
I sure don't. It's usually told in the vein of, eat your greens or defilers will kill your grandma.
I stopped in my tracks and gaped at her. Kill your grandma? Fuck, Vera! She looked back at me and tilted her head.
Why? What kind of stories do your people tell to frighten children?
I nearly said that humans did no such thing as a non-thinking knee-jerk reaction, but that was wrong and stupid. Well, we, tell them that... I put my hands to my hips. Okay, so... She gave me a flat look.
It's just as bad, isn't it?
Her eyes were becoming increasingly difficult to hold. We tell them monsters will eat them, I said, while looking at a very interesting rock on the ground. Her fingers pressed my chin up so I could behold her smugly smiling face.
Monsters will eat them alive, right? Swallow them whole? Rend their bodies into bloody pieces if they wander off at night?
I threw my hands up. Well, we don't phrase it like that.
Oh, well then, you phrase their potential brutal murders politely and that makes it okay.
I took a step back and pointed an accusing finger at her face. Hey now, don't act like you're any better, you grandma murderers. Her hands came up over her mouth as she giggled loudly at me.
I'm not the one claiming to be better. You are.
No, because... My shoulders slumped, and I shook my head, smiling. Damn it! She slipped her arm around my waist and pulled me along the game trail we'd been lightly following, her smug smile firmly in place. The sun lazily moved across the sky as the day passed, and I found it to be one of the most relaxing days of my entire life. Not only was I in the company of a beautiful woman with whom the conversation flowed freely, but I found myself reveling at the loss of all my worldly responsibilities.
So, what did you do back on... Earth, was it?
Yeah, and that's not an easy question to answer. The short version is that I was a general contractor for a large construction company. Do any of those words mean anything to you?
Not in that order, no.
Well, I managed a lot of builders to create larger buildings, probably larger than you're imagining, and at times I got called in to handle unusual situations. A rueful little laugh escaped my lips. There was this one time that I was called in the middle of the night to handle a strange event with weird lights and sounds, and then, and you're not going to believe this part, I got sucked into a completely different world. And let me tell you how surprised I was. No one on Earth, at least that I know of, knows that other worlds exist.
That does sound pretty unexpected. What happened next?
Some lizard-like arseholes, well, one lizard-like arsehole tried to kill me out of nowhere.
Oh no, did he kill you?
Hey now, don't rush the story. She giggled.
Sorry.
Oh, wait, did I mention I had magic? I tried to continue my epic tale, but we devolved into too much laughter, and I lost the pacing. We ended up passing by a massive tree draped in countless blue round fruits. They had a thin outer skin that enveloped soft, juicy flesh underneath. The branches were weighed down with them, and we spent a little while climbing high in the tree to find the very best ones. We found a comfortable perch and sat side by side, our arms laden down with our haul. Vera sliced them open with one of her various daggers and cut them into wedges like melons. There was nothing on earth I could even liken the taste to. The flavour was weird and complex, starting with a burst and lingering on afterwards. This isn't even remotely like anything I've ever had.
These trees are pretty rare, actually. They often don't mature or ever produce fruit, so one like this is a true treasure. We plant its seeds all the time, but it's still the only mature one near the village.
We ate until we were fit to burst and tossed the rinds down to the forest floor. The fruit was so juicy that I wasn't the least bit thirsty either. Another comfortable silence descended on us, and we sat in the tree for nearly a wordless hour before Vera's head whipped around suddenly.
Did you hear that?
No. She put a steadying hand on my shoulder.
Don't move.
I hadn't been. Her brow furrowed as she scanned the woods through the canopy. I couldn't see or hear a damn thing until... Oh, wait! Drifting up on the breeze was a quiet cacophony of voices and clanking footsteps. Judging by Vera's stiff posture and wide eyes, this was a bad thing. "What is it?" I whispered. She glanced at me and backed down at the ground, where I still couldn't see anything.
It sounds like a group of soldiers.
Could that possibly be a good thing?
Well...
She gave me a slow and exaggerated shrug.
It could be from a royal contingent, but I can't think of why they'd be out here, near our unimportant village, far from any main roads or thoroughfares.
Probably bad, then. She just nodded, her lips pressed into a thin line. Finally, we began to see something in between the swaying leaves. A moderate-sized group of people came into view, and while it was a little difficult for me to tell, they seemed like Druza. This was confirmed when Vera unconsciously tore off a chunk of bark from where her hand had been resting on the tree limb. Almost definitely bad, then. She nodded. What do we do? We're not going down there to fight them. I could kill a few, but it looks like there's 20 people.
She
said, barely above a whisper.
Don't know.
A moment later, her eyes went about as wide as I'd ever seen them.
Danik!
The horror in her face sent a chill up my spine. What?
Can you see the one...
She couldn't finish the sentence. She just pointed down at the leader of the group. He was tall and outfitted in plate mail, with a longsword strapped to his back. Long black hair flowed past his shoulders and around his rounded ears. No fucking way. I leaned closer, as if it would help, as I gazed dumbly down at another human. He looked like a fucking douchebag. A smug smile sat on his face as he strode arrogantly through the forest, his chest out and chin up. I couldn't quite hear what he was saying, but it seemed like he was barking orders at the Druza following him.
Danik, is that...
He's human, yes, as far as I can tell. She shook her head and her hand slipped over mine.
What does that mean?
I don't have the slightest idea in the world. A harrowing thought popped into my head, and I had to give it voice. Does he have magic like mine? Vera didn't reply as we watched the little battalion make its way underneath us. Once they passed, I exhaled slowly. I'll bet he does. Why else would he be here, wearing expensive armor, bossing around a bunch of Druza? Vera's eyes went wide in fear.
They're headed towards the village.
I followed her gaze, but I had no idea which direction was which out in the middle of the forest. Well, let's get going then. We can't let them do whatever awful thing they're probably here for. She laughed softly without humor before wrapping her arms around mine and leaning into me.
I'm glad you're here.
Getting out of the tree was easier than expected, and once we were on the ground, we made a beeline, guided by Vera, towards the enemy. Half of me wanted to start picking them off one by one, just slamming heavy clods of dirt into their heads from behind the trees. Based on what I accidentally did to one tree branch, I was pretty sure I could just suck the life force out of things and kill them directly. But active combat was not the best time to try new things. We were outnumbered, and I knew it. With a little more training, I'll bet I could wipe them all out before they even knew what was happening. Too bad I didn't have time for a little more training. I followed Vera's footsteps as closely as I could, putting my feet where hers had been. I wasn't about to screw this up by stepping on a random twig and giving us away. As we went, though, another thought occurred to me. Okay, apparently I'm going to try at least one new thing in the moment. I put my foot softly down on a pile of dried leaves, reaching out to the wisps of ley inside them, hoping to mask the sound. It did not work. Okay, test 2. I touched the ley in the air around the next few leaves, which was very different from the ley in anything else. Unsurprisingly, it was much more difficult to get a grasp on. I stepped on the leaves. There was no sound. I'd held the air itself still around them, muffling all sound. "Oh, shit!" I muttered. Vera turned quickly but silently, scanning the area in horror. I swiftly put my hands up. It's okay. Watch." I did the thing again.
What am I supposed to be seeing here, Danik?
Fair enough. Let's try this. I picked up a rock and threw it into a nearby tree, holding the air around the impact point still.
What are...
she hissed. The rock slammed into the tree, knocking off a little bark. It didn't make a single sound.
You doing? What? How?
Magic. She just blinked at me for a moment.
Danik,
she whispered.
I am constantly in awe of the things you do.
Me too, I said with a huge smile. Here, maybe we can travel a little faster this way. It took a few minutes of us lagging behind the group, but I quickly got the hang of the magic. The ley in the air, while a little wild, was still what I was thinking of as natural ley, as opposed to the energy inside manufactured things, which was wholly different for whatever reason. Once we were moving at a normal pace and making absolutely no noise, we caught up with the Druza in no time. The forest provided numerous hiding spots, so it was pretty simple to find a spot and listen to their conversation. Not that they were making any effort to be quiet. The leader, who I was just calling douchebag in my head, was constantly issuing a stream of commands. This was despite the fact that all they were doing was walking through a forest. These commands ranged from nearly anything and everything. Sometimes he ordered the Druza to walk faster, or sometimes slower. He wanted a whole host of things to be done back at his castle, which one of the Druza was writing down, it looked like, and he sounded like a "no cost is too great as long as it's for me" kind of guy. Luckily, he also barked out orders for what they would all be doing once they arrived at the village, which was indeed where they were headed. I had to restrain Vera from leaping out in anger a few times, which was the first time I'd seen such an emotion from her. Douchebag and his cronies were headed there to do a few things, it seemed. Cowing the population and collecting taxes for the crown were among the list. A lot of taxes. "The crown?" I asked. "This guy's working for your king."
That doesn't make any sense. A human with a bunch of Druza.
"We'll see when we get back, and we won't let them do it either way." Vera just muttered and shook her head. I agreed with her confusion about the situation. Douchebag wasn't done, though. He reiterated their goal of collecting defiled ley from the master Leyline as well. Vera stopped us after that. We waited until they were very much out of earshot. I think I can say with a good deal of confidence that the recent Druza incursion probably does have something to do with the defiled ley, I said with a charming smile. Vera tried not to laugh, but eventually cracked.
Damn it, Danik, this is serious.
Oh, I know, but you've got to smile, even during the rough times. Besides, we're not going to let them carry out their nefarious plans. You don't need to worry about a thing.
I wish I had your confidence. Do you have an actual plan?
Kind of, yeah. We're going to follow them until they get to the village, and then we're going to see what happens and learn more about them. Then I'm going to kill Captain Douchebag, and after that, you, the townspeople, and I take care of the Druza."
Captain what?
"Oh, sorry," I said, laughing. "It's a term where I'm from. It kind of means an idiot arsehole."
Ha!
She nodded slowly.
I like it.
Chapter 10. We followed along silently until the village walls were in sight. Once the enemy had left the forest, there weren't many more hiding places for us, so we stayed back and just crouched down in the tall grass. CD strode brazenly up to the gates and demanded entry. Geron was in the watchtower again. A heated exchange followed, and I couldn't make out a lot of what was said, but Geron was alternating between angry and afraid. Eventually, someone else came up to the tower, and there was a somewhat less heated exchange.
Royal contingents,
Vera said softly,
would have proof of what they were. People can't just come out of nowhere and say they're working for the crown. Well, they could, but it just wouldn't work.
What sort of proof? Even at this distance, I could feel a lace-in the guard tower activating. It was more complicated than anything else I'd felt so far. Its energy snaked out towards CD. I thought this would be the end of his farce, but another lace-in activated, held by one of his minions. The powers crept towards each other in the air, and when they combined, a burst of golden light appeared, accompanied by a high, clear note that rang over the plains.
Oh, fuck!
Vera sat down hard on her butt.
They're legitimate.
I gazed up at the display before I put a hand on her shoulder. That doesn't mean we're not still going to bust them up, right? Because if they're as evil as they are, they're going to need to be busted up. And by that, I mean I'm going to kill them. She gave me a lopsided smile.
Yeah, you're right. We can't let them do what they were going to do. It just means the situation is even worse than we thought it was.
King's compromised?
Almost certainly.
Well, that's a problem for tomorrow. Let's go deal with the problem for today. I offered my hand and helped her to her feet.
I said it before, but I'm so glad you're here.
I was still holding her hand, so I squeezed it. It'll be just fine. Now, is there a way we can get inside without calling attention to ourselves? Some hidden little doorway?
Yes, actually.
Really? Oh, I wasn't even being serious. That's great. Let's slip in and see what happens. When there's a good opening, I'll take on the captain. Are there many people who can fight in there?
They're not soldiers, but yes.
Good. I want to do this as cleanly as possible. Under the cover of the tall grass, we gave the enemy a wide berth. Even after the royal lace-in had been used, there was still a lot of talking and demands, giving us plenty of time. Around the side of the village, at a completely unassuming place, Vera pushed on one of the wooden sections of the village's wall, and it opened inward without a sound. Well, that's convenient.
It's an open secret. If you want to get away from your parents or,
Her cheeks coloured.
make out with someone, you can get away from prying eyes for a while. Just as long as you don't go too far or make a scene, all the parents just turn the other way.
Solid policy.
Also, if you need to get inside and around an invading idiot arsehole and his stupid minions, it works well for that too.
She got down on her hands and knees and crawled through first. Since there was no reason not to, I brazenly stared at her tight round ass as she went. We emerged from behind a few bushes in a communal space with some benches and a round, artificial pond. The streets were filled with people going about their normal business, right up until sound started filtering in from the gate. CD and friends had made it inside. He was still bellowing demands constantly. We hid in a small alley close to the main square where the Master Lace-in sat. I was still a little awed by how futuristic it looked, especially in this bucolic setting. "Who's that?" I asked, pointing towards a group of official-looking people who'd assembled in front of the Leyline.
Village council and the mayor.
They were mostly older people. The mayor, who I assumed was the guy standing a little in front of everyone else, stood tall and was covered in a long grey beard that fell over his suit. His eyes said that he was already done with this bullshit. Douchebag and his entourage walked into the square and, oddly enough, they stood in formation, 4 rows in order behind their human master. His plate mail looked very nice and was well polished, a stark difference from his followers. They were better equipped than the Druza I'd fought in the forest, but not by a whole lot. Their clothes were just as varied, but their leather armor was less drab and a little more standardized throughout. The man took a few steps forward and threw out his arms. "I am Vanguard Eric. I have many demands, all of which you will acquiesce to. My authority comes directly from the crown itself, and I will brook no resistance in any matter." A dollar-eye man came rushing up to the mayor, seemingly the one who'd verified things at the gate. The mayor listened patiently before he sent the man off. He huffed, sending his whiskers flying for a second. "What is it you want, Vanguard Eric?" "You will house me and my warriors." "Warriors? That's rich." "I will be taking your own home as accommodation. A thorough taxation will follow, as governed by us. We require complete access to your village's Leyline." This was only the start of the demands. After that, they devolved into a host of insulting minutiae, including how they were all to be addressed, what sort of food they'd require at a whim. And it wasn't explicitly said, but they were demanding access to the villagers themselves. For sex. This was also a demand that was to be swiftly fulfilled. Vera bristled beside me. Completely warranted. There were murmurs among the council and the surrounding villagers who had gathered to watch this farce. In response, many of the Druza drew their weapons and glowered at anyone and everyone, which cut down on the noise coming from the crowd. "So," I said, "I'm gonna go in there and bust him up. I've heard enough of this shit."
Danik?
"Nope, I'm not gonna stand here and listen to this bastard and his bastard friends browbeat anyone into forced prostitution. I don't care how many there are or what weapons they have. I'm gonna wreck this guy so hard and so fast that the rest of them are gonna be speeding out of here with their tails between their legs." Vera smiled and put a hand on my shoulder.
Just be as safe as you can, okay? I'll jump in and rally everyone else once things get going.
I slipped my hand around her neck, pulled her in, and pressed my lips firmly against hers. She squeaked in surprise before she melted into it. Her lips were so soft. I kept it brief, unfortunately. When I pulled away, her cheeks were as red as they'd ever been. I gave her another dazzling smile before I marched around the corner and into full view of the crowd. "Hey, shit us!" I yelled, interrupting douchebag's continuing demands. The arrogance fell off his face the second he saw me. He mouthed, "What the fuck?" before he shook his head and asked, "What are you doing here?" I stopped in my tracks. It was my turn to stare back in utter confusion. What? Who the fuck even are you? The entire village was frozen in place as we glared at each other, no one knowing what to make of the new direction this situation was headed in. "You don't know?" He turned back to his Druza minions, but they weren't any help. Are you... On one hand, it was fun watching this arsehole flounder this much, but it wasn't a particularly elucidating conversation. "Are you an escapee?" he asked. "You fled the masters somehow?" I just blinked back at him, unsure of what to say to that. He convinced himself that I had indeed escaped the masters, whatever the hell that meant, as his arrogant visage slipped neatly back into place. "So be it. Those who won't serve our powers deserve to die. Nobody talks like that. You're parroting things the masters said to you, aren't you? I felt the ley inside him move. It's true. He has the same powers I do. His sword whipped around from where it sat on his back and neatly into his hands. The masters will be pleased when I bring them your severed head. Know that you receive the honor of dying to Vanguard Eric, the one who will soon rule this land. He's leaning into the Fantasyland part of this, but he didn't even pick a new name. What a dumbass. I drew my sword. It was totally for show, though. I still didn't have the slightest idea how to use it. Instead, I was planning on pummeling this douche to death with the dirt underneath our feet. He took a step forward, but when his minions did the same, he held out a hand. No, stay back and witness true power. I need no help for this. Oh shit, he's gonna fight me one-on-one. I couldn't have asked for better. I braced myself, waiting for whatever his attacks would be. If he was summoned here on purpose, he'd likely been given training on how we could use our powers from these mysterious masters. I was going to have to outsmart him instead. Die, cur! Cur? Seriously? He swept his hand around and pointed it at me. His sword followed his movements, flying through the air. He hadn't thrown it, he was directing it with magic, somewhat poorly. I could see the ley inside him and how it reached out, guiding the sword. I could also feel the intensity of it, or more to the point, the lack thereof. This guy was either toying with me or much less powerful than I was. I didn't move or make a single gesture. My ley extended out and grasped the latent power of his blade. I threw it easily aside. For a brief second, his smile became somehow even more smug as he watched me attempt to counter him. Then it fell right off his stupid face when I did with little effort. He recovered quickly, though. Ah, I see you'll provide me with a little more sport than I'd expected, given your appearance. I didn't reply to that posturing crap. He flung the sword at me again and again, with fancier and more elaborate swings, all done with the ley as he stood in place, getting visibly frustrated when I batted every single attack aside while not making a single motion myself. Humiliating this guy was entertaining, but this was a serious situation. I reached out through the ground and pushed the ley up and out, creating an earthen spike that erupted under his feet. He saw it coming. He tried to bat it aside like I'd been doing to his sword. He couldn't. His magic resisted my own, but it was like trying to arm wrestle a child. There was simply nothing he could do. In the split second that all this became obvious to him, he tried to dodge, taking the earthen spike in the side of his abdomen. His nice armor protected him from any serious harm, but the blow still knocked him over. He hit the ground hard, but a second later his ley reached out and pushed on the earth, not to move it, but to right himself. He gracefully floated up and landed on his feet. Oh, I could do that. Could I levitate that way? The smug grin he'd been wearing was now gone, replaced with a snarl, but in his eyes there was a twinge of fear. He knew I was stronger than him, much stronger. Druza, take his head! He bellowed, pointing a gauntleted fist at me. Oh shit! Well, time to see what I can do if I let loose. I saw Vera out of the corner of my eye, darting around the corner, getting ready to yell. She didn't have time before I was already in motion. Harnessing all the power I could, I pushed my ley out into the ground underneath the enemy's feet, my mind creating as many spikes as I could, the magic following my senses. I managed 7 spikes that instantly sprang into existence directly in front of 7 charging Druza. My aim was decent, but not perfect. Two of them took the long and thin but solid spears directly through the center of their chests. They squirmed and screamed, their fight over. A few took piercing but less lethal blows, and one managed to avoid my attack entirely. However, all of them, even the ones I hadn't attacked, stopped in their tracks. As did Vera. I did it again. 7 more spikes, 3 more kills, and none of them avoided it completely. Vanguard Eric's eyes were wide as saucers as he surveyed the damage I'd done to his entourage in mere seconds. "No!" he screamed. "It's not possible!" His magic darted out, trying to recreate my assault, but he was only able to create 2 spikes. I batted them aside as easily as I had his attacks with the sword. He tried again, creating spikes behind and then beside me, but the force of his power couldn't even hold a candle to mine. The Druza broke as one. They turned and ran for the village gate, few even looking back. "Get back here! I command you!" Eric turned and flailed at the backs of his minions, but his thrall over them was broken. I nearly skewered him with another spike before a thought occurred to me. That armor looks pretty well made, and he's about my size. I'll bet Riss could make any adjustments I needed. I fashioned a small, thin dart of earth and hurled it straight through the back of his unarmored head, where it passed through with minimal resistance. His body dropped to the ground. For a moment, not a single person moved. The Druza were running scared. I didn't know if the gate was still open or what, but that situation could sort itself out. The villagers, mayor, and council looked me over like I was a demon, and I didn't blame them. To date, they'd seen 2 humans in their lifetime. One had been a monster, and the other had appeared normal until he stepped out of nowhere and brutally murdered the monstrous one and killed a good chunk of his entourage with no effort. If I didn't play this right, I'd be the next villain. Luckily, Vera rushed to my side and slipped her arm through mine. That calmed people down. A little. The mayor stepped slowly up to me and gave me a large and forced smile. "Greetings, Danik." "Oh, you know me." He spoke firmly but quietly, so his voice didn't carry to the throng around us. "Rumors have filtered in about a strange new arrival, yes. An oddity, but nothing more, I thought." He casually surveyed the damage and gore I'd created. "I can now see that I was wrong. Perhaps you'd join me in my home, where we might have a little chat." This wasn't any more of a request than the late Eric's list had been. Of course, as long as Vera is welcome as well. He nodded and said with a little chuckle, "I'd practically insist." Chapter 11. The mayor's house was bigger than most, but only by a little, and only in ornamentation. It didn't seem to have larger or more rooms than most. It was, however, much bigger and well kept than Vera's. We were directed to a sitting room, where Vera and I took the couch, which we barely sank into at all. One of the council women who'd accompanied us gave us a bright smile.
"Tea?"
"Yes, please."
"Yes, please,"
Vera and I said in unison. A few of the council stood around the room, while the mayor took a seat in a large chair and gave me a pointed look. "Danik, you may call me Dawn. My middling title is of no importance here, but to the point. What is a human?" I took a deep breath and leaned back into the couch. "I assume you want the truth. Unfortunately, you're not going to believe the truth." He grimaced but still held my eyes. "I have seen multiple things today that I wouldn't have believed yesterday. Go ahead and try me." "Okay. I'm from another world." He snorted and slapped the arm of the chair. "No less believable than the rest of this absurdity. What's your world called?" "Earth." "And how did you come to be here?" "I don't know." don't know? Look, Dawn, I can tell you what happened. I came across the weirdest thing I'd ever seen, this floating amalgamation of weird lights and sounds. It sucked me in, and then I was here, in the woods outside your village. Vera found me. That last part was pretty much the truth. And that's all I know. I don't know who, how, or why. I'd love to know. I see. He didn't see, but then again I didn't either. Did you know that other human? He was a human, yes? Yep, and no, I didn't know him. And you don't have any idea why he was here, making demands on behalf of the crown itself? I've already told you everything I know. It seems to me that someone's summoning people from my world, but I can't tell you anything about it. Yes, clearly whoever is behind it is interested in the powers you humans wield. Okay, this part of the conversation. Yeah, about that. I did my best to explain that humans didn't even have powers on Earth, let alone know of ley energy. You just, he said, pinching the bridge of his nose, show up here and, what? You instantly have direct power over the ley. The second you appear in Mirras, a power that no one has ever had before. Yes. No reason to bandy words about it. Finally, this seemed a little too much for him to handle. He gaped at me, and his mouth worked soundlessly. Trust me, Dawn, I was much more surprised than you are now, and doubly so when someone else from Earth appeared with the same powers. Well, similar. He was much weaker, as you saw. Yes, luckily for us, Dawn said, although he was eyeing me warily. And now is a wonderful time to ask what exactly your intentions on Mirras are. I looked him right in the eyes and said, I don't know that either. He laughed a little, but when it became apparent that I wasn't kidding, he scowled. You don't know? My first goal was not dying in the forest. I accomplished that with Vera's help. We've been talking a little about it, but my powers, while amazing, are more or less a novelty, not to mention something no one would believe and very probably fear. So I hadn't come to any decisions about it. But now there's a threat to perhaps everyone in the kingdom. And only I can fight back against it. Yes, as stupid as that Eric was, I doubt he's the only one. He might be the weakest and least important among them if he came here. There's nothing important here. That might not be completely true, I said. There was one thing I think they came for, aside from the taxes and other things. Let's talk about your master Leyline. I described in as much detail as I could the problems I had seen inside the contraption, along with the fact that, yes, I could actually see the ley. Tea was served during this time. Vera and I politely sipped ours. It was very good, but everyone else in the room blanched and dumbly held their cups and saucers as I got to the real meat of the issue. Defiled ley, Dawn said. That's not a real thing? He laughed mirthlessly. Yes, exactly what I was going to say. But you heard these ruffians say that they were going to, what, extract it from our Leyline? Pretty much. That makes even less sense. Vera laid a hand on my arm.
The ley can't be just put in a box.
You heard them as well as I did.
I did. And remarkable things are happening. Maybe we should search the bodies and see if anything comes to light.
Good idea. Let me just finish my tea. Vera and I were the only ones who drained our glasses before everyone moved outside. While we'd been gone, the townspeople had gone to work, and 8 corpses were laid out on the ground. It seemed 2 of the Druza had died of the injuries sustained in the battle, as I'd only put 5 and Eric down immediately. The crowd was noticeably smaller, but still there, and everyone's eyes were on me the second I left the mayor's house. Oh, this now, the mayor grumbled. "Oi!" I yelled, my hands on my hips. "Don't you people have business to attend to?" If they were going to be afraid of me, I might as well use that, just as long as I didn't overdo it. People started to disperse, and I earned an approving nod from Mayor Dawn. I went over and surveyed Eric's stupid corpse. I wondered who he'd been and where he'd lived. He didn't have a strong accent that I recognized. What had his coming to Mirras been like? Had he shown up somewhere specific? In the domain of these masters, whoever they were? And what did they do to him? That last one was pretty easy to suss out, I thought. They offered him power. They showed him the power he already had and said there could be even more. And he'd leapt on it, probably. What was his life on Earth like? And how much did it suck to come here, be promised power and authority, only to be immediately cut down by some random dude? Am I feeling sympathy for this prick? I kicked him for good measure. "Hey, can someone get this armor off of him? I want it." No one objected to that. Not that I thought they would. After it was piled neatly to the side, Eric looked a lot more normal to me. Just some douchebag. He himself ended up having nothing of value aside from the armor, but the others were a different story. One of the council came up with a weird little cube in her hands. It was made of rough black stone and sported a few odd markings. "Oh shit," I muttered as I went to touch it. I jerked my hand away. "That's what we're looking for, all right."
What is it?
Vera asked. "Well, it feels incredibly wrong, so it's either a defiled leyline or the box for defiled energy. I can't tell which, and I don't want to."
Maybe we could take it to the Master Leyline and see what it does, if anything.
That's either an excellent idea or a terrible one, but I'm in favor of it. There was some quiet conjecture about it, but in the end, more people were for it than against it. The woman who'd been holding it hadn't put it down, and we walked over to the massive device in the square behind her. "So, you can see the ley?" Dawn asked. "Yep." "And our Master Leyline is befouled?" "Yep." With a deep sigh, I gestured for the woman to stand beside me. "I'm going to try something. I don't know that it's a good idea either, but let's give it a whirl, huh?" I didn't want to touch the defiled ley. I didn't want to be anywhere near it at all, but this shit wasn't going to fix itself. I locked eyes with the woman holding the strange box, and she nodded her assent. I raised my hands, mostly in affectation, and took hold of the defiled ley. A shudder ran through my body as my power made contact. The feeling was wholly and utterly wrong, in a way I'd never felt before. I grimaced, but held on. Without knowing exactly what I was doing, I pulled on the dark power inside the Master Leyline and pulled on it. It wasn't like using the ley in a way I had before. This time, I wasn't trying to do anything specific with it, just pull it out. It didn't flow like normal ley did, and using it was an uphill battle as it resisted my efforts. I doubled down and yanked on it, for lack of a better word, and it dislodged itself from where it had been sitting inside the device. The bile rose in my throat as it got physically closer to me, but I pressed on. Judging by the soft gasps and muttered curses from those around me, everyone else could feel the sickening miasma as well. I finally managed to pull it from the leyline, where it hovered menacingly in the air. The box thing reacted, vibrating and sending out a discordant series of subtle notes. I wasn't sure how it worked, but it began to pull the defiled ley into it. The councilwoman's eyes were wide, but she remained standing firm, holding the box up and letting it catch the energy. No one else could actually see what was happening besides me, but it was a scene straight from Ghostbusters. The dark power got sucked right into the cube, which shuddered and hopped a little before quieting down. Everyone else had taken an unconscious step away. I let out a long breath. "Can I see it?" She happily handed it over, glad to not be holding it anymore. Well, I can still sense the defiled ley, but not nearly as much. This thing was made to hold it. Dawn hesitantly stepped up to us. How much more is inside the Master Leyline? Quite a bit. I only took out a little piece. We tried it again, and the box sucked the magic up just the same, and then one more time. The fourth time, however, didn't go quite as smoothly. I pulled the malevolent energy out again, bringing it towards the box. Said box, however, didn't do a damn thing that time. The defiled ley was in my grasp, but it didn't want to be, and without the box doing its thing, my hold on it deteriorated quickly. Shit! Everyone back! The crowd bolted away while I wrestled with the power. At first, I tried putting it back inside the Master Leyline, but that didn't work. In a moment of pure terror, it nearly slipped into my own body. It took all the concentration I could muster to push it back and away. Finally, I slammed it into the ground, where it also didn't want to go. The flagstones under my feet cracked, sending bits of rock in all directions. The soil itself turned black, sucking in the shattered pieces of stone like quicksand. I leapt back before it could start to pull me in. I wasn't about to lose my nice work boots. From a reasonable distance, we watched as the earth was despoiled. I stood there, blinking, trying to feel what was happening. The defiled ley mixed in with the natural energy flowing through the earth, and while it didn't move in a streamlined way, it followed the same channels that already existed in the ground. Well, it seems there's a limit to how much those boxes can hold, I said. Are there any more? A more thorough inspection of the fallen Druza produced 4 more boxes. It took the rest of the day to complete the work on the Master Leyline, but I did it. Each attempt was more tiring than the last. The defiled ley was difficult to work with, to say the least. I needed more and more rest after each try. When I was done, twilight had fallen. The street lights, although few, had come on or been turned on. I didn't know how it worked. Their light was bright and steady. I didn't feel any more of the awful ley coming from the Master Leyline, which was for the best. So, as far as I can tell, The world swayed and tilted. I really needed a nap, right this second. Luckily, the ground was kindly rushing up to meet me, and I let it slam into my body. The grass was soft and cool, inviting me to let sleep envelop me, which I did. The distant sounds of panicked yelling didn't even bother me as I slipped under. Chapter 12. I awoke on a strange couch. Doubly strange since I didn't even sleep on Vera's couch. I slept on the floor beside it. This one wasn't trying to eat me, so that was an improvement. But I managed to say. Someone clucked their tongue at me.
Quiet now. Save your strength.
An older, blue-haired woman that I didn't think I'd seen before was standing over me, a weird device in her hands. She waved it over me like it was from Star Trek. This idea was confirmed when she took a look at it and nodded. Apparently it was telling her something about me and the state I was in. Huh? A little more coherent than the last thing I tried to say. Success! She slapped me lightly on the shoulder.
I told you to be quiet,
she said with an amused little smile.
You tired yourself out doing whatever it was you were doing with the Master Leyline. I was told, but it all went over my head.
She was dressed in flowing white robes and had a long, flexible lacing looped around her neck. It wasn't a stethoscope, probably, but it was pretty clear she was a doctor of some sort.
Whatever you did, though, it worked. The ley throughout the entire village has been stabilized, and talk of you has been as constant as it has been irritating.
She chuckled. How long...
Have you been here? Just overnight. There was a lot of fear that you'd just up and die right then and there. You were fine, though, just sleeping. I had you brought in here just in case.
My neck hurt, but I managed to slightly turn my head and survey the room. We were in a weird combination of a sitting room and a surgical suite. It was just a normal couch I was lying on, but there were lacing of all manner arrayed around me. "What do these lacing do?" She huffed at my question.
Not from around here, are you? Well, if it'll keep you from talking, I'll do so instead. By the way, my name is Renna, but don't bother saying it out loud.
The lacing's functions were as varied as the devices themselves, but none of them did any actual healing, I was disappointed to see. They were mostly like a doctor's equipment from Earth, taking vital signs and measuring a whole host of things. Renna went through each of their functions, describing them to me as if I was a child. I would have been a tiny bit offended, but the gleam in her eyes told me she was having a little bit of fun with me. When she was done, she put down the last thing. It measured some magical blood attribute involving the ley that I didn't understand, and looked straight into my eyes.
You aren't familiar with any of these? Just nod or shake your head.
I shook my head.
Huh. So it is true then. You're from another world entirely.
I nodded.
Huh. Must be even more weird for you than it is for us that you're here.
I nodded again. She gave me a wide smile and patted my shoulder.
I'll go get your new girlfriend. Fancy that! You must have been a ladies' man from wherever you came from. Imagine crashing into a new place like this and bagging a woman in a few days.
I just shrugged. Was it that easy to believe I was from another world? Well, I mean, I did do some amazing things while everyone was watching, so that probably helped. Still, would I believe that sort of shit back home? Well, okay, if a literal elf showed up and did real magic, I'll bet I would. Vera showed up soon after, and Renna didn't come in with her.
You're okay.
She scooted a small chair up to the side of the couch.
Renna said you weren't supposed to talk, saving your strength and all that. You gave us all a big scare. After you were done with the lacing, you just collapsed. Like straight up fell, no trying to catch yourself or anything.
She looked away and took a deep breath.
Some of us, me included, thought you might be,
Don't have to say it out loud.
Okay, yeah, I won't.
The customary blush came to her cheeks, and she turned away.
So, everyone's kinda, that they're all assuming we're kinda...
Dating? She blushed even more furiously.
Yes. It's all, how's your boyfriend, Vera? Everyone says it. I haven't been correcting anyone.
Her eyes darted over to mine, and she spluttered.
Only because I didn't know what to say to them, of course. I mean, I know you kissed me and it was really nice and all, but...
I reached out and gently took her hand. Do you want to be dating? Her whole face was red, and she seemed incapable of any more speech than that. I would like that. Her gaze became unfocused, and she said in a flat voice,
Excuse me, I have to go scream and throw up.
She stumbled out the door of the room and around the corner. A huge grin split my face at the subdued sounds of her squeals and rapidly stomping feet. It was insanely endearing. When she came back, her face was just as red, but her expression was total, if barely held together, control. She sat back down and said in a level tone,
Yes, I would like that as well. The dating, to date each other, to be your girlfriend, yes.
It's official then? Her eyes, which had been staring straight ahead, flicked down to mine, and she exhaled, smiling.
You probably think I'm some inexperienced idiot teen.
Nope.
I'm sorry, Danik. I've never been so... How do I say this? Smitten with someone before. You just descended into my life out of nowhere, saved my life, most unexpectedly, and then turned out to be one of the nicest people I've ever met. I know it's only been days, but it's been so easy to be around you. I find myself opening up to you in a way I barely ever have before, and it's so weird to me, but it feels right, you know? I kept expecting you to show your true colours or something like that. You were right. I had a dagger on me at all times, and the intention of using it if needed.
What would you have done with my body?
Oh, Rhys and I would have dealt with it. Dragged it out to the woods and let the beasts have it. No one would have seen us.
I laughed pretty hard, which hurt a little to do. Too shy to say you want to date, but I've no problem disposing of a corpse.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't have to talk to the corpse.
Laughing hurt even more that time. I thought about pulling her in for another kiss, but literally everything ached, and I wanted it to be an enjoyable event that I wasn't grimacing through constantly. We talked, she did most of it, for a little while after. Not about anything in particular, and Vera's cheeks were red the entire time. It became apparent, though, that I did need more rest, so I asked her to come back later, and I was asleep before she'd even left the room. That night and the next day were a blur. I slept for most of it, only waking up to stumble to the bathroom and occasionally choke down some thin soup under Renner's watchful eye. Later in the afternoon, I was sitting up and feeling much better, my strength returning quickly. I was elated to see Vera striding into the room, but the expression on her face immediately soured my mood. "What's wrong?" I asked before she had a chance to begin. She wouldn't meet my eyes, and she was folded in on herself, her arms crossed and her posture slightly bent.
Well, nothing. I mean, the council wants to talk to you, if you're able.
Okay. About what? Is there a problem? Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Untrue.
Just, if you can, come see the council. They're in the mayor's house. I'll be there.
She put a hand over mine and said softly,
You did just crash into my life so suddenly.
Before I could reply, she was up and heading towards the door. Vera, wait! She looked to be holding back tears for some reason. I sighed into the empty room. There was nothing to be done right that second, so I slipped my boots on and headed out into the town. I was feeling mostly back to normal, making a mental note to take the defiled lay a little slower next time, if there was a next time. The mayor's house was crowded. I could see people milling about through the front windows. I curled my lip and growled under my breath. I was about to walk into some bullshit, that was for sure. I opened the front door, and every head in the large foyer turned my way. "Hi," I said, meeting everyone I could in the eye. No one here looks like they're afraid to give me some bad news, but then what could be setting Vera off? Dawn walked up to me with a big smile. "Danik, good to see you up and about. Are you recovered then?" "Yeah, I'm feeling fine, thanks for asking. So what's going on here?" "Please come this way." He led us into a large sitting room with the rest of the council. Vera was standing off to the side, and she gave me a sad little smile when I walked in. Frankly, I didn't know what to feel. On the one hand, I wanted to shout in Dawn's face and tell him to get straight to the point, but on the other, he was acting so casual that I just couldn't get a read on this situation in the least. What followed was a status report, essentially. It boiled down to the fact that the Master Leyline was indeed cleansed, which was great, and answered none of my questions. "Now," Dawn said, "we are hardly the only settlement that was experiencing these problems, and based on reports, other places have been having much greater problems than we were. Some, if the tales can be believed, are experiencing total failure of their Master Leylines." "That's bad," I said, still not truly understanding where this was going. They wanted my help, probably, but... The Crown has responded in a few cases. Oh, shit. Sending people like Vanguard Eric, I'm guessing. Something like that, yes. The tales that reach us are varied and unreliable. There is one place, however, that eyewitnesses have seen. The town to the north is under occupation, let's say. I grunted. Yes, we know this isn't truly your concern, but... I'll go. That's what you're getting round to, right? You want me to go and help, and to see what's going on with all this shit. He blinked at me. Well, yes. You're willing? Of course. If I can help, I will. Simple as that. He clasped his hands together and breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, thank you so much, Danik. The trek between here and there is somewhat perilous. It didn't used to be, but with the roving bands. With a little chuckle, he nodded and said, Yes, those. But don't worry, we'll be sending you with an expert guide. You clearly don't need a bodyguard, but the man we have in mind will get you there with no trouble in the least. Oh, that's what this is about. Thank you for your consideration, but I don't need your man. Vera will be guide enough. She perked up from the other side of the room, her eyes wide and her body unmoving. Dawn gave me a tight smile. I understand your desire, but Vera's skills are... Sufficient, I finished for him. And don't misunderstand, I wasn't asking. Vera does know the way, yes? Dawn said something, but I only had eyes for Vera's nod from across the crowd. Then it's settled. Vera will be my guide. Dawn opened his mouth to argue, but I wordlessly held his gaze, and whatever he had to say faltered. Well, he glanced over at Vera. If that's what you want, then she'll accompany you. Good. We'll leave tomorrow? Vera nodded emphatically. Tomorrow. We'll speak again before I leave the village. With that, I turned and walked out of the room and through the front door. I smiled to myself, but didn't look back. Footsteps sounded behind me before Vera slammed into me, wrapping her arms around my body.
Danik!
Vera. I turned around in her arms and slipped mine over her shoulders. So what was that about, anyway? They didn't want you to come or something? She stepped away and took my hand in hers, pulling me down the street.
Nope. They said I lacked practical experience and that this was an important mission and a lot of other stupid things.
And you thought I was going to go along with it? You thought I wanted to be your boyfriend one day and would just walk out on you the next because someone asked me to?
Well, it sounds kinda stupid when you say it like that.
I looped my arm around her shoulder and hugged her tight. That evening, we had dinner at Vera's, catered by Julius. We discussed going to the restaurant, but I was drawing every single set of eyes in the village at this point. Some people were intensely interested, some looked at me with fear, and a decent portion of the other women looked at me with naked longing. That last part was nice, but I wasn't interested in anyone else. The dinner consisted of familiar-looking things with unfamiliar tastes, and it was wonderful. Julius dropped it off and doted heavily on Vera, asking a slew of leading questions that Vera blushed and stammered in the face of. I redirected Julius's attention my way, fielding her questions about Earth and how I'd come to be here. She was, like most people, apparently just fine with the idea that I was from another world. What must it be like living in a place with multiple races of people? That exact topic came up when she asked about Earth, and I admitted that there were humans and no one else, which scandalized the both of them. After she'd left and we'd eaten far too much, Vera slipped into her bedroom to change for the evening. As much as I wanted to follow her and help, it seemed that she was much more comfortable taking things slow. I was putting the remainder of the food in Mirras's version of a refrigerator when there was a hard knock at the door. Chapter 13. Vera, who was still in her bedroom changing, called out,
Hey, can you see who that is?
I opened the door to find Riss standing there, a wide smile on her face.
Danik! I assume Vera is home.
Yeah, she's just getting changed.
Wonderful.
She winked and gave me a hard nudge in the side. I just smiled back.
So, the word's gotten around town. You two are going to be leaving tomorrow. Before you go, I have something for Vera. Could the two of you come by my place when she's ready? Tell her to bring her sword.
Yeah, sure. Should I tell her what for, or is this a surprise? She just winked again before turning and walking away. Inside, I relayed the message to Vera, who'd come out in what was nearly a perfect replica of a pair of sweatpants and a hoodie, both a dark blue.
Oh, she wants us to come there?
There's a surprise involved. She pressed her lips into a flat line.
Great. She knows I hate those.
She belted her sword on over her sweatpants. It looked very out of place. We made our way over under the soft lights of Leyline scattered around the village. Riss's house was set right beside the forge, a small walkway connecting them. It was simple but looked to be immensely well made and was covered with all kinds of abstract metal decorations. We didn't even have to knock on the door before she swung it wide open.
Get in here!
A wide grin was plastered over her face as she bodily pulled Vera into her house. It was much nicer than I'd expected. The forge was somewhat of a mess, materials and lacing scattered everywhere, but her house was nearly spotless, only a few things out of place. The furniture looked to be well made and sturdy, and there were bespoke racks and shelves everywhere.
Riss, what a... No, just wait. Have a seat.
I took a large padded chair and Vera sank into the couch. It sank a little less than her own, but not by a lot. She unbuckled her scabbard and laid it on the coffee table, which probably wasn't called a coffee table on Mirras. Riss disappeared into a back room and shortly came out reverently holding a small wooden box covered in engraving.
Riss, you didn't get me a going-away present, did you? That's strictly not necessary.
The tall woman's eyes went unfocused for a moment before she blinked herself back to the present.
Oh, it's not what you think. Not in the least.
She sat down beside Vera on the couch, sinking in to an alarming degree, which she didn't react to in the slightest. She held out the box without another word. With a skeptical look, Vera slowly took it from her hands, like it might be holding a viper. Equally slowly, she opened it and looked inside. A brief pause ensued, and I was pretty sure she didn't know what she was looking at.
These are lacing?
I leaned over to see 3 gems sitting in the dark felt lining. They were bright blue. Still silent, Riss picked up Vera's sword from the table and unsheathed it. The triple gems in the hilt looked the same. Vera blinked.
What?
I could see tears just forming at the sides of Riss's eyes.
These lacing were made by your mother. For your father.
Vera's shoulders dropped as her eyes went wide.
They're... What? Riss.
Riss chuckled, the emotion still plain on her face.
A long time ago, a travelling Yezendi passed through the village.
Mental note, ask what the hell that is later.
Naturally, your mother chatted her up and convinced her to help in the creation of a set of lacing. The Yezendi agreed, and these were made. Were you there, Riss? Did you...
She barked a laugh.
I was present, but I was still a fledgling smith at that time. My help would have been nothing but a hindrance. I watched them being made, though, and it was one of the most wondrous things I've ever seen. It turned out that the legends of the Yezendi's innate abilities to create such things were completely true. Anyway, your father used them for years and years, and they never failed him.
Vera ran her hands over the gems sitting silently in the box.
Why did I never hear of these?
Riss tilted her head, an unreadable expression on her face.
They're more valuable than literally everything in this entire village combined. Their existence was kept secret, so some idiot didn't get the idea to steal them and live the good life somewhere else. The skill necessary to create them is almost unheard of. I couldn't come even close to making them.
Really? I asked.
I'm good, but these, no. These are completely out of my reach. But Mother made them. Indeed. She was that good. And so was the Yizendi that passed through, but maybe they all are. Who knows? You've kept them safe all this time.
Riss shut her eyes tight while the tears started to fall.
Oh, Vera,
she said softly.
You have no idea how relieved I am to hear you phrase it that way. Your father entrusted them to me during his final days so that I might pass them along to you when the time was right. One of my biggest fears was that you'd resent me for keeping them hidden for so long. What?
Vera sat the box aside and grabbed Riss's hand.
Of course not, Riss. You're my sister. Oh.
Riss looked away, the tears flowing freely.
I had wondered who would one day say that first. I've always felt it, of course, but I didn't want to presume.
Vera smiled, her cheeks running with tears.
I've always felt that way too. But yeah, I've never felt right saying it out loud.
She sat back and picked the box up again.
You kept these for me all this time. Shit, Vera, I've wanted to give them to you for years. I don't know. The timing never felt right, even when you were promoted to the village patrol. I guess I just wanted it to be as special as it could.
I don't think you could have done any better than here and now, Riss, I said. She laughed loudly.
You know, you're right. I guess I did wait until the exact right time.
She stood and motioned for us to follow.
Well, let's go outside so I can show you what these can do. They're not just sentimental. They're going to help you on your journey more than you know.
We went out through a back door and out into a small private sitting area walled off from the rest of the village. A tiny pond sat in the middle between a few large decorative boulders. Riss and Vera wiped their faces dry on the way.
Here, let me replace the ones in your hilt.
She deftly made the switch and stepped back.
Now, I can make a sword, but I can't swing one for shit, so don't judge my form, okay? You got it,
Vera said. Riss took a swing at one of the boulders. Her form looked fine to me, but I didn't know anything. I felt the lacing all activate at once, the ley cascading between them in a truly complicated form. Riss had swung towards the rock, but not with the intent of making contact with the blade. It passed by, whipping soundlessly through the air. The ley, however, lashed out in a flurry of gusts that sliced cleanly into the rock itself. The cuts were deep. Vera and I just stared at them. As far as I could tell, the lacing had made the cuts with air. Just air. Riss turned around and held up the sword with a huge grin.
Huh? Yeah? Pretty great, right?
Holy shit, I muttered. Vera was speechless.
Now, keep in mind,
Riss said, the smile wide on her face.
It cuts this easily through stone. Imagine what it will do to armour and flesh and bone. I can see why this was kept hidden,
Vera said in a small voice. You cut up your rock, I said. Riss ran a hand over the cuts, which overlapped and sat in all directions.
Yeah, I did. Now it's a monument to this day. I can always look at it and wonder what my sister's doing right that moment.
Vera ran and slammed into Riss, wrapping her arms around the woman's waist. Riss nonchalantly held the sword out to me, which I took with a smile.
Be good out there. Be everything I know you want to be. And then come back and tell me all about it, huh?
Vera blubbered out a sobbing reply into Riss's chest. I didn't understand a word of it. That evening, I suggested sleeping in the same bed, which resulted in massive blushing and stammering, so I gave her a pat on the shoulder and said we could do the normal thing tonight and she could take the reins in the future. Whatever she felt comfortable with. We kissed lightly again before bed. I slept soundly on the floor beside the couch, and in the morning the sunlight woke me up. Vera had, I found out, been up for some time, running around the village and preparing for our departure. It was more than that, though.
This is,
she said sheepishly over a small breakfast,
what I've always wanted, you know? Leaving home, going on a real adventure. But I don't have to do it alone. That was the sticking point. If I ever wanted to do it for real, I'd have to be on my own, and I just...
She sighed, putting her sliced bread with jam-like stuff down.
I never quite had the confidence to just spit in everyone's face and say, hey, fuck you, I can do what I want, and what I want is to see the damn world. Riss was the only one who was ever on my side. No one else thought I could do it. They looked at me like a child who wanted to be like her father but wasn't good enough. No one phrased it that way to my face, but it was clear. It's why they didn't want to send me out with you.
I took her hand and squeezed. Well, you're doing it now, and I, for one, couldn't be happier about it.
Oh, Danik, you can't know just how much it meant to me when you demanded I come with you. Well...
She looked away and shook her head.
There's more to do before we go. I don't need to sob at the table all morning.
I made a stop by the forge, which I'd asked Riss about the previous evening. She'd gotten a hold of Eric's armour and was ready to make adjustments to it.
Tun, get the fuck over here!
Tun scrambled in from behind the building, making a huge show of doing it as fast as she could. They were both smiling about it.
Tun's gonna help. It's not often she gets a test like this. I hope you don't mind.
I waved her comment off. Of course not. You're doing me a favour anyway. I didn't have a clue if armour could be altered like this on Earth, but it was a quick and easy process on Mirras. Luckily, Eric had turned out to be fatter than me, so they only needed to size things down. Tun took my measurements and went to work quickly, using a rather complicated tool that was an odd cross between a blacksmith's hammer and a measuring tape. The adjustments were done within a half hour. A full-body mirror stood in the corner of the forge, and I had to pick my jaw up off the floor after seeing myself in the suit of armour. Instead of a clunky set from Earth's medieval era, it was thin, didn't clank when I walked, and provided a near full range of movement. Not to mention that it just looked cool. Whoever had made the set, they'd taken the time to make it appealing. It sported engravings up and down, abstract designs that flowed with the natural curves of the metal. I profusely thanked Riss and Tun, which they also waved away.
Just protect her, okay? And let her protect you when needed.
You got it. By late morning, we were outfitted with everything we needed, which turned out to be quite a bit. Both of us were wearing large backpacks stuffed with all manner of things, most of which I didn't even see during the packing. Vera's blue hair was tied back in a tight braid that she threw over the backpack.
Things will be different once we get into the Saldani kingdom.
I raised an eyebrow at her. Aren't we already? And what do you mean, different?
Technically, yes, we are. And we won't have to walk everywhere. There will be Leyline for that.
For walking? With an exaggerated wink, she said,
You'll see.
Did this world have cars and just no one mentioned it? Geron was at the gate again. He sneered down at me with his black eye. I gave him a friendly smile and wave, which he bristled at. He didn't say shit. When we were outside the village and heading into the tree line, Vera's steps lit up again, like she was bounding through a dream. Feel nice?
Oh,
she said with a huge smile.
What do you think?
We'd been walking through the trees for about 15 minutes when I heard a guttural voice yell out, "There he is!" Chapter 14. Druza started to emerge from behind the trees surrounding us. These were the remnants of Vanguard Eric's smug entourage. They weren't as smug anymore. "You'll pay for what you did to us," one of them yelled at me. I scoffed. They didn't intimidate me in the least. Judging by Vera's posture, she wasn't altogether impressed either. "You stupid assholes," I bellowed at them. "Couldn't beat me when you had double your numbers and that dipshit Eric doing your fighting for you. What makes you think you can win now?" They didn't have anything good to say to that, because there was nothing. Instead, they, as a group, took a few menacing steps towards us. Vera stepped up to my side and softly said,
"Hey, can I?"
I glanced down at her to see the resolve in her eyes. "Oh, give it a test run? Yeah, this is a good time for that." I crossed my arms and smiled. The Druza didn't know what to make of that until Vera drew her sword. Some were confused. Some were lulled into a false sense of confidence. Two of them finally had enough of their menacing advancing and broke into a run at Vera, brandishing their weapons at her while yelling in their own tongue. With her hand on her hilt, Vera waited until just the right moment. She drew her blade and swung it just before the Druza were in range. When Riss had demonstrated the Leyline, I thought her form had been fine, but watching Vera do the same thing was night and day. Riss had been rather sloppy in comparison to this. Vera's movements were tight and precise, and no energy was wasted. The Leyline whipped the wind into a frenzy, the magic slashing through the air in front of her. The Druza had been wearing armor like all of them I had seen, just a smattering of leather pieces, no two with the same assortment. The armor provided no resistance to magic, nor did their flesh or bones. They were sheared into haphazard cross-sections, the lines in between razor smooth. The blood and fluids inside the pieces barely even moved or seeped out before the meat and bone hit the ground. Everyone stopped. "Well?" I threw my arms wide and smiled. "Who's fucking next? Do all you shit-asses want to die here today?" They did. I counted around 10 of them that mobbed us all at once. Vera's sword swept across the battlefield, her Leyline rapidly triggering. I conjured more earthen spikes from the ground, impaling anyone who tried to flank Vera, but for the most part, I let her have the glory. It wasn't even a minute before it was over. Most had been reduced to sliced-up flesh and bones, which was a terrible thought. A groan sounded from beside us. One last Druza was on the ground, his torso pierced with one of my spikes, but it hadn't been an instant kill. "Please, mercy, I beg you." Blood was flowing from his wound, and he was crawling away on his back, his weapon forgotten. Vera hesitated at the sight of him. "Nope, we let him go, he's gonna stab us in the back." She stepped quickly up to him, and right in the face of his cries for mercy, she ran her sword through his throat. She then twisted it. "Oh, damn," I muttered. He gurgled for a second before he shuddered and went still. She wiped her blade clean on his clothes and slipped it into her scabbard. I stepped up behind her and set my hands on her shoulders. "That's what I like most about you, Vera, your practicality." She turned with a sultry smile and said,
"Really?"
before sliding my hands down on her boobs.
"There's nothing else you like more?"
My eyebrows climbed as high as they could go at this sudden change of demeanor. Before I could say a thing, she leaned in and kissed me. I wasn't about to spoil a good thing, so I slid my arms around her and picked her up off the ground. She wrapped her legs around me as I pushed my tongue between her lips. I was wearing plate mail and she was wearing leather, but we still pressed our bodies together as tightly as we could, kissing each other passionately amidst the remains of our enemies. She pulled away and I set her down, seeing the intense redness of her cheeks. "Not that I'm complaining, Vera, but what was that about?" Her eyes were wide and she started pacing.
It's just, wow. I've never felt so powerful before. I've cut down my fair share of Druza, but this was something else entirely. These Leyline are incredible. There was nothing those bastards could have done. It was so easy. And the whole time I knew that if they managed to get a lucky shot in, you could just heal me afterwards.
Oh, let's... I need to get a handle on this quickly. Hey now, I put my hands on her shoulders again, stopping her little revelry. I've done that twice, and it was touch and go both times. I'm sure I could do it again, but can we not rely on it? And I'm a little concerned about your new lacing. They did indeed cut those arseholes down, but don't confuse massive offense with massive defense. If they stab you in the neck, that might be it, you know? What you did was incredible, but I don't want you taking unnecessary risks because of it. We stared at each other for a few moments. With a huge, deep breath, Vera nodded.
Okay, you're right. I'm getting a little carried away. It just feels so good to feel so powerful.
I know exactly what you mean. We looted the corpses. They didn't have anything of value besides more of the black cubes that stored the defiled ley. So what was done with the cubes I filled at the village?
They were put into storage somewhere. The council didn't give out the location, but I overheard them talking about it. They didn't want to bury them in case the dark energy just seeped out. And they weren't about to put them in someone's house. Ultimately, I don't know, though. I do have a few more tucked away in my backpack, though, the ones you didn't end up using.
That's for the best. You know, I didn't even think about what we were going to do at the next town we're headed to. She grimaced.
The one under occupation?
Oh yeah, I chuckled. They'll probably have a stash there already, won't they?
That's the hope.
We left the Druza's corpses to rot or be eaten by scavengers or whatever. A little part of me was hoping we'd come across more in the woods, the roving bands that we'd talked of before, but we didn't, just the remnants of Eric's people and no one else. We fell into a comfortable silence for most of the rest of the day, and I found it infinitely more appealing than any hike I'd ever been on Earth. The golden grass and trees were still exotic in my eyes. The sounds of birds permeated the air, even though I only actually saw a couple whizzing past now and then. When darkness finally started to settle, Vera spoke up, saying we should make camp for the night. I'd expected to be digging a little pit and collecting wood for a fire, but instead of that, Vera started climbing a tree. When I stood there dumbly, she turned around.
Well, coming?
Okay then. My armor only weighed me down a little. I didn't have any practical experience, but it seemed to be a lot lighter than even steel would be, and I had no trouble climbing up after Vera. We picked out a little nest-like area near the top, and Vera instructed me on what to get out of my own pack. Modified hammocks came out first. They had hooks that looped around and lightly sank into the bark of the branches we'd picked out. Between the layers of fabric, there were various straps to pull, which changed them from hammocks to surprisingly comfortable and stable hanging seats. You could even lean back in them. The next thing we set up was a lacing that unfolded into a flat surface. Underneath, it also had spikes that firmly grasped the tree and anchored it into place. To my amazement, with a small nudge from Vera's ley, it began to heat up like an open toaster. We secured our backpacks after we'd taken out dinner, which I was told had also been provided by Julis before we left.
I went and saw her in the morning before you got up,
Vera said while heating up what amounted to calzones.
She went on about anything and everything, as you might imagine. Told me we simply had to visit the capital during our adventures.
Are we?
Who even knows?
She reached out and nudged the leylines again when the heat started to wane. So, let me ask you a question, I said after watching her. Do you know how you use the leylines?
What do you mean?
Well, first of all, you can't see the ley, right? Not at all. Like this. I extended my power out to the energy inside the tree, pushing and pulling on a branch, making it wave in front of the stars.
Nope. No one can see the ley. Okay, no one else.
All right. This is going to either be completely obvious or blow your mind. I have no idea which. So, I reach out with my ley to do the things I do, right?
Uh-huh.
She tilted her head at me, unsure of where this was going. That's exactly how you and everyone else activate the leylines. She blinked.
What?
You extend your own ley, and that's what activates the leylines. You're doing what I'm doing, just on a much smaller scale. At her dumbfounded gaze, I said, It's the mind-blowing option, right? She nodded.
We're doing the same thing?
Kind of, yeah.
Huh. Does that mean anything?
You know, I don't know. It does mean that we're not so different as all that, though.
Do you think people of Mirras could then be like you, perhaps? What?
I gave her a troubled look. You think that's what our enemy's goal is?
Oh, shit. Maybe. If it is, do you think they're bringing humans into Mirras to study them?
I pressed my lips into a thin line. By study, do you mean use for their own ends and then maybe cut them up to see what makes them able to do so?
Ugh.
She curled her lip.
Well, if we're talking about the Druza, I wouldn't put it past them.
That soured the conversation, so we just finished heating up calzones. The mood passed as we ate, suspended in the upper boughs of a massive tree with the night sky overhead. It was the most magical moment I'd ever lived, and that was taking into consideration that I had actual magic too. When we were done, I asked her to turn the toaster device back on, which she did. I leaned over, and my eyes bored into the thing, watching how it interacted with the ley. It created heat from nothing, somehow. Vera gave me a hesitant smile.
You, okay there?
Yeah, give me a minute. I'm going to be conjuring fireballs shortly. She snorted.
Are you now?
Yep, I'm pretty sure I can see how it works now. I sat back and raised my hands, concentrating as much as I could. I didn't actually think I was going to produce a fireball, but heat I was sure I could manage. The magic swirled around my fingers. I did the same thing the toaster had done, and... Fuck! I waved my hand around in a vain attempt to cool it down. Vera tilted her head at me.
No good?
I burnt myself, but I did it! Just badly. She giggled.
But you did it! You conjured heat, just like the leylines.
I tried a few more times after that, with mixed results. Sometimes I could get it to manifest exactly where I wanted, other times I lightly burnt myself again. Still, success! We went to sleep after that. Vera instructed me on how to alter the hammock back into a full hammock, which was just as magical as real magic. Whoever had designed them had done an insanely clever job. Chapter 15. In the morning, we ate dry breakfast bars before descending and continuing our journey. Once we'd packed up and were about to make our way down, I thought of another thing to try. Hey, this might be stupid, but I'm going to float down. Vera just blinked at me. I reminded her of how Eric had righted himself immediately during the battle by pushing against the ley in the ground.
Well,
she said while giving me a leery expression.
Maybe start from a little lower in the tree, huh?
I grunted. Not a bad idea. We climbed most of the way down before I put my idea to the test. I extended my power out and felt the energy flowing through the soil, and I pressed against it. It resisted in what I felt was a reasonable manner. Here we go. Nothing for it. I just jumped. I could heal my broken legs anyway. Probably, if I didn't pass out from the pain. Nah, it was fine. Whoa, shit! To say it was a bumpy ride down would have been an understatement. The whole affair was a lot more slippery than I thought it would be. It was like using a greased-up pole to steady my landing on a grease-covered floor. The lay went every which way. I overcorrected numerous times. I flipped to the side, nearly upside down. My descent involved jarring lurches to the side and what were, in all likelihood, hilarious spins and twists. I didn't hurt myself, not physically. I felt like a total dumbass, though. Vera hopped nimbly down to the golden forest floor.
Well,
she said with forced enthusiasm.
You did it!
As I sat there on the ground, I just laughed and laughed. Once she saw that I wasn't mad about it, she joined in. So, was that the stupidest-looking thing you've ever seen?
Yeah, it was.
We leaned on each other and laughed a little more. Maybe some practice is in order, huh? Great idea about trying it lower to the ground. Imagine if I'd come down from the top of the tree like that.
Oh, my.
I held out my hands, pressing against the lay again. This time, I tried reaching out with more power, broadly applied. Maybe this is more of a first test. I pushed. I wobbled, but came up pretty quickly to my feet.
Hey!
Vera gave me a huge smile.
That was way less stupid looking.
Progress! She leaned in and gave me a quick kiss and, naturally, pulled away with red cheeks, which I was beginning to find endearing.
Seriously, though, despite how that first time went, it is all rather amazing. Even the burns you inflicted on yourself last night.
Give me a few days. I'll be majestically soaring through the air, whipping non-stop fireballs at our enemies.
Looking forward to it.
That whole day and the next went in much the same fashion. We walked through the forest during the day, sometimes chatting, often not. At night, we made our little camps in the canopies of the tallest trees. The whole time, there was a lightness to Vera that I was thrilled to see. She practically floated as we walked along, and I noticed her smiling widely nearly all the time. She was at home out here. I practiced with my new skills. The floating, or at least slow falling, progressed quickly. The heating did not. I didn't burn any trees down, though. It looked like I'd be flying long before I was slinging fireballs, which I still didn't even know if it was possible. On the fourth morning, I awoke from an unpleasant dream in which I was attacked by a sneering Eric who drained the life from me as I lay there helpless. I woke with a snarl, thrashing against the swiftly dissipating image of Captain Douchebag. Vera was up and out of her hammock in an instant, daggers appearing in both of her hands, even though her eyes were still heavy with sleep.
What? Where?
It's fine. Nightmare. Who'd be up here attacking us anyway?
Enemies?
I nodded, my eyes still only half open. Fair point. We both went back to sleep. Once we were up and I was able to process the dream, a small memory came back to me. In my earliest attempts to use the lay, back before I even knew what it was called, I'd withered a tree branch. At the time, I shied away from doing anything else of the sort, fearful of how far such an ability could go. But now, with my burgeoning mastery over the lay, I decided it was time again. At the very least, if I understood it more closely, I could prevent something like my dream from happening in real life. Hey, is the forest sacred or anything? Vera stopped in her tracks and eyed me warily.
No, not really. Why? I'd prefer it if you didn't burn it all down.
I'm sorry, that was a bit of a non sequitur. I wanted to try out something that would involve harming a tree, at least a branch or so.
Oh, that's fine then.
She was still eyeing me pretty hard. I picked a sapling and focused on the power flowing through it. If healing someone involved manipulating the ley into the channels that it naturally flowed through, it stood to reason that doing the exact opposite would harm something. Made sense? I pulled and twisted on the ley inside a tiny tree branch. As expected, when the ley wasn't flowing through it, it quickly withered and fell away from the rest of the tree. Well, that was kind of easy. Vera regarded the disintegrating grey branch on the ground.
Can't argue with results. You think it will work the same on a person?
Only one way to find out. That day passed much like the rest, but we stopped far earlier than we had been before. I didn't say anything until we had our little camp set up.
We're nearly there,
Vera said.
I wanted to be well rested, and we need to discuss how things are going to go.
Battle plans?
Yeah.
Well, I leaned back in my hanging chair, which I'd quickly grown to love. They don't know we're coming, right? I think we should sneak in and kill the human, or humans, that are surely there. We do know the place is actually occupied, right?
Yeah. Dawn had received a few letters implying a lot of things before they stopped coming.
All right. In that case, I want to end whatever fights we can before they start. I'm going to assume a reasonably competent enemy. She giggled.
They'd almost have to be better than Eric and his cronies, right?
If not, I said with a huge smile, then we barely even need to plan this thing. We talked over more calzone things and decided a stealth approach was best. We'd wake up before the sun came up, kill the sentries patrolling outside the city, sneak our way in, locate the human commander, and kill them. Easy. Almost every single step involved my powers. Vera could help dispatch any patrolling Druza. Afterward, it would take magic to create an entryway into the city, to do so silently, and to cut down anyone surrounding our target.
If and when things go to shit,
she said.
What then?
Then we kill people until we're done.
Just like that, huh?
More or less. We'll stay together. Between my power and your sword, who's going to stand against us? Now, that being said, I don't think a frontal assault is the way to go, even if everyone's alerted. We'll keep sneaking around and pick off people as we can. She smiled and looked down, curling in on herself. I reached out and slipped my hand in hers. Feeling nervous?
Well, no. It's not that.
I stayed silent.
This is all happening so fast. I'm not complaining, but I'm struggling to keep up, mentally, you know? This is almost exactly what I've dreamed of for years on end. I'm out in the world, fighting for something worth fighting for, being just like Dad.
She pulled her hand away and leaned back before she ran her fingers over the hilt of her sword.
But barely a week ago, I was still sitting at home, pining for a life I never really thought would come. I do want this, and it's not that I'm afraid of a fight, but...
What is it?
I'm afraid I won't be good enough.
Her eyes flicked up to mine, gauging my reaction. I shook my head. I don't think you have anything to worry about. I've seen you in action. You'll be fine. I gave her a winning smile. She turned away, but smiled brightly.
It means a lot that you believe in me so much. Not a lot of people ever have.
So, can I ask, what's the deal with you and all these assholes in your village? As far as I can tell, you're just great, in all the ways. What's their deal? A massive and long sigh passed her lips.
It's a couple of things. None of them are my fault.
Oh, that sort of shit, huh? She snorted.
Yeah. Well, first of all, Mum was good at what she did.
So I've heard.
Like, seriously good. And she wasn't shy about it either. She rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. And then a lot of people, There's a bunch of overlap here. Thought my father was a common sellsword. Killed for money, you know? Dishonourable. Some people liked them, some people hated them. Then they had me. I think if I was like them, I would have fared better, but I was a shy and quiet kid, an easy target for people's animosity towards them. No one would tell my mum she was a bitch to her face, but they'd act all snotty to me.
Wow, what a bunch of fucking assholes!
Are people better on Earth?
Oh, wow, no. I wave my hands. I didn't mean to imply that for a second. We both chuckled.
Yeah, that's how it started. If I was a good smith, things might have turned out better, but I wasn't. After finally accepting that crushing disappointment, I started saying I wanted to be like my father instead.
A sellsword?
That's how they saw it, all right. I did everything I could to prove myself, training all the time. I proved my worth and was allowed to patrol for the village. Small consolation that it was. I thought it would have to be enough. I'd never really be like Dad. I'd never actually venture out into the world and have grand adventures and do amazing things.
But here you are.
Here I am,
she said softly.
Hoping so hard that I don't fuck it all up.
I made a big show of getting up and moving my hanging chair over beside hers. I snaked my arm through the straps and around her shoulders to pull her in tight. I'm gonna lay some of the best advice I ever got on you, okay? She snuggled in close.
I'm listening.
It's okay to fuck things up. Fucking shit up isn't the same as failing. She tilted her head at me and asked,
How do you figure that one?
Well, making mistakes is part of life, right? If you fuck something up, it's still an experience you had, something you can learn from. How many times did you swing your sword before you were good at it? A whole lot, I'll bet. And lots of those tries weren't very good at all, right?
Yeah.
Life is like that. If we go into this city and things go south, as long as we live through it, it's something to learn from. We'll do better next time. Here's the big part. The only real way to fail is to give up. Anything else, any mistake you make, is just part of the process. Besides, do you think your dad never royally screwed up?
Yeah, I did kind of think that, now that you mention it.
Nah, I'll bet he did all sorts of stupid shit along the way. You only got to hear the good parts, and he got to the good parts by doing all the stupid stuff along the way, just like you will.
Just like I will,
she whispered. She shook her head and asked,
So, who gave you that advice?
An old boss I once had. I might have... How do I explain this? I dropped a truly massive piece of metal on a... well, sort of mobile operations building. I was using a big machine and made a series of big mistakes. I dropped a steel beam on a trailer. She smirked.
You did?
Oh yeah, totally flattened the building, ruined everything inside. Luckily, no one was in it at the time. I thought I was done for, fired at least. Maybe I was headed to jail, but none of that happened. Maybe it should have, I don't know. But my boss wasn't even all that mad. He mainly just laughed, at the time and often afterward. Not only did he not fire me, but he told me it was a valuable learning experience. After that, I was the most careful person that ever ran that crane. The machine that lifted the metal.
Huh. It's okay to fuck up, is it?
It sure is.
You know, I don't know that anyone said that out loud my entire life.
Today's the day. She slipped her fingers through mine.
Today's the day.
Chapter 16. I slept lightly and woke up many times during the night. Despite my bravado earlier, I was a little nervous about the upcoming battle. The Druser didn't scare me, but the humans did. Eric was nothing to me, but there was no guarantee that this would be like that. Oh well, I said into the night. The only thing I can do is keep going. Later, when I was awake yet again, Vera whispered from her hammock,
Hey.
Yeah, I'm up. Trouble sleeping too?
Can I ask you something?
Yeah, anything.
How can you be so in control? Isn't this even weirder for you than it is for me? I'm still living my normal life, kind of. You're in another world.
I slowly sat up and rested my chin on my hands. Well, you're right about that. This is weird for me. A week ago, I didn't know that magic or other worlds even existed, and here I am. But I've dealt with so much crazy crap in my life that I learned how to take it in stride. Besides, let me tell you how much I love being somewhere that I can just do things the way I want. There's not any rules here. On Earth, there's a shitload, let me tell you. You can only do things a certain way and at a certain time, and only if the right people tell you can, and only if you have the paperwork that says you can, and so on. And you can't just haul off and punch people. Well, you can, but depending on the situation, it can create huge problems for you, societally and financially. And you certainly can't just kill people, even if they have it coming. Can I tell you how amazing it felt to slug Geron square in his face the other day? Some guy needed to be punched, so I punched him, and that was that. Truly one of the best moments in my life, just because I wasn't hindered by a bunch of well-meaning but irritating rules. And douchebag guy? I just killed him because it was the right thing to do at the right moment. You can't imagine how much paperwork there'd be on Earth about it, even though it was a clear-cut situation. And then I just took his armor, because I wanted it, and no one said a thing. I don't think I can adequately explain to you how much more agency I have here on Mirras, and not just because I have magic now. It's refreshing in a way I never even daydreamed about. Not really.
Huh.
She said after I was done.
That does sound nice.
It is, and it goes for you too. Now that we've left your village and all the history there, you should be doing whatever you want, whenever you want to. If anyone gives you shit, punch them in the face. I'll have your back about whatever it is. She giggled in the shadows.
I'll try. I might fuck it up, but I'll keep trying.
There you go. We ate some dry breakfast bars in the dark before we decided it was time. How long until we get to the city? I asked.
About an hour's walk. We'll take our things and stash them when we're in sight.
We hardly said a word during that hour, and soon the soft lights of the city came into view. As planned, we found a tree that Vera swore she'd recognize later, and she deftly climbed up and stashed our gear on the top of it. It looked like literally any other tree to me. When she came back down, we crept to the edge of the tree line and surveyed the scene before us. It took some time, but we finally managed to find a roving sentry outside the city walls. I'll creep up and take him out. I was incredibly confident in my ability to remain silent. I'd been practicing it on and off during the entire trip, and it was nearly becoming second nature now. Killing him, however, was up in the air. I'd practiced that magic as well, but it had all been on trees. Trees weren't people. Only time would tell if that was a meaningful difference or not. Vera drew her sword, but stayed hidden while I made my way into the tall grass. The sentry was Druser, so any moral qualms I might have had about killing him went straight out the window. I moved through the grass literally without a sound. He'd been moving in one direction, only intermittently looking around, so getting close to him was easy enough. My armor, which I'd been wearing nearly all the time, was so well made that it hardly made a sound normally, and I was again in awe at the kinds of things the people of Mirras could make. Surely a set of plate mail from Earth would have clanked at least a little. Even if it had, though, my magic would have suppressed it. With a few more steps, I was right behind the man. This was it. I sprang up, looped my arm around his throat, and pulled him down to the ground. Not wasting any time, I yanked at the lay inside him, hoping to finish this instantly and silently. His cries echoed through the night, nearly inhuman sounds of intense pain and suffering. He thrashed violently in my grasp, his whole body convulsing as I twisted the lay inside him. Instead of slipping right out like it had during my tree branch tests, the energy in him wanted to stay where it was. It seemed to be anchored to various points in his body, and I was unable to simply sever the connection just by crudely pulling on it. "Shit, shit, shit!" I muttered, even though the sounds of my voice were overwhelmed by his agonized screaming. I flexed my arm and pulled him in, quickly attempting to choke him out. It was supremely difficult to do while he was thrashing around, but I got it done. His voice finally faltered and gave out. For a brief second, I tried looking into him and seeing where the lay was resisting me. If I could figure that out, I probably could actually pull off a swift and silent kill like I'd wanted. I did not have time for that, though. The town had very obviously been alerted by this man's screams. Bells and shouts rang out from inside the walls. Vera appeared beside me, seemingly coalescing from the shadows.
"What the fuck was that?"
she hissed. "It didn't work like I thought it would." A wild and high-pitched laugh escaped her lips.
You don't say!
I do say. Looks like we're in for a fight. You want to pick them off in the woods for a little while? Then we can go into town and finish it. She gazed down at her sword.
Sounds good to me.
Just don't engage any humans, all right? Leave them to me. Hopefully there would only be one. Hopefully. Vera planted her sword in the sentry's throat. We separated and ran into the trees. The Druza came swiftly, pouring out of the city gates. There were many more of them than there had been at Vera's village. I hid in the shadow of a tree for a while, letting them find the corpse and start fanning out before I started. In lieu of trying anything else new, I went for the one thing I knew I could do and made earthen spikes to impale anyone who got close enough to me. As hidden as I was, combined with the range of my power, I took down no less than 6 Druza before anyone got anywhere close to me. It was fun, in a way. I was a hunter, and they were my prey, and they were severely outclassed. My spikes erupted from the ground instantly, with little sound, and were deadly. It also turned out that my aim was rapidly improving. Add in the fact that I could conjure them from anywhere, and the situation became almost cruel. These bastards didn't stand a chance. I felt more than heard Vera's Leyline activating somewhere close by. Her kills were either completely silent or accompanied by panicked, if very short, screams. It depended on whether she came upon her foes alone or in a group. The forest was an abattoir. After enough of the Druza went down, the rest got the picture and retreated back inside the city gates, screaming for their lives, yelling about countless hidden foes. Vera and I met up once they'd all turned tail and ran. "I see your new Leyline is still working well." She ran a hand along the blade of her sword, which didn't have a drop of blood on it. She hadn't needed to actually make contact with it a single time.
Father told me a lot of stories that involved him getting out of seemingly impossible situations. I thought they were exaggerations, but if he had these the whole time, well, maybe they weren't.
A voice boomed out from inside of the city, magnified by some Leyline by the sound of it. "Interloper! Show yourself, coward!" Interloper? Were these masters solely recruiting people who like cheesy movie dialogue? Well, looks like they're expecting us now. She smirked.
We're not walking through the front gates, though, right?
Nope. The city's perimeter wall was made of cut stone blocks, but they weren't worked in the same way metal was, so the lay passing through them was as easily manipulatable as it had always been with the earth. I carved a little door for us. Snapping the stone into pieces took no more effort than making an earthen spike did. Speaking of which, before I opened my little door, which involved levitating the wedge out of the wall, I poured a huge mass of earth over myself, mirroring my armor with it.
Danik, what are you doing?
I'm assuming this nicer, larger city isn't all dirt roads, is it?
Well, no.
I can't assume I'll be able to conjure spikes at will, and I can't yet reliably burn people to death or slice them to ribbons like your sword. I'll be able to throw stones, but other than that, I'm taking some insurance. Besides, it doesn't even weigh me down and will probably absorb a few hits. She shook her head.
I'm still in awe.
I leaned in and gave her a quick kiss. Hold on to that feeling for later. She blushed, of course, even though it was difficult to see. We slipped in and replaced the stone. It fit so well you couldn't even see the lines I'd made in it, even if you were looking for them, which I was. "Show yourself, coward!" the voice boomed overhead. I whispered to Vera, "Is there a Leyline that can do that?"
Yes, but I'd be surprised if there was one here. They're for big events in big places.
Probably doing it with his lay then. Something else I'll have to figure out. The streets were empty, nothing but smooth stone and shadows from the street lamps, which were much nicer and evenly spaced than they'd been in Vera's home. I did notice, however, that the light they gave off liked to flicker. Looks like the master lace in here is corrupted as well. We crept along the streets in perfect silence, my magic muting any sounds our movement might have made. The buildings were much larger and mostly made of stone with wooden accents. They did, however, still boast a lot more personality than the buildings I was used to. They stood mostly 3 to 4 stories tall and were pressed close together, the alleyways little more than lightless hallways in the night. The streets wound in all directions, and there wasn't a line of sight from the outer wall to anything deep inside, so I couldn't get a sense of how large the place actually was. The first soldiers we came across were standing in the middle of a road, facing towards the city's main gate. They think we're just going to come in that way. I nodded to Vera. She could handle this. With nothing but determination in her eyes, she crept up behind the 2 Druza, 1 man and 1 woman. I muffled her footsteps along the way. Her sword flashed in the moonlight. The lay lashed out. Those poor bastards were dead before they hit the ground. Well, before all the pieces of them hit the ground. Their armor, flesh, and bones provided no resistance against Vera's attack. The lay whipped the wind into an impossibly fast torrent multiple times over. It sliced cleanly through anything in its way. This time, I'd had a chance to watch and try to understand what was happening. The 3 Leyline worked in a cascading chain, the lay bouncing around between them, and each time it made contact and was thrust out again, it did so exponentially more powerfully. This all happened in less than a second. Still, I tried to replicate the barest piece of it, slashing into a nearby building with a wisp of air. It didn't do anything. I tried a few more times, refining my technique each time. It made a tiny scratch in a piece of wood. Success! I'd have to build on that later. Vera came back with a quizzical expression. I'll explain later. Nice skills.
Thanks,
she said, gazing back at her handiwork with a mixture of pride and revulsion. Her sword work did leave some off-putting corpses. I shook my head. On to the next. The booming voice was still taunting me after we dispatched a few more guards. Some we came up on from behind like the first, some we blundered into and had to quickly silence before they could raise an alarm. Vera's sword and my floating earthen darts were effective for the speedy kills we needed. I know you're out there, the voice boomed down from on high. It belonged to a man, and his accent was similar to my own. I know you're killing my people. I'm sure you think yourself clever. I did.
It doesn't matter how many of my people you kill, you won't make it out of here alive.
It doesn't matter, huh? The muffling sound was one thing. Amplifying it seemed a lot more complicated. But horns were horns, right? The noise goes into the small end and comes out of the big end. I whipped a whirling funnel of air into existence in front of me, facing upwards. You hear that? Kinda quiet. I adjusted the magic. You hear that? I'm doing it. My voice was projected over the rooftops. I couldn't really tell from where I was if I was matching our enemy's skill, but enough would hear me. Hear that, Druza? He doesn't care how many of you I kill, and I'm going to kill you all if you stay here. Just look at what I've already done. Do the rest of you want to end up as a pile of bloody chunks? No need to tell them there were two of us here. The commander, or whatever he was styling himself, didn't reply, probably because he knew I'd just caught him out. Let's keep going. I gave Vera a big smile. They'll break soon enough. We kept it up, choosing winding and unexpected routes through the city, bypassing some patrols we came across so there wasn't an obvious trail of death to follow. Soon enough, my plan started to work. We caught sight of groups of Druza heading out of the city, some running like we were hot on their tails, some stealing furtive glances at every shadow, convinced we were going to spring from it. Wonderful.
Get back here, you cowards! I, Lord Steve, command it! All who run shall receive far worse punishment when I find you than you will at the hands of this worthless interloper!
Steve? Really? Vera cocked her head at me. Oh, it's a very common name. Guy came to a magical land and just kept his old, boring Earth name. Her eyes got a little wider.
And you did not?
Oh, right. Well, now's not really the time, but my name was Dan. Just Dan. It's short for Daniel, another common Earth name.
Huh.
She curled a lip.
I like Danik a lot more.
Me too. Let's keep it that way.
You got it, Daniel.
She snickered while I scowled at her. Let's get going.
Cowards! All of you!
There was little resistance as we started to head into the center of the city, near where Steve's booming voice was emanating. We found him standing in the city square, which was much larger than the villages. A large Praetorian guard flanked him on all sides. Some of them had either stayed loyal or believed his threats. He himself was covered in armor almost exactly like mine, except he had a helm that covered his face. Hey, I whispered, I'm gonna head out there. I want you to stay hidden. Vera bristled, her mouth working wordlessly. Not because I think you can't do it. I want you to hang back in case we need a surprise attack. They don't even know you're here. They think it's just me.
Oh,
she said, seemingly mollified.
I suppose that's a good strategy.
She wanted to rush in there with me, figurative guns a-blazing. I gave her a quick kiss on the cheek before I calmly walked out from our little alleyway and into the well-lit square. A little anxiety blossomed in my chest. I had no idea how powerful this guy was. His guards were essentially worthless against me, but he might know a lot of things I didn't. Best to toy with him a little. Hey, Lord Shitass! All heads turned towards me.
Ah, the interloper!
Fuck, man, stop saying that! Guys named Steve don't say shit like that!
How dare...
He stopped and shook his head. I could feel the ley around him dissipating.
How dare you come in here and presume to speak to me this way? You think you can receive the Master's boon and then turn your back on them?
He thinks I'm one of them because I'm wearing Eric's armor. Who cares how I speak to you? I'm here to kill you, and I've never met these supposed masters. I took this plate from another arsehole like you.
Never. Impossible. The Master's control is absolute. There are no strays.
So what's your plan anyway, Steve? You're here to siphon off the defiled ley, aren't you? To what end? Do you even know? Or are you just doing what you're told? Is Lord Steve high enough that he hears the real plans? He fumed at my words, his fists clenching. It was clear he had wanted to run at me, but he restrained himself.
Kill him, and be done with it!
He stepped back and motioned for his soldiers to charge me, which they did. As expected, they were of little consequence. I formed an array of earthen darts, and while I stood perfectly still, I launched them into the group. It was a lot trickier than slamming one into an unmoving target. I didn't get a lot of insta-kill headshots, but I wounded them all the same, the wave of Druza faltering as they came. Steve raised his hands, and I felt the ley flowing out from him. It swept over the battle, and every single one of the Druza I'd injured but not killed stood right back up, fully healed by the looks of it. "Oh shit," I muttered. I leapt back with the help of the ley, dancing far beyond the reach of the Druza's weapons. As they came, I felt the power in the stones under their feet, and I sent waves of ley through them. The stone broke and shattered, pieces of it flying up in a shower of projectiles. It didn't kill more than one or two, but they didn't have flat ground to fight on anymore. Steve slowly walked towards us, his ley issuing out again, healing any injuries I caused. I could feel the power of his ley. I didn't know how much of his strength he was using, but it felt small in comparison to mine. If I could just get this bastard alone. It was a battle of attrition after that. I shattered stone, threw out my darts, and pulled them back again and again, and kept moving, finally getting a little more control over my levitation. It wasn't quite good enough for me to think of it as that, but I was able to leap across entire sections of the square, and nearly to the roofs of some lower buildings. It was exhilarating, and just like a dream. Well, a dream coupled with a bit of a nightmare, since I was fighting a huge group of people that wanted nothing more than to kill me. They weren't doing great, though. A few of the Druza had crossbows, but between the shower of stone that I kept up and my constant movement, they struggled to hit anywhere near me. 2 bolts did find their target, but they were glancing blows that my armor easily shrugged off. I didn't think the armor I was aware of could shrug off crossbow bolts, so it seemed that ley-forged armor was better than Earth's. Steve healed his minions as best he could. He couldn't resurrect them, though. Once they went down, they were down. I picked off about half of his guard before they too broke and started to run. They'd been struggling to get anywhere close to me, as I'd been flinging myself around with only slightly reckless abandon. They didn't go down quickly, but between the bullet hell that I was putting them through, they eventually caught a lethal blow. I made a mental note of it being a very useful strategy, especially against groups.
No! Get back here!
He didn't need the voice amplification thing. They could hear him fine.
I command it!
They didn't care. The burgeoning fear in Steve's voice was satisfying to hear. Suddenly, it was just us, alone in the square. Chapter 17. I could see faces poking out from many windows now that I had a chance to look. I hadn't seen a single friendly person since Vera and I had snuck into the city. It looked like they'd all been cowed into staying inside.
Fine!
Steve screamed. He flailed his arms like a petulant 4-year-old.
I'll kill you myself! I'll flay those cowards alive, and then I'll get better peons!
He didn't seem to be talking directly to me. After his little tantrum was over, he attacked. I felt his ley coming straight at me. I didn't know what he was planning on doing, but I got the impression he was trying to kill me the way I'd messily attempted to kill the sentry outside. He wasn't manipulating anything. His power itself was headed directly at me. I batted it away. He growled loudly in frustration. With a wordless yell, the power swirled in front of him in a complicated pattern. I had no idea what he was doing. A fireball appeared in thin air. It is possible! It hovered in the air for a moment before a wave of ley crashed into it, sending it straight at my face. He had good aim. I batted it away. It slammed into the ruined ground and dissipated. It was easy. He was more powerful than Eric had been, but in terms of raw strength, he didn't hold a candle to me either. I raised my arms and sent a tornado of broken stone at him. I almost thought it would be the end of it. I blinked, and he was gone. The fuck? In a moment of panicked inspiration, I sent out a thin wave of power in all directions, feeling the energy that it crashed against, kind of like echolocation. Funnily enough, it worked. Really well. Steve's ley was noticeably different from the latent power all around us. He was behind me. I cried out as I felt his power coalesce behind my back, and I flailed a little wildly, pushing off whatever I could to move myself as fast as possible. The air itself whipped into motion where I'd just been, like Vera's lacing. Well, like it, not nearly as powerful as it. Still would have probably killed me, though. By the time I'd found my footing and righted myself, Steve was gone. The square was empty except for broken stone and battered corpses. I tried my echolocation trick again, but came up with nothing. "Now who's the coward?" I yelled. No reply. I floated around the square, using the ley to hover a little off the ground. I was kind of okay at it. I wouldn't be relying on it while attacking, but it was good for avoiding a twisted ankle. I felt, more than heard, Steve appear behind me. He was fast. If I didn't know better, I'd have almost thought he was teleporting, but I could feel the trails of his energy. He tried to slice me up again, but I avoided it, slinging rocks in his direction. I couldn't really aim while dodging. I heard the stone smash into the building behind where he'd been. This little farce went on for longer than I would later admit. I just couldn't pin him down. His attacks came out of nowhere, only narrowly missing me each time. Since he was so quick and hid after each assault, there was little I could realistically do. I was stronger than him by a lot, but he was faster and better at controlling the ley than I was. Unless I thought of something, he'd eventually get a lucky shot in. My healing powers were still of dubious use, especially in active combat, while his were not. I wasn't going to finish him with a glancing blow. Hell, I could probably skewer him and he wouldn't go down, judging by how deftly he'd mended his minions. A gleam caught my eye on top of the master lacing. When an opportunity arose, I gazed up. Vera was up there. We briefly locked eyes before I had to dash away from another sneak attack. Okay, we've got one really good shot at this. If we fuck it up, he's probably going to kill Vera faster than I can do anything about it. My breathing slowed, and I focused on the newly formed plan in my head. I danced out of the way of the attacks when they came, slowly working my way to the base of the master lacing. Eventually, I had my back to it. Steve was fast and skilled, but he'd been very consistently appearing behind me instead of mixing it up. All he had to do was do it one more time. He did. I felt his power coalesce again. With a pained cry of, "Oh, fuck!" I threw myself awkwardly to the side and rolled on the ground. In a calculated but very risky move, I'd let his slicing winds graze my back. I'd moved some of the earth I was wearing to my back, hardening it to take the blow. The ley whipped against me, shearing away the earth and sliding across my armor, and while it was a brutal attack, the plate mail held. I didn't think it would have done so without my extra padding. As I'd hoped, Steve didn't zip away again, thinking he'd finally gotten the upper hand. All he needed to do was stay in one place for a few seconds. I tumbled down onto my back, looking up at his smug grin. He went for another attack, his lay coming straight for my unarmored face. My eyes rose to see Vera gliding down through the air, her sword in both hands, pointed down. She crashed into him, the point of her sword slamming against his plate mail. It looked like it had penetrated, but only an inch or two. That was irrelevant, though. In that split second, Steve was about to dash away, leaving Vera behind. The lay that had been holding him aloft surged into motion, but it was too late. Vera's lacing was faster. I saw it. I saw the look on his face. He knew what was happening. He'd been attacking with a similar ability and was familiar with it. Surely he could feel how much stronger the lacing was than his own assaults. The power surged, cascading and exploding outward. The lay sliced cleanly through his armor, flesh, and bones. The lacing sent the power out a little beyond the end of the blade in arcing slashes, so Steve's head, some of his arms, and his feet were left whole. The rest was not. Vera leapt away just as he was diced into chunks, and the power holding him up fizzled. She caught herself on one of the Master Lacing's tree branches and dangled there as we both watched the pieces of Lord Steve wetly hit the ground. Oh, shit! My strength failed, and I only had the wherewithal to find a less than jagged piece of stone to sit down on hard. Vera ran over to me, her steps light on the shattered ground.
Are you okay?
I smiled up at her. Yeah, I'm good. That was just... wow, that was pretty taxing. My hands were shaking a little now that the adrenaline was beginning to ebb. That was some quick thinking. I don't think I could have beat him without you. Her eyes were wide, and her jaw dropped a little.
Really?
I snorted. Yeah, you saw the battle. That bastard was slippery as shit. It was only a matter of time before he got lucky.
You were doing so well, though.
Is that what it looked like? That's good to hear. If I could have stood toe-to-toe with him, I'd have ground him into the dirt in no time at all. He wasn't nearly as powerful as I am, but I'll admit he had a lot of skill. And you know what? He gave me a lot to think about. But anyway, this isn't all about me. You saw the opening I gave you and exploited it flawlessly. We made a great team. And you know, I think you're going to be surpassing your father's stories in no time. With a self-conscious little laugh, she blushed hard and turned around.
Oh, Danik, don't make me cry right here. Someone might see.
I chuckled. Later then. Now, help me up. And where's the tavern around here? You have taverns, right? I'm going to need a beer after this shit. After she sheathed her sword, she pulled me up to stand. She giggled and said,
Yes, we have taverns and beer.
She glanced out across the square to where people were just beginning to open a few doors and wander out.
We can get a few after we deal with whatever happens now.
With a curled lip, she added,
You can do most of the talking, or all of it.
True to her word, Vera stood stoically beside me and barely said a word. At first, random people peeked out at us from behind cracked doors, but eventually a few started to wander out. Once a couple had done so, the dam broke. There was a crowd in no time. Still, no one wanted to talk to me, and I was content to stand there with my chest out, waiting for someone with authority to show up. Chatting with the locals wasn't going to do any good, I thought. A matronly woman came forward, tutting her way through the throng, sometimes rapping people with her cane as she went. What the fuck? She's a cat girl. Well, cat old woman, I guess. I'd been insanely wrapped up in my own thoughts about the battle and whatever was coming next that I hadn't even looked around at the people that had gathered. They were all cat people. Were these the Saldani that Vera had mentioned? Probably. I'd just assumed they'd all be Dollari, since that was all I'd seen besides the Druza, and my battle-harried mind had filled in the details for me. I blinked myself back to reality when the Saldani matron strode purposefully up to me. She had long white hair topped with furry white ears and a fluffy tail snaked around from the back of her long dark robes. Her skin was lightly wrinkled, but her back was straight.
"Greetings,"
she said, while her eyes bored into my soul. There was a wariness about her, a cautionary fear that sat in her narrowed eyes. That was to be expected, though. From her perspective, I looked exactly like the late Lord Steve. I was wearing the same armor, had the same powers, and was human. But I'd killed him, so it looked like she was going to give me the benefit of the doubt. "Greetings," I replied, giving her my most charming smile. "My name is Danik. No title. I'm sure you have many questions."
"That,"
she said in a clipped tone,
"is an understatement. Can you promise me you're not here solely to supplant this so-called Steve?"
"Nope, I'm here to help, although I don't expect you to believe that straight away. Are you in charge here?"
"Yes, I am Magistrate Sooner. Might we adjourn to—"
"Someplace with beer, please?" Her mouth hung open from whatever she was about to say. There was an awkward pause while her brain caught up with what I'd just interrupted her to say. She licked her lips and said,
"That can be arranged."
Chapter 18. We ended up in the lobby of a large and nearby hotel. The people working there scrambled to serve us when they saw us coming in. I couldn't even imagine what in the world they were thinking. We were given a large sitting room off the main foyer. The doors were tightly shut. Suna was accompanied by a few burly men that I hadn't noticed following her until we were headed out of the city square. Before we went inside the room, she had a few terse conversations with various people, all of whom ran to obey her orders. Vera stayed right by my side, and no one said a word to or about her, which she probably liked. The couches in the sitting room had hardly any give, which was a massive departure from my couch experience so far on Mirras. Once we were all sat down, I looked around and asked, "So, the beer?" Suna's eyes narrowed, but there was a tiny smile that was nothing more than the barest upturnings of the corner of her mouth.
"It's on its way."
Oh, good. I hoped that meant with alacrity. So, where would you like me to start? Or would you like to field some questions from me first? Suna wasn't accustomed to being addressed so casually, and I could almost see the mental gears shifting as she struggled to reply.
"If it's all the same to you, Danik, I would like to ask my questions first."
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
Perhaps this is an indelicate question, but—
Ask anything you like. I'm not going to be offended.
All right. As you wish.
I could see her mask of composure and politeness slip a little, which was for the best.
What are you?
Straight to the point. Excellent. I'm a human. We're not native to Mirras.
Not native?
Nope. I and the late Lord Steve are from a place called Earth. I was pulled here against my will. I assume he was as well.
You assume?
Yep. Never saw the bastard before today.
You had no dealings with him before now?
Nope, and let me answer some of your questions before you need to ask them. I'm not working for the same people that Steve was. I've never met them. I killed one other human who was assaulting my friend Vera's village, and he spoke of masters. I don't know, however, what that means or who they are. Suna looked like she was a bit dumbfounded by this statement, so I gave her a very brief rundown of my time on Mirras, excluding most of the personal things between me and Vera. I didn't know if she was going to buy any of it, but I laid it all out there anyway. Silence descended on the room after my tale, while Suna tried to make sense of what I'd said. Her eyes were dancing around, while the thoughts were likely exploding in her head. Thankfully, there was a knock on the doors. "Come in," I said. It was probably the beer, and I wasn't going to wait. A young Saldani woman came in with a tray loaded down with 5 tall glasses, 4 of which were amber-coloured. Suna had asked for water, but allowed her guards to indulge. I thanked the young woman and downed half the glass before she'd served everyone else. "I'll be needing another when you can." With a bright smile, she nodded and sped out of the room. Vera, I was pleased to see, wasn't shy about slugging a decent portion of the glass back. The battle must have been trying on her as well. Suna sipped her water and set it down on a small table by her couch.
You truly know nothing of the other humans?
Nothing except the 2 I fought were more than willing to throw in with whoever these masters are, and that they both had powers like mine, had given themselves puffed-up titles, and were likely here to collect the defiled ley from your master Leyline.
The... what?
I shared a small glance with Vera. Ah, right, that's a fairy tale to scare children or something, right? So here's the deal. I went on to explain that part of the story as well, which was, by the look of it, even harder to swallow than the whole humans are from another world thing. Suna's composure completely broke by the end of that tale. She leaned and slid back on the couch.
Danik, I'm at a loss here. There are things I expected you to know that you don't. And there are these other wild things you do know that I'd never even have fathomed. Answer me just this one question, then. Why did you come here?
I cleansed the Master Leyline in Vera's hometown. The mayor there had had word that similar problems were befalling this city, so I came to help. And no, it's not completely out of altruism, although I'm glad to help. I need to find out who called me here, and why I didn't end up in thrall to the Masters when it seems like all the other humans did. She laughed mirthlessly.
Well, I'm afraid I can't answer any of those questions. I thought this meeting would be somewhat elucidating, but I find myself with more questions than answers. There is something you should know, though. Lord Steve was legitimately sent here on the authority of the Saldani crown. That is beyond doubt.
Ah, yes, as was the other human I killed. I winced. That's going to cause problems, isn't it? Suna shook her head.
Yes. I couldn't hazard a guess as to whether these problems will be better or worse than what was already happening here. Steve and his people made many wild and nonsensical demands of us. We hardly knew why they'd come. But if this story about the defiled ley is indeed true, then some things make more sense.
I explained about the black ley boxes and suggested that Suna's people search the Druz's corpses for them. I'm still willing to purify your Master Leyline. That's why I came here in the first place. Suna shook her head.
I don't think that will be worth it.
No? I finished my beer and furtively stole a few glances at the door, hoping the next one would be arriving soon. With a huge sigh, Suna continued.
It seems it's my turn to tell you what we know. Our situation is hardly unique. Settlements all across the territory have been having similar troubles for some time now, the ones closer to the capital having it worse. No one knew it was defiled ley, which I still struggle to believe. It does make a certain amount of sense, though. But the instability of our Master Leyline must be a symptom and not a cause. I'm not sure cleansing it, if you actually can do such a thing, would be a worthwhile or even permanent solution. Based on what we've just discussed, the defiled ley must be seeping into the land from somewhere to the north. Likely the capital itself.
I turned to Vera. Perhaps that's where the masters are.
I don't know, Danik.
Her voice was soft and her eyes were downcast.
We need to also consider the Druza's presence.
That's true. I'm reminded of something Riss mentioned. Is it possible the king is corrupt and complicit with all this shit? It turned out that this was something that was not said aloud in polite company, since everyone in the room recoiled at my words. I stared them all down and said, "What? Makes sense, doesn't it? The source of the defiled ley might be the capital itself, and there are roving bands of hostile Druza in places like Vera's tiny-ass village. Could all this be happening if the upper echelons of power in this kingdom were doing what they should be doing? And are we going to ignore the fact that Steve was here on the Crown's authority? Made sense to me. I had no idea what sort of stupid mental gymnastics Suna and her people were doing to avoid the obvious. It offended the shit out of everyone else, though. Luckily, the doors opened again. Holy shit, I wish I had some money to tip this server with. She has such good timing. The second beer was just as good as the first one had been. I felt a little tension flowing out of my body as I gulped it down. During that little interlude, Suna had, by the looks of it, been giving my extremely gauche comments some thought. It looked like she was forcing every word out when she said,
"Your assessment of the situation does have its merits, Danik. Such a thing hasn't happened since the founding of the monarchy, though. While the Crown has had its share of minor and moderate scandals, it has largely acted in the best interests of the citizenry. I will admit that I want to believe you are wrong. Surely there must be a more reasonable explanation. These humans were actually here for a righteous cause, even if they themselves were..."
She chuckled to herself.
"They were nothing more than little tyrants. As I said, we're not alone in our predicaments. There have been humans in other places as well, doing who knows what, besides making endless demands."
You know of other humans?
Now that I know that word, yes. Reports of people like you have been filtering in. No one's been able to make any sense of it. There has been a lot of speculation, but, as I said before, no one knew their true purpose. I wanted to believe they were here to investigate and solve the problems with the unstable ley. We thought these new people, an exotic race like the Yezendi and their unheard-of powers, would be central in the solution.
She shook her head and fell silent. "Well," I said, "I don't think anyone's first thought would be that there's a massive conspiracy involving the Crown, fairy tale magic, and people from another world." She smirked.
"You're right, as little as it does to make me feel less foolish. Perhaps I can suggest a course of action for the present, though. Lord Steve has taken the most lavish rooms in this very hotel. Even though I think it could be construed as a violation against the Crown itself, we should search his possessions."
"Sounds good to me. Getting out of this room will be pretty nice, too." Much to my surprise, there were elevators. They were Leyline, of course, but they functioned the same way. Vera had once mentioned that we'd be seeing some wild things as we left the wilderness, and I'd sold her short. Suna's authority got us right into the penthouse suite, which had 3 large rooms and a balcony that overlooked the Master Leyline and the partially ruined city square. Her guards, Vera and I started randomly pawing through Steve's things. I'd almost assumed we'd find a detailed list of Steve's orders or something else equally damning. In my daydreams on the way up, we were going to find a black book with an evil symbol on it, and inside would be simple instructions for Steve to follow. Go to the city, siphon dark energy, Question mark, question mark, question mark. Profit. Vera poked her head from her inspection of the underside of the bed.
What is it? Find something?
No, just thinking, why the defiled ley in the first place? Why is it seeping through the land itself to be harvested in places like this? And what are they, whoever they are, even going to do with it? What can you do with it? She sat down on the bed and giggled.
Who knows? No one even thought the defiled ley was real. I can tell you some children's stories if you want.
Actually, I said, sitting down beside her, there might be more merit in that than you think. What do these stories say people do with the ley? Wasn't there an evil empire or something now? She pulled her legs up and crossed them, resting her chin on her hands.
Yeah, there was. No idea if it was real. Anyway, the story said that the defiled ley was used to make powerful weapons, or in some versions it twisted people into monsters.
What kind of weapons?
You know, it's hardly ever said, as far as I know. The monster ones are a lot more prevalent. I can only think of one that involved one that was described, and it was a sword that cut your soul into pieces instead of your body.
Interesting. That's the only one?
That I can remember, yeah.
Fair enough. The monster ones, then?
Depends on the story. Sometimes it's the most awful, grotesque things you can imagine, and other times it's people that make themselves huge and strong. They mostly bash things, though. I don't think there's any stories about magic like yours, defiled or not.
Well, shit. I guess there's not much help there.
I'm afraid not.
I surveyed the rooms, and Suna and her guards were across the penthouse, out of our sight. I slipped my arm behind Vera and turned into her. With a small gasp of surprise, she went with it, leaning back to lay on the bed. I pressed my lips to hers and closed my eyes. My hands wandered down her body, slipping into the small gaps in her leather armor. Her skin was softer than anyone I'd ever been with. She reached up and slipped her hands around my neck, pulling me in tighter as she parted her lips, our tongues pressing lightly together. I was wearing my plate mail still, and with her in her armor, it was the weirdest sensation. We didn't let any of that get in our way, though. She pulled away and whispered,
Hey, do you think they'll let us stay in these rooms? There was a hot tub in the bathroom that overlooked the square.
Oh shit, really? That sounds like a lot of fun. She giggled quietly and bit her lip, which drove me wild.
I've been thinking about...
Her cheeks were as crimson as they'd ever been.
Our first time.
Do go on.
I was kind of hoping it would be somewhere nicer than my tiny, messy house, and then I gave some thought to doing it in our little treetop camps, but that sounded like a bit of a nightmare.
Could be fun.
But for a first time, maybe not?
Penthouse hot tub suite do it for you, then? She bit her lip again.
Yeah.
Me too. I'll be sure to slip it into the conversation later. Surely they owe us for killing that bastard, right? Her expression soured.
And maybe inviting the wrath of the crown.
Well, yeah, sure, that, but they don't need to focus on that right now. The main thing is that my beautiful new girlfriend gets whatever she wants. She did land the killing blow in that harrowing battle, after all. I was about to go in for another kiss when I heard footsteps heading towards our door. The two of us bolted upright like we were teens who didn't want our parents to catch us. I caught her eye, and we smiled. It was a little hilarious. Suna appeared with a grave demeanor.
We've found something.
Inside a small chest in the sitting room, a pile of dark cubes emanated a profane power. I'm assuming no one else can feel those. I had no idea why I couldn't before. Now that I was here looking at them, the defiled ley threatened to make me sick. Perhaps the chest itself had been masking their aura. But if I was the only one who could sense them, why even make such a thing?
No.
Suna looked me up and down.
Do you have any idea what they might be?
Oh, I know exactly what they are. Pause for dramatic effect. They contain defiled ley that's been siphoned from your master Leyline. A very satisfying silence fell over the room.
To what end?
Suna asked. That I wish I knew. After we stared uselessly at them for some time, we resumed the search, but there was nothing else of any substance to be found. I reluctantly gave up hope of finding an incriminating journal with explicit evil instructions. Suna was clearly out of her league. I had to admit that I rather was as well. I wasn't floundering like her, but the enormity of the situation had grown since we'd arrived. With my charming smile, I did my best to reassure Suna. Vera and I will get to the bottom of this. I can only imagine how this must all seem, so much thrust upon you at once. That's something I can heavily relate with. If you could see your way to giving us these rooms for an evening or two, we'll continue to search through Steve's things and see if we can't find a few more scraps of evidence. And we'll decide what to do with... I glanced over at the now closed chest. The artifacts. And if you could do me a big favor, could you have someone retrieve our gear from outside the gates? Suna seemed relieved to have someone else calling the shots, and readily agreed, leaving Vera and me alone in the rooms. Chapter 19. I returned to find her leaning back on the bed with lidded eyes. And here we are, I said with a grin.
And here we are.
She slowly got up and ran a hand down my chest.
Maybe we get out of this armor first, huh?
We started with mine, and while it wasn't a two-person job, we made it one. Her eyes drifted up and down my body as we removed the plate mail piece by piece. When it was her turn, I made sure to slip my hands underneath at every opportunity, feeling her incredibly smooth skin, eliciting soft gasps and making her bite her lip as she watched and faintly writhed under my touch. By the time we were both in just our normal clothes, a loud knock sounded at the door. Initially, I was rather cross that someone had the audacity to interrupt us, but it turned out to be nothing more than one of Suna's guards with both of our backpacks, much sooner than expected. I thanked him and closed the door. Just as I was about to throw the packs down, Vera rushed over and grabbed hers from my hands.
Just give me a minute, okay?
Whatever you want. She disappeared into the bathroom and shut the door, making no sounds once she was inside. I hadn't the faintest idea what was happening. In a very pleasant and surprising turn of events, she opened the door, revealing a tight, skimpy purple bikini that left nothing at all to the imagination. She twirled for me, showing off the bottoms, a tiny thong that disappeared between her round cheeks. Her eyes were locked on mine as she raised her arms and leaned back against the door, pushing out her big, round boobs that the minuscule cloth strained to hold. Once I'd picked my jaw up off the floor, I walked over to her, intending to slide my hands around her sides, but she grabbed them and pressed them against her breasts instead. "So," I asked with a gleam in my eye, "you packed this bikini for our trip?" With a giggle, she said,
It's not like it took up a lot of room.
Gazing down at her flawless body, I replied, "No, it sure didn't." I pulled her close and kissed her, pressing my tongue between her lips. The blood rushed in my veins now that we were finally alone and doing this. She squirmed against me, pressing her tongue fiercely against mine, soft little moans sounding in her throat. Her hands glided across my chest before they started to descend. With deft skills, she undid my belt and unzipped my pants. When her fingers slipped around my rapidly hardening cock, she pulled away from our kiss. Her eyes flicked down to my cock, up to me, and back down.
Danik.
Oh, too small for your liking, I said with a wry grin. She snorted and covered her mouth.
No, it is not.
Her hands started up and down my length as the trademark colour came to her cheeks. Bigger than Geron's, then. She threw her head back and laughed.
You could say that.
Her eyes were still firmly locked on it.
I think he'd die of embarrassment to be standing next to you now.
I chuckled. As amusing as that mental image is, I'm pretty glad he's not here.
Me too.
Her tongue was swiftly against mine again as she wrapped a leg around my waist. She ground herself against me, her soft moans getting louder as she went. I picked her up, my hands supporting her round ass, and I pressed her against the wall as we kissed. She broke away, panting.
As much as I want you in me right this second, maybe, a bath is in order?
I had politely not mentioned the after-battle state of either of us, but it was at the back of my mind too. Yeah, that might be a good idea. After we got the water running, I let her strip off the rest of my clothes. Her eyes alternated between mine and my very hard cock. We both wanted nothing more than for it to be in her mouth, but I didn't blame her for a second for waiting until after, or much more likely during, the bath. We rummaged around in the cabinets and found some fancy soaps and bath oils, the latter of which we liberally poured into the running water. Here, let me help you out of that armour. I slowly undid the knot at the back of her bra and slid her panties down to the floor. At her urging, I untied her long braid and smoothed out her bright blue hair. You know, where I come from, no one has blue hair. Not naturally, anyway. I just love yours. Her fingers slipped through mine.
No one here has brown hair. Is it common on Earth?
Extremely, I said with a laugh. The tub was about half full, but that was good enough. It sat in the middle of the room and was encased with a smooth wooden deck that had steps on both sides and places for towels and probably glasses of champagne. More than large enough for two, we sat easily on its sloping sides. Her lips were on mine and her hands were instantly back around my cock. I wrapped one arm around her and slowly worked my way up with the other. I caressed her stomach and slid up over her breasts, lightly pinching her hard nipples as I went. Groping blindly, she found a bar of soap that we'd set on the edge of the tub. With our lips still firmly pressed together, she started running it over my skin. A moment later, she pulled back and giggled again.
That's not working so well.
We took a few minutes to get a couple of washcloths and bathe each other, and the tub was finally almost full. When we were done and rinsed, she motioned for me to get up and sit on the edge of the tub, which I did. We locked eyes again as her tongue slowly glided up my shaft, and I faintly shuddered and loudly groaned as she wrapped her lips around my cock. Her tongue danced around the head while her hand slid up and down my length. Her other hand slipped down between her legs, eliciting a moan while I was still in her mouth. I leaned back on my hands, reveling in the moment. Her blue hair fanned out along her wet arse as she was bent over in front of me. I reached down and cupped her boobs, sliding across and pinching her nipples. Her breath came faster, and her eyes were lidded while she sucked and licked up and down my cock. A moment later, she pulled away and breathlessly said,
I need you in me right now. Right fucking now.
Turn around. She did, giving me a clear view of her taut, round ass poking out of the water. With one hand on her cheek, I guided myself between her lips. I'd just gotten my head inside when her whole body shuddered and an involuntary whimper passed her lips. I slid inside a little more, feeling how intensely tight she was.
Oh, fuck,
she muttered. I took it slow, pushing a little more inside her at a time, stretching her out as I went. She felt amazing, wrapped so tightly around my cock, the heat and wetness of her body driving me wild. It took a little while, but I finally slid inside her. She turned to look at me with wide eyes and mouthed the words,
"Oh, fuck,"
again. Her head lowered down to her crossed arms on the side of the bath.
"Do it. Fuck me."
I slid nearly out and in a few slow times before I began to speed up. The sight of her bouncing ass and her tight pussy gripping my cock was intoxicating. I could barely control myself as I pounded into her harder and faster. I glanced up, making sure I wasn't doing too much, but she just moaned louder as I did. I slid a hand up her wet skin and coiled her hair in my hand. I lightly pulled back, continuing to pound into her. Her hands gripped the side of the tub, and she whimpered,
"I'm not going to last long with you inside me. Keep going."
as if I was going to stop. Soon after, her moans turned into screams as she came, her body shuddering and sending ripples out into the tub. I smiled at the thought of everyone on this floor, and probably the one below, hearing her come. When I thought she was coming down from it, her hand slid between her legs.
"Don't stop! Oh, don't stop! I'm going to come again!"
I held onto her waist as she exploded on my cock again, screaming just as loud the second time. Her screams, the sight of her wet body, and her tight lips around me were way too much. I couldn't hold on any longer, and I didn't want to. "Where do you want it?"
In me. I want to feel you come inside me."
I groaned loudly as I erupted deep inside her body, shooting her full of what felt like the biggest load of my life.
"Oh, fuck!"
Her legs shook as I finally shot the last of what I had. I leaned down and pulled her in close, wrapping my arms around her and pressing my face into the back of her neck. We stayed that way for a few moments, getting our breathing and swiftly pumping blood under control. I pulled slowly out of her and sat back down in the tub. With one final, quiet,
"Oh, fuck,"
she slipped into the water, her head resting on her arms on the side of the bath. We'd gotten water everywhere. I'd barely even noticed at the time, but we must have sloshed a good quarter of the bath over the sides where it pooled on the floor. We grinned at each other like idiots.
"You, think they heard me?"
she asked. My eyebrows climbed high on my head. "I think the entire hotel, if not the entire block, probably heard you." She gave me a devilish grin and said,
"Good."
I smiled back. Still soaking wet, we got out of the bath and raided a side cabinet for a stack of towels, which we used to mop up the floor. Vera did her best on her shaky legs. We hung them on a few towel racks and left some dry ones underneath to catch the water dripping off. After exchanging a silent glance, we tacitly drained the tub and immediately refilled it, pouring in just as much, if not even more, of the fragrant bath oils. After all, we weren't paying for them. We ran the water a little cooler than before, sinking into it with a sigh. I leaned back, and Vera snuggled in close and pressed her lips to mine again. With much less ferocity than before, we kissed while the water filled up again. When she broke away, I smirked and asked, "So, was it good for you?" She nestled her face into my neck and said,
You could say that. You might even say that it was by far and away the best sex I've ever had. What about you?"
I might have to agree with you there. I ran my hands up and down her smooth body, gently cupping her breasts and trailing down her legs. She returned the gesture, her hands exploring my body under the water. Our lips met again, and my blood started to pound once more. Her hand slipped down to my hardening cock. She trailed up and down my length and pulled away from my lips.
Danik, are you, ready to go again?
I could be convinced. She shied away, her hand unconsciously trailing down between her legs.
Oh, I don't know about that.
She laughed softly.
I don't think I could handle you again right now.
No?
After having the two most mind-blowing orgasms of my life back to back, I need a little bit.
I ran my hand along her cheek. I'll take a rain check then. I explained what that was. For probably the better part of an hour, we sat in silence in the bath, holding each other and enjoying the quiet company. It was a little sad to drain the bath. The sex and peaceful time after had been one of the best experiences of my life. We dried off, and Vera wandered out into the sitting area before I did. When I emerged from the bathroom, she was nowhere to be found. After a little searching, I found her, still completely naked, standing out on the balcony, looking out across the city. Despite being called a city, it was nothing in comparison to Earth's, at least in size. I could see the outer walls in all three directions. Still, this hotel was taller than most buildings, and gazing out from the penthouse suite felt just as opulent as a skyscraper would have back home. I came up behind her, reached down, and squeezed her taut ass. She turned with the biggest smile on her face. What?
Oh, well...
She shrugged.
Everything?
All that. She giggled.
Yeah, all that. If you told me a week ago that I'd now be out in the world, on an adventure, with the most sexy and exotic man I've ever seen, I simply wouldn't have believed you.
She turned and slipped her fingers around my cock again.
And that man was incredibly well endowed, and that he was into me, both figuratively and literally.
I returned her smile. I could say much the same. If you told me that I'd be standing here now, in another world entirely, with unimaginable magic power and a wildly hot and curvy elf babe, I wouldn't have believed a word of that either.
Elf?
I did my best to explain.
Huh.
She tilted her head.
I wonder if any Dollari have ever travelled to Earth then. Maybe that's why you have those folk tales.
Huh, I said as well. I don't know that I would have thought of that.
Either way, I'm so glad I met you. Whatever you think of Mirras, I'm glad you came here. Really,
she said, her cheeks colouring as she looked away.
You make me feel so good about myself. Aside from Rhys and Julius, everyone acted like I was... I don't even know how to say it. I always felt like an outsider. But I feel like I belong with you, and that's something I barely ever had. If it wasn't for Rhys, I'd say that I never have.
I scoffed. Forget about most of them. You're beautiful and talented, and I'm overjoyed you're here with me. You're right. It does feel like we belong together, and not just navigating this world, or in the bedroom, or tub, but it feels right to fight by your side. When I saw you on top of the city's Leyline, I knew what I had to do. I knew you'd see the moment when it came. I had complete faith in you. And I was right. With a tiny little sob, she wrapped her arms around my chest and hugged me tightly. I hugged her back, and after a moment, I tipped her chin up and kissed her. A cool breeze ran across our naked bodies as we stood on the balcony, the lights of the city spread out below us. She pulled slightly away and whispered,
Tell me I'm a capable warrior.
You are a capable warrior, and that makes you even sexier. She pressed her tongue into my mouth and her skin against mine. Her hands wandered down and began stroking my cock. Unsure of where exactly this was going, I cupped her ass with one hand and squeezed her breast with the other, rolling and pinching her hard nipple. She pulled my cock down between her legs and slid up and down my length with her wet lips. "I didn't think you were ready for round 2, I muttered with a smile.
That was then. Your warrior woman is ready now. I want to ride you."
She stepped away and started to pull me back into the room. I stopped her and motioned to one of the large chairs sitting on the balcony. They leaned back and were long enough to fully lie down on. "Why go in? It's such a nice night out here." She gave me another devilish smile and nodded. I laid down on the chair, and a second later, Vera was straddling me. I reached up and squeezed her boobs, licking her nipples while she ground her hips into my already rock-hard erection. She slid her lips across me again, but a moment later her hand slipped down and guided me inside. I rested my hands on her ass and let her press her boobs into my face, content to let her set the pace this time. She whimpered and moaned as she slid down onto me, pushing down little by little with each bounce, stretching out until I was deep inside her again. I reached around her neck and pulled her down, her breasts pressed firmly against my chest. My tongue danced with hers, our breaths coming fast as she wasted no time. With hardly any build-up, she was bouncing fast and hard on top of me. She raised up, her eyes half-lidded and her boobs bouncing wildly. I rested my arms behind my head, reveling in the sight of her body and the feel of her tightness around me. She was trying to keep a little quiet, but occasionally she'd throw her head back and moan loudly before catching herself and laughing. After a little while, she leaned over and put her hands on my shoulders, the look in her eyes saying that she was close. I grabbed her hips and began thrusting back into her, holding her gaze as she got closer and closer. Her eyes went wide, and between gasps,
"Oh, fuck, Danik! I can't stay quiet. I'm gonna have to scream."
I pounded her even harder. "Do it, Vera. Scream as loud as you can. I want everyone in the city to hear you come." Her legs started to shake, and she lowered down on top of me.
Oh, fuck, oh, fuck.
She politely turned her head away before she screamed at the top of her lungs. I leaned my head back and closed my eyes. I held her ass with both hands and kept thrusting hard into her, basking in the feeling and sounds of my hot elven girlfriend coming her brains out loud enough to wake the dead. "Fuck, Vera!" I gripped her ass tight as I exploded deep inside her again, shooting anything and everything I had left into her body. I groaned at the feeling of her slick tightness around me, her soft skin against mine, and the sounds of her continued gasps and moans. When I was done filling her up again, my whole body relaxed, and I started laughing. She did too, while she peppered my face and neck with kisses. "Round 3 in a few minutes?" I asked. She laughed harder.
No! You broke me this time. No more fucking for a while. And I hope you don't need me to help you fight anyone before morning.
Chapter 20. We were both exhausted after that. The bed had been used by the late Lord Steve, and neither of us wanted to get in it, so Vera showed me how to use a small communication lace-in to ask the hotel staff to come change it. I put on some pants and stayed in the sitting room to let them in, but Vera blushed extremely hard and made it clear she was going to be in the bathroom the whole time for reasons. She made some oblique references to the fact that she knew everyone in a huge radius had heard her screaming, and, while in the moment it was hot, it was now going to be a source of embarrassment until we left the city. I made a mental note to bang her soon after arriving at any new place to keep the feeling alive. The woman who knocked on the door was rosy-cheeked when I opened it, and she wasn't very good at hiding that she was looking at my chest when she stepped into the room. She was a cat girl, I couldn't help but notice, with black furred ears poking out from her long hair. A fluffy tail swished about behind her, snaking out from her uniform. Saldani, they were called. I probably shouldn't call them cat girls to their faces. When I showed her to the bedroom and explained the situation again, she nearly asked me a question, but stopped herself. She wanted to know where we'd been fucking if we hadn't been using the bed. But she didn't ask, so I didn't provide any details, thinking it a little more fun to let her guess. The bed was whipped into shape in no time. I fished some coins from our backpacks and handed her a tiny pile of them, not having any idea of their value. Judging by her slightly dropped jaw, I'd just tipped her very heavily. She didn't say a word about that either, just smiled, thanked me, and was on her way. I knocked at the bathroom. At Vera's call of,
Come in.
I opened it to find her in the tub yet again, the water halfway up the sides. She was leaning back with her arms on the edges. She smiled when I came in and looked down at her.
She knew, didn't she?
Oh, yeah. She closed her eyes and laughed softly.
Damn it. Oh well, worth it.
I sat on the edge and put my feet into the water, which was much cooler than we'd run it earlier. A comfortable silence descended on the room, and we sat listening to the water until it was nearly at the top. My eyes were heavy, and it was a struggle to keep them open. After the battle and all the sex, I was ready to fall asleep sitting right where I was. I shook my head and looked down at Vera, who'd already succumbed. I got out a clean washcloth and gave myself a quick once-over before I gently shook her awake. Hey, we might as well use that bed we had remade.
I guess.
She blinked herself awake enough to rinse off as well before draining the tub. We made a show of drying off, but we were both still a little damp as we wandered through the rooms and fell into bed, still naked. Sleep was nearly instantaneous. I had no idea how long had passed, but it was still the dead of night when I was shaken awake. I didn't open my eyes. Huh? I didn't even know what I'd been trying to say.
Danik!
Fuck, okay, shit. I tried to open my eyes, but they resisted. My entire body felt like it was made of concrete.
Something's happening.
The fear in Vera's voice jolted some life into me, and I somehow managed to sit up and crack my eyes open. Weird lights danced in my vision, too bright in the gloom. I raised a hand and asked, "What am I looking at?"
I don't know.
With a massive force of will, I compelled my body to act. I blinked what sleep I could away, finally seeing what was in front of me. Through the doors in the sitting room, odd lights danced in the air. The fuck? Belatedly, I heard low sounds accompanying them. My blood ran cold. Oh, fuck!
What is it?
Vera hissed. I paused for a moment, making sure I was seeing what I thought I was. Weird lights and sounds in the air, a strange darkness in the center. I gripped the sheets tightly, a strangled grunt emanating from my throat.
Danik!
It was the same. It was the anomaly that brought me here, or one just like it. I wrestled my fear under control. It's the same thing that brought me to Mirras.
What?
Vera pulled the sheets up over her body as if they would shield her from it.
What's it gonna do?
I don't know. Last time, when I got close, it sucked me in, bringing me here. A chill ran through my body. I didn't want to go back. Fuck that. I'm not going back. We need to get out of here, but we can't get close to that thing. Vera nodded. We started to slide slowly out of the bed on my side, heading towards the balcony doors. Whether it was our movement or not, the anomaly started to pulse. I reached out with my lei, wrapping it around Vera and myself, bracing us against every wall and surface I could. Last time I'd only had a hammer, some drywall, and a stud that didn't hold. This time I was prepared. It wasn't going to have me again. I wasn't leaving Mirras. With my power firmly around us, I readied myself for the pull. But it never came. Instead, the anomaly pulsed and became louder, like it had before, but I felt a distinct pushing sensation. I still held us in place. Something started to coalesce in the center of the lights. Vera and I both gasped aloud as a woman materialized and fell to the floor. At first, I could only see her dark hair and golden armor. Well, her shoulders and hands were covered in overlapping metal plates, but the rest appeared to be nothing more than a dress. A thin tail poked out of the back. It was smooth and hairless, clearly not a Saldani tail. She looked up, and we both gasped again. Her eyes were bright, unnatural gold, seemingly lit from the inside. That was nothing, however, to the bright, golden light that was bursting forth from cracks in her chest, and I didn't mean from her considerable cleavage. They were spider-webbed cracks, like she was made of porcelain, and light spilled out of them. Her skin was light, and appeared, other than what was going on with her chest, to be actual skin. It flexed and moved like it should have. A moment later, the feeling of her power washed over me. She was practically brimming with lei energy, a conglomeration of different magics that I'd never experienced before. The natural lei energies of a person were in her, but alongside it, 100 different powers intertwined in a complex web. My brows furrowed. What?
There's no time,
she said, her voice breathless and afraid.
I know what you are. You're the only one that can beat them.
Them? The masters? She nodded. Vera's hands were wrapped tightly around my arm. She said nothing, staring at the strange woman. Our guest went on.
You must come to the capital. Underneath the palace, in the catacombs, you'll find the heart of their power in this empire.
She reached into a small pouch on her waist and pulled out what looked like a light cloth.
You,
she said, looking straight into Vera's eyes.
Show him the way. This key will...
The light coming from her chest brightened, nearly blinding us all. She cried out. Are you okay?
Just come. The map will show you. The key will...
Another flash of light, another cry of pain. She looked up, tears running down her cheeks.
Please just come. Save us. Save me.
She threw the cloth on the ground, where it landed with a noticeable thud. As she did so, I caught a glimpse of her hands. I'd thought she was wearing gauntlets styled like claws, but it looked instead like she was wearing gauntlets that allowed her claws to poke out of the ends of the fingers. The anomaly sounded again, the weird alien noise buffeting our senses. In a flash of bright white light, she was gone, like she'd never even been there. Vera and I sat in deafening silence for minutes afterward. Maybe a half-hour passed while we sat there dumbly, trying and failing to process what the sweet fuck we'd just witnessed. Vera? I asked.
Yeah?
That did happen, yeah? She gestured at the cloth lying on the ground.
Well, that thing's still there.
My eyes flicked down to it. Oh yeah, that. Minutes passed. I'm going to see what it is, I said. Gingerly, I extricated myself from Vera's grasp and slowly slipped off the edge of the bed. Like it was a snake ready to strike, I slowly crept up on the folded cloth on the floor. Nothing happened when I touched it. With slightly more confidence, I picked it up. The cloth unfurled, and a heavy metal key slipped out and dropped to the ground, where it hit with another small thud. Getting my frazzled senses under control, I looked at the key, only to see a swirled mass of lei energy inside it. This is a lacing. It looked nothing like Vera's locking lacing for her front door. It looked like a real key from Earth. Well, from 100 years ago on Earth. A skeleton key. At Vera's outstretched hand, I gave her the key.
Oh, it's complicated. I don't think I could use this.
No? This might not be the time, but how do you use lacing? What does it feel like for you, I mean? She laid the key down on the bed.
You just... I don't know. You will them into action? I didn't know we used our ley until you mentioned it. Maybe that's common knowledge for artificers, but it's not something I knew. But this one? I can feel that it's different. I get the impression that it would, resist me. I don't know how to phrase any of this, I'm sorry.
I patted her knee. No, it's fine. Maybe I'll have to figure this thing out later. But another question, what was she? After a mirthless laugh, she said,
If you're asking about her weird, cracked chest, I sure as shit don't know. The only thing I can tell you is that she was a Yezendi.
Oh, the naturally good at making lacing people.
Yeah, and she's only the fourth or so I've ever seen in my life.
They don't all have golden light bursting forth from their bodies, I asked with a grin.
No, they do not. Okay, well, the other few that I saw didn't, at least.
She held out her hand.
Let me see the... What is that, anyway?
I handed her the cloth I'd been holding on to. She spread it out on the bed, and we both leaned over to look at the complex patterns drawn onto it.
It's a map,
she said.
Apparently of the capital. Or a part of it, anyway. Look, here are some street names. And this big thing must be the Imperial Palace. And this...
She pointed towards a coloured section with a list of instructions in tiny lettering.
This is, I'm guessing, where we need to go and use the key or whatever?
I chuckled. This isn't the time, but does paper exist here? Vera smiled.
Yes, we have paper here, thank you very much. I assume that this map here is supposed to be a little more durable.
Ah, makes sense. I took a long, deep breath. Okay, so here's the big question. Observation, something.
Uh-huh.
She came here with the same power that brought me from Earth.
Yeah.
Did she bring me here? Vera's gaze wandered back into the now empty sitting room.
I don't know. If she did, it didn't seem like she did it because she wanted to.
No, but she appeared right here, and she said she knew what I was.
And that you were the only one that could stop these mysterious masters.
I took yet another deep breath. She knows everything. Why I'm here, about the defiled ley, the other humans, the masters. Vera's hand closed over mine, and she gave me a bright smile.
We'll find her. We will. Together.
I kissed her on the cheek. You're right, we will. I tilted my head at her. You seem pretty happy at that prospect. She closed her eyes and smiled.
Hey, let's sit out on the balcony.
Both still naked, I let her pull me by the hand through the penthouse. The night air was cool but comfortable, and we squeezed down together in one of the padded chairs. She turned to me and laid her head on my chest.
I know I said it earlier, but this reinforced it even more. We're on an adventure, just like I've always wanted. I never thought it would happen. Or if it did, it wouldn't be as magical as I always wanted it to be, you know?
Yeah, some things get built up in your head, and then when you do them, they're just kind of more mundane than you thought. I know the feeling.
Exactly, but this is nothing like that. I left home, finally. And before I did, Riss gave me a gift I'd never have imagined. And you're with me. And it's all so...
Magical? She giggled.
Yeah. I was trying to think of a different word, but it's the right one, isn't it? and while it's what I always wanted, it's 1,000 times better with you. We're out on a magical journey. Not just me taking random contracts and trying to make a name for myself. There's something out here worth doing. And I find myself not even caring if I'm as renowned as Dad. I don't think I care if a single person knows about me or the things I'll do. That's a new feeling.
Always wanted that recognition, huh?
Yeah. But now?
She absently ran her hand over my chest.
Who cares about that? Who cares about anyone but you and me?
I hugged her tightly. Damn right. We watched the stars overhead for some time, sleep completely forgotten.
So?
Vera said with a conspiratorial grin.
There's something you haven't even mentioned.
Uh-huh? What?
How hot that Yazendi woman was.
I gawked at her. How hot she was!
Yeah.
I suppose I had other things to think about, like a lot of them. She nodded.
True, but you did notice, right?
I mean, yes, I suppose I did.
And she wants you to save her.
She wiggled against my skin and gave me a knowing look. Vera, what on earth, on Mirras are you getting at? She giggled and said,
What do you think? Don't you have stories on Earth about women in peril?
I guess. The term we use is damsels in distress. I'm still not...
Ugh, how are you this dense?
She snorted and held a hand to her mouth while she laughed at me.
She's gonna want you to fuck her when you save her.
She threw her hands up, still smiling at me.
There! Would you like it phrased any more plainly than that?
I blinked. Fuck her?
Yes.
At my nonplussed reaction, she nearly screamed.
What?
But I'm with you. It was her turn to be a little stunned.
Okay. So?
So? What do you mean, so? She tilted her head at me with the most disbelieving expression.
I mean, so what? How is this a hard concept? Don't you want to bang another sexy woman?
This is the most obvious trap I have ever seen. I just stared at her, not saying a thing. She stared back, the incredulity growing as we had our little battle. Finally, I asked, Are you serious?
Yes.
You'd be fine with me banging someone else?
Do you?
The mental gears were turning in her head.
Do you not have harems on Earth?
Harems?
Yes, harems. Are you not understanding this word?
No, I know what it is. They, exist, I suppose. It's not common, let me say. Are they common here?
For powerful men, yeah, of course.
She nudged me and added,
Which you qualify as, if anyone does.
I leaned my head back, letting this revelation wash over me. You're serious?
Yes. Don't you want that?
Well, give me some time to get used to the idea, but yes, I do want that. Wow, I never imagined that was a thing. You'd be okay with it?
Yes, of course I would. Did you think I didn't know what I was getting into with you? Besides,
she said, trailing a hand up and down my cock.
It'd be really hot to fuck you with another woman.
I looked her naked body up and down, imagining her and the mystery woman in bed, both bent over in front of me, begging me to slide inside them. That's a thing that might happen. Who knew if this Yazendi would want that, despite what Vera thought, or if she was even a person I'd find desirable once I knew her. Still, if not her, someone else. Or more than just one other person. Harems aren't limited to 2 women. I found myself unsurprisingly getting hard again. So, I said, planting a few kisses on her. Round 3 then?
No!
She wailed.
You broke my pussy already.
With a wink, she added,
But if you want me to suck you off, I will.
I lifted her chin and kissed her softly. I would like that a lot, yes. We both laughed. So it was that I sat on that balcony for a second time that night, my beautiful elven girlfriend sucking my cock yet again. Somehow, I had a little bit more to shoot down her throat when she was done. Chapter 21. In the morning, we slept late. Daylight streamed in around the curtains, waking me up slowly. I turned under the sheets and pulled Vera in close. She was already awake. I nestled my face in her long blue hair. I have to say that was the sexiest night of my entire life. Blew anything else out of the water, and not just because of the amount of sex either. She giggled.
I wholeheartedly agree.
We lay there for a while, talking about how we were going to spend our day, which involved finding the best breakfast place in town. In silent agreement, we didn't bring up the previous night's excitement, content to deal with that later. Later, however, came a lot sooner than we'd expected. Someone pounded on the penthouse door. We both sat up quickly, ready for a fight, but when nothing else happened aside from more knocking, we got up and quickly dressed. I readied my power when I opened the door. Vera was armed and standing behind me. It was only Suna at the door. However, her expression wasn't comforting. She stepped in quickly, followed by one of her guards.
You need to leave.
The hotel? She shook her head.
The city. A new lord has arrived.
Oh shit, I muttered.
Word has travelled of Steve's defeat, likely from his underlings that fled. A replacement arrived some minutes ago, unannounced. This one has a much larger and well-armed entourage accompanying him.
I see. Perhaps Steve's death wasn't as much a victory as I'd hoped. Suna grimaced, her cat ears twitching.
I think not. He was a symptom, not the disease. Still, no one here harbours any ill will towards you for it. Steve and his Druza lackeys were filth and deserved what they got at your hands. And because of that, we'll help you leave the city.
We're very grateful, Suna, really. We're headed for the capital to put an end to the root cause of all this. Her eyes climbed high on her brow.
Truly?
Yeah. I didn't mention anything about the Yazendi woman appearing from thin air. That wasn't going to be the least bit believable. We don't know exactly what we're heading into, but we have a solid lead. We'll get to the bottom of this and prevent any more Steves from appearing.
In that case,
she said, eyeing us up and down,
let me give you a little more assistance than I was planning.
She turned and whispered something to her man, and he quickly left the room.
Have either of you been to the capital before?
Nope. She gave us a wry grin.
As I assumed. The two of you fit in well enough here, but you'll be immediately marked as rather, I'm sorry to say, provincial. And I don't need to tell you not to battle anyone in the streets there, do I?
I laughed and said, No, we'll be much subtler.
Good.
She glanced down at our backpacks.
Carrying those around won't do either. Please take what you need from them and I'll provide you with more fashionable bags. And I'm sorry, but it would be a terrible idea to take your armour with you, especially the plate mail.
I frowned. I don't like it, but I see your point. Can you store it for us? Suna nodded.
We can. Do you think it likely you'll be back to claim it?
I don't know, but I don't want to throw it away.
Understood. Can I take my sword?
Vera asked.
Because I'm taking my sword.
Suna smiled.
Yes, that's fine. You'll be marked as a bodyguard, which is common.
Her guard slipped in the door with what looked like and turned out to be a hefty coin purse. Suna pushed it into my hands.
The first thing you should do is buy new clothes. I'll give you the name of a shop I like. You can drop my name if you wish. It might help. After that, well, you're on your own. I don't know what you're planning or how, but if you're going to end this plague of bastards, I wish you all the luck in Mirras.
She sent her man out again.
He'll return with bags for you. They won't be enough to take everything else you have.
That's not a problem.
Vera said.
A lot of this is wilderness gear. I doubt we'll need it.
Ah, no, I should think not. One more thing. Your hair is a very unusual colour. I've requested dye for it, which will be brought to you. It'll just be black. I hope that's acceptable.
Not a problem.
Good. Again, I wish you luck. But I must go and meet this new tyrant.
Will you be okay? I asked. They won't seek retribution for what we did.
Perhaps, but I think not. Most of the citizenry here will only be able to give them wild tales they don't truly understand. Not that I do, but I and the hotel staff will simply claim that you appeared from nowhere, murdered Steve, and made endless demands of us under threat of death. Since you were powerful enough to kill him, it'll be a very believable lie. I should think they'll be much more interested in catching you than punishing us.
She tilted her head.
We'll see. Either way, events are in motion now, whether we like it or not. Good luck.
Thank you again, Suna. Good luck to you as well. She gave me one last tentative smile and left the room. I turned to find Vera pouting. What?
I wanted to find a nice breakfast place.
I chuckled. That's what you're most concerned about?
Most concerned about? No. But I still wanted a nice morning with you after our nice night.
She stepped in close and put her hands on my chest.
Something casual and fun before the adventure kicked off again.
That does sound nice. We'll do a lot of it once we root out these evil masters, put an end to their plans, and save the world.
Just that, huh?
Just that. Suna's man returned with a few satchels made of dark leather with bright silver embossment, along with a small, opaque vial that was the hair dye. He also handed us a folded-up piece of paper that turned out to be directions to the clothing shop. When he was gone, I held one up. Suna was right. These do look pretty fashionable, not that I'd know. We filled them with what we needed from our backpacks, and I was pleased to see Vera slipping her bikini into the new satchel. When she saw me looking, she shrugged.
Suna said to take everything we needed. We'll almost definitely need this.
I nodded. Agreed. We opened the doors to find a very nervous young Saldani woman standing there in the hotel's uniform.
Hello. I am here to guide you out the back way, just in case.
Thank you. Lead on. We snaked around through a few bending hallways that led to a small spiral staircase at the back of the building. We hurried down, and the other woman peeked out an exterior door before she motioned for us to follow. I side-eyed Vera, unsure of where we would even be headed, but she just nodded. Good enough for me. In short order, we came to a large building that shared a wall with the city's perimeter wall.
Here you are. Please be safe.
Before I could say a word, she was nearly sprinting down the road the way we'd come. I shrugged. So, what's this place anyway?
You'll see.
Vera grabbed my hand and pulled me in one of the many doors. Since we'd slept late, the city was full of activity. We passed countless people on our quick flight from the hotel, but hardly anyone even looked at us twice, even though I was a human and the last one they'd seen had been a massive arsehole. They probably hadn't gotten a close look at him, though, and Mirras seemed way more tolerant of different-looking people than Earth did. We stepped through the doors of this large building into a subway station, essentially. When Vera saw me gawking at the place, she put her hands on her hips.
Huh? Yeah? Impressed? You have anything like this back on Earth?
I flashed her a charming smile. Not quite like this, no. The whole place brimmed with magical energy. Captured ley coursed through nearly everything I could sense around me. This is a lot different than your village.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Did you think the whole world was like my home?
Kind of. She shook her head.
The Dollari have some large settlements with communal leylines like these. Well, not like these, but most places are like my crappy little village. One master leylin and a lot of small day-to-day ones, but nothing like this. Just wait until we get to the capital.
There was a longing in her eyes as she looked around the station. Her body was still stiff, though. As much as this was a novelty, she still longed for the forest. People bustled in all directions, and while there were a lot of little differences, for the most part, it was a subway station. There were signs in multiple languages and alphabets, various staircases, and some restaurants, and I could see over a rail Mirras's version of a subway car. I had to admit they were much cooler than Earth's. Instead of a grimy metal bus, they were sleek, polished trolleys with open windows and a lot of seating. As I looked, they seemed more like trains, not that I had ridden many. The seats were large and looked pretty comfortable, a change of pace for the better, I thought. So, where do we buy tickets?
Tickets for what?
I blinked at her. Transportation, I said flatly. She blinked back.
What?
How do we pay? At her nonplussed look, I added again, for transportation. She narrowed her eyes at me.
You, don't pay? The Crown pays for it. It's for the people.
Huh. We made our way further into the station, and she was giving me the most incredulous side-eye the whole time. I just smiled. My skills at navigating were fine, but I couldn't read any of the signs, so I let Vera take the lead. While she did, I wondered, for the first time, how I was talking to her. Surely it was part of the spell that brought me here. I said as much. She stopped suddenly.
Oh, no, it's not the spell.
And you know that how? She chuckled.
I suppose you wouldn't know. How would you? There are insanely powerful leylines scattered around the world that translate for you. I'm sure you're just speaking your Earth language regularly. I'm speaking Dollari. It's so ubiquitous that I never even thought to mention it. No one speaks the same dialect, especially in a place like this.
You're fucking with me. She threw her head back and laughed, attracting a couple of turned heads.
I'm not. They really exist.
Universal translators that affect everyone and translate well.
Yeah.
Wow. Earth has some translation tools. I wasn't about to try and explain what the internet or computers were, but they're just okay. They work, but not like flawlessly. There's so much that can get lost in translation and meanings, and I shook my head. I can't believe such a thing exists. She shook her head.
Sometimes I can't either. I'm not going to claim I understand them for a second.
Wouldn't they have to use some sort of, I don't know, mind magic?
Yeah, something like that, I guess.
But how? She shrugged.
Maybe our hot, mysterious Yazendi woman can explain them, because, as I said, I sure can't.
I was in a subway, and there were universal translators that worked everywhere. Shit, I muttered. Mirras was a marvel like I hadn't even begun to understand until this morning. Well, anyway, let's get out of here before Steve's replacement catches up with us and it turns into a whole thing.
Good idea.
We didn't have to wait long for our train/trolley/subway car thing to arrive. Not surprisingly, the capital was a popular destination. During the little time we had, though, I slipped into a single-person bathroom and pulled out the vial of hair dye from Suna. Vera had explained on the way. It was a lot less involved than hair dye from back home. I was just supposed to rub it in, and it would stick on my hair but not on my hands. Dubious, I tried it, rubbing it into my beard as well. My nerves were sky high when my hands came back stained, but it washed off with minimal scrubbing in the sink. The mirror reflected my new black hair. There wasn't even any smudging. If I could bring this back to Earth, I could make a shitload of money. I came back out to find Vera, who inspected me closely.
I like it. A little less exotic, but still nice.
I smiled. Thanks. Now let's get going. Our subway/train car arrived. We went up the little stairs into the open space. It had a roof and sides, but no windows. Aren't we going to get blown away when this thing moves?
Of course not,
Vera said.
There are lace-in that dampen the wind as we go.
Okay then. The seats were plush and comfortable. We didn't sink into them like we did on Vera's couch, but they were far and away better than anything Earth would have for public use. We picked seats near the end of the car that had little divider walls for a bit of privacy. The car was only half full, so we weren't really in danger of anyone overhearing our conversations. Attendants strode up and down the aisles. I got the impression from their stoic expressions that we'd be kicked off immediately if we made a scene. Now that we were sitting down for a moment and the excitement of the morning was wearing off, Vera huddled in on herself and leaned on me. Despite her easy conversation along the way, she didn't like being here. Pining for the open forest?
A little. I am excited to see the capital again, and to be on this adventure, but I'm so glad I'm not doing it alone.
I slipped an arm around her shoulders and gave her a squeeze. So what's the capital like, anyway?
Oh, huge buildings, bigger than you've ever seen.
I laughed softly. I don't know about that. I help build places that reach into the clouds. She turned to me and held my eyes, trying to see if I was joking or not. After a pause, she asked,
Really?
Yep.
Huh. Here I was imagining your Earth was mostly like my village.
Really? Why?
Oh, I don't know. You've just been so excited about everything. I got the impression that Earth was some horrid backwater without technology.
I chuckled and pulled her close. Everything is just so different here. We have a lot of things I think would amaze you, but I could hardly begin to explain them in a way that made sense if you've never seen them. Which is what Mirras is like, I suppose. Chapter 22. We got moving soon. I was pleased to see that it wasn't full, and we had more privacy than I expected we would. Vera shortly nodded off, her head on my shoulder. Not wanting to wake her, I tried to stay as still as I could. The noise our train car made was even and smooth. The tunnels we passed through sported lights throughout, which illuminated the bright tile that ringed the passage. I found myself being lulled into my own nap by what amounted to a lot of white noise and nothing to look at. I closed my eyes and let my thoughts wander, but sleep didn't come. Instead, I became aware of all the ley around me. I felt it all the time, which only served to make my mind filter it out unless I was paying attention. Normally, it floated over the top of reality, another layer that looked so much the same that it was easy to gloss over. Unless I or some lace-in were manipulating the power, it drifted along its natural channels. While sleep evaded me, I became aware of the ley, even with my eyes closed. If I concentrated, I could see it in myself, Vera, and even the subdued energy that lived in heavily processed things, like the seats and cars around us, not to mention the lace-in that propelled the entire thing. I took a long, deep breath and expanded my senses as I had before during my first days in the forest when I'd been looking for the river to follow. In the excitement that began with Vanguard Eric, I'd mostly forgotten the ability in favor of more instantaneous, combat-ready varieties. I felt the earth around us, zipping by as we went. I felt another nearby river, and occasionally I could feel animals on the surface above us, even though they came and went in seconds. After enough of that, I became a little dizzy and tried something else. The air itself had power flowing through it. It was wild and free in a way other forms of ley were not, and it was even more difficult to get a grip on. I opened my eyes and glanced around. No one was watching or even close by. Shutting them again, I tried to hold some of that slippery power in my hands. Minutes passed. It was like trying to mold water into a sphere with my bare hands. Sighing, I tried something else. The lights along the tunnel were evenly spaced and all worked the same way. Instead of the dizzying gauntlet of disparate energy, they were linked in a long, continuous line, so focusing on them proved to be easier. In a surprising turn of events, they used both the elusive power in the air and the consistent ley of the earth to produce light. I didn't understand for a second how that actually made sense, but it heralded a little breakthrough in my way of thinking. Until that moment, I'd imagined the powers and their effects as distinct things. But even these basic, ostensibly, leylines weave two different powers together to form light. If they could do it, I could do it. My eyes were still closed, my new magical senses reaching out instead, and I pulled a bit of both powers into my hands. Not very surprisingly, it was like trying to mix a bowl of air and dirt in a meaningful way. Still, I had some time, so I kept trying. Eventually, I opened my eyes and cupped my hands while sensing the lights. They made sense. Surely this could too. Vera started snoring very faintly. She clearly couldn't sense all the magical fumbling I was doing. I kept trying. Sometime later, for absolutely no reason at all, it clicked. I mixed my bowl of air and dirt and made something else. A tiny, dim light formed between my palms. I didn't dare try for more. I held it steady. Unless someone was really looking, it wouldn't even be noticeable in the well-lit tunnel. A second revelation followed quickly on the heels of the first. I'd been trying to force the air's ley to do what I wanted. That's how almost everything worked, and it didn't occur to me that this would be any different. It was, though. The thin, wispy ley in the air did what it wanted. Forcing it wasn't possible. Nudging it in the right direction, however, was. I wasn't supposed to be a hammer. I was supposed to be a funnel. For this, at least. Satisfied and a little tired, I let the ley go and leaned my cheek against Vera's bright blue hair. This time, sleep came quickly. Briefly, I dreamt of home. I was driving my truck to somewhere vague, rain pounding on the windshield. I looked over to my empty passenger seat and wondered who was supposed to be sitting there. Someone, surely, but I couldn't. I jerked awake, blinking the dream away. Vera still hadn't woken up. "Oh yeah," I muttered. "It was you. You were supposed to be there." I didn't know how much time had passed, but I desperately needed to take a piss. I extracted myself from Vera and slid out of the seat. I flagged down a passing attendant and asked after the bathrooms, which just had to exist, right? The man, a Saldani with a long, bushy tail, raised an eyebrow at me, but then took one look at my clothes and nodded, apparently sure in his assessment of my provincial status. "This way, sir." As his gaze rose over my clothes, he paused very briefly as he saw my face and, presumably, ears. He said nothing more. I squeezed myself into what amounted to an airplane bathroom, just a little more spacious. A little. As I was standing there, I wondered if people from the capital would be much more aware of my humanity. Are there more humans there, or are they only sent out to outlying places? If there were humans there, I'd need some sort of disguise. Were hats fashionable? Could I pass as a dollar-eye if no one could see my ears? The dollar-eye men I had seen weren't generally as muscled as I was, but surely there was some variation. I wouldn't be passing for Saldani without a tail and cat ears on the top of my head. Could I pretend I was a Yezendi man who hid my tail and claws somehow? I couldn't and didn't want to try to be a Druza. Were there other races I didn't even know about that I could mimic? I sighed. This was a question for Vera. I returned to find her finally awake. Hey.
There you are. I was hoping you hadn't decided to abandon me out of nowhere.
She gave me a big smile and pulled me down beside her.
Where did you go?
Bathroom.
Ah. Wanna sneak back in for some fun times?
I cocked an eyebrow at her. Do you? She snickered.
Theoretically, sure. Realistically, no. They'd throw us off and not let us back on. It happens sometimes.
Not surprising. I explained my little encounter with the attendant and my concerns for the capital.
Oh, yeah, that might be a problem. Well, you could pass for a dollar-eye if no one was really looking, and we bought you a nice hat. Besides, if you're walking around with me, people will probably just assume. Dollar-eye don't usually venture out on their own. Father was an anomaly in that way, which added to his stigma.
Just a hat, huh? Sounds easy enough. What sort of hats are in style? She snorted.
You're asking me? I'm some provincial rube. I don't know shit. Besides, fashions, according to Julius, change constantly. I don't think something from a month ago would be suitable now.
Did Julius's capital adventure happen alone?
Oh, no. Her husband went with her.
Ah, I said with a tight smile. Is he no longer around? Vera's face was split with a huge grin.
Well, you could phrase it like that if you wanted. She caught him fucking a girl half his age from the next village over, she broke his leg and a couple of ribs, and that was before the town descended on him. You won't be surprised to hear that she has a lot of loyal friends. He was run out of town, quite literally. I heard later that he ended up settling down in another dollar-eye village on the other side of the kingdom.
I see.
It was a whole thing.
I'll bet. Oh, hey, I want to show you a new trick.
Okay.
I held my hands up and melded the lei together, forming a tiny ball of dim light. Vera quickly spun around, scanning the car. When she was satisfied that no one could see, she slipped back down in her seat.
Damn, Danik! Did you, figure that out while I was napping?
Yep. She nodded, suitably impressed.
Can you make it brighter? I mean, don't, but...
I'm sure I could, yeah.
Huh. What else did you do while I was asleep?
Oh, just that. She laughed softly. The rest of the ride was spent in our normal, companionable silence. There were probably hundreds of things we needed to discuss, but we both zoned out in the face of the droning hum and steady lights. Until they became not so steady. Vera was the first to notice. She lightly grabbed my arm and whispered,
Hey, look! Is it...
I reached out, feeling along the lines of power that connected the Leyline network. I grimaced. Yep, defiled ley. Not a lot of it, but it's there. It still felt wrong in a new and terrible way, like it wasn't supposed to exist. Hell, maybe it wasn't. As we went on, it got worse and worse. Are we getting close?
Yeah,
Vera said.
I think so. Why?
The defilement's getting stronger as we go. She grunted.
I guess that lends a lot of credence to the theory that this is all stemming from inside the capital itself.
Shortly after, we finally came to a stop in another station, much like the one we'd left, if much larger. We made our way through the crowds, with Vera in the lead. The signs around the station were in even more languages than they had been at the last, all of which looked like nothing but alien squiggles to me. I did notice more heads turning our way. It was impossible to say if it was because we looked like rubes or because of my rounded ears. Either way, we didn't stop for anything. Once we were out in the afternoon sun, I breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't get claustrophobic, but enough was enough. So, how do we find this shop that Suna recommended? Vera pulled the note out of her pocket and unfolded it while we stood off to the side of the busy throng pushing its way down the street.
It's in the, flower district? Whatever that is?
Her eyes were darting every which way, and she stood ramrod stiff. It looked like I was going to have to field this one. I stopped a random passerby, a Saldani woman who looked less pretentious than most, and asked her where the flower district was. For a second, she just eyed us with a healthy dose of skepticism, but she eventually gave us, in a flat tone, instructions to the general area. It involved many turns and city blocks, but seemed easy enough. I thanked her, to which she nodded and hurried on, only turning away from me after she'd been far down the sidewalk. Many more people were eyeing us, or more likely, me, so I grabbed Vera's hand and headed off into the city. The buildings were tall, but not nearly as tall as they came on Earth. They were, however, much wider of all things. A single building seemed to encompass many more city blocks, but the streets were just built into it, little tunnels that ran straight and long. For as much as Vera had bragged about it and claimed to be excited, her eyes were wide and her lips were pressed into a thin line. We ventured underneath a few buildings, our way lit by bright lacing which only intermittently flickered. "You know," I said, "no one seems flustered by the unstableness of the lights."
I
wonder how long this has been going on. What do you think the Crown's telling people? I'll bet it's not the truth." I chuckled, but Vera seemed like she hadn't even heard me. "We better get out of the press of people." The flower district was easy to find, and I immediately saw why the woman I'd asked for directions had been a little put off by my request. We didn't fit in, even a little. For one thing, almost everyone was Saldani. Nothing but cat ears and swishing tails as far as I could see. I couldn't find a single Dollari in the crowd. There were some Yezendi, but only a handful. Oddly enough, I saw some Druza too. Everyone else was giving them a wide berth, but not because they were like the ones we'd seen before. They were all as well dressed as anyone else, going about their business, but there was something in their eyes, every single one, that didn't sit right with me. Despite their finery, it looked like they all wanted to start a fight right that second, and everyone around them knew it. Luckily, I didn't see any other humans, but as we stood there gawking, I'm pretty sure some people saw me. I'd taken Suna's directions from Vera and held them up. They, of course, made no sense to me. "Hey," I said, giving her arm a little shake. "Where are we headed?" She blinked and mechanically took the paper back.
Oh, this way.
I held her hand tight as we shouldered our way through the mass of people, careful not to nudge anyone. The flower district had an air that said if someone like me bumped into people like them, gloves would be flying and people would be demanding satisfaction. Well, for the most part. Some people turned and, upon seeing me, got all wide-eyed and immediately got out of my way. Not everyone, though. I did not comment and didn't meet anyone's eyes. It wouldn't help. Finally, we came to the clothier. I pushed open the door and pulled Vera in behind me, nearly as relieved as she was to be inside. Whether it was good luck or bad, the people working the shop paled as I walked in. "Okay, that's what we're doing. Well, in and out." "Greetings," I said. There were a few panicked glances before an older Saldani woman with grey hair and fur came running up to greet us from the back of the shop. She bowed deeply and said,
"Greetings to you, great lord."
When she rose back up and took in what we actually looked like, she froze. We didn't look like a great lord and his woman. I flashed her a charming smile and said, "I'm afraid you find us at the tail end of a rather vexing series of events." Completely true, that was. "These garments won't do, not for a second, and we need a resolution to our current predicament." Also true.
"Ah, yes, of course,"
she said, happy to have a reasonable, if excessively vague, explanation of what she was seeing.
"Please come in. Let us serve you, great lord."
I almost told her that the title wasn't necessary, but I didn't think that was something an actual great lord would have said. We were bustled to the back of the shop and into a private room where the woman and 2 attendants swiftly took our measurements. Vera stood nearly as stiff as before, but her eyes were less wide than they'd been. This was better than the street, but not by a lot. The proprietress asked me a slew of questions, to which I gave vague answers, almost all of which boiled down to asking for the most fashionable but flexible clothes she had. I didn't tell her I thought it likely enough I'd be fighting in them at some point. She just nodded along, like everything I said was perfectly reasonable. Hopefully it was. I also inquired about hats. I didn't say I needed my ears covered. I let her list a variety and ended up picking one that worked. Said hat turned out to be a woven cloth crown with fabric that trailed down the sides and back of my head. The crown part was bright gold and the fabric black. It all looked pretty weird to me, but I was assured it was the height of fashion. Based on how low-key terrified all 3 of the people seemed of me, I didn't think they would steer me wrong in this. I ended up with something resembling a suit with long sleeves and tails that flowed much more than a suit from home would. Vera rocked a somewhat similar complementary suit to my own, if cut in a much more feminine style, along with a smaller, cuter version of the hat I was wearing. I was pleased to see that her considerable cleavage was still on display. The proprietress, after making sure many times that we were completely satisfied, listed the costs of the clothes. I motioned to Vera. I wasn't about to embarrass myself with not knowing how much our coins were worth. She took out the bag that Suna had given us, her eyes widening just slightly when she opened it. In short order, she pressed a small pile from our large bag into the Saldani woman's hands, telling her to keep the difference. The woman looked at me, and I nodded.
"Thank you so much, great lord. You've honoured us beyond our wildest expectations with your visit today. We wish you all the best."
I flashed them one more winning smile, and we made our way out. Back on the street, I turned back to the store's window. The woman was sitting on the chair, fanning herself, looking immensely relieved. I think we were a lot nicer and more agreeable than other great lords would have been. Vera snorted.
"If they're anything like the 2 we've seen, then I'll bet you're right. These people probably thought we'd kill them if we didn't like the clothes."
She'd said it as a joke, but our eyes met, and we both grumbled at the obvious truth in her words. Chapter 23. The people milling about in the flower district didn't give us a second glance after we donned our new clothes. We were just 2 more faceless bastards, nothing special in a sea of people. A little tension left my shoulders. Well, what now? Should we go straight for it, or do we want to find a little dinner place? My vote's on the second one. Now that there was less danger, I found my stomach growling and suddenly remembered that we'd skipped breakfast and lunch altogether, running on nothing but low-grade adrenaline and naps all day. Vera squeezed my arm.
"Yeah, that second one. I should take this opportunity to tell you that Suna gave us a lot of money."
How much is a lot?
Well, we could live like minor nobles for a week on this.
Only minor nobles. She snickered.
Minor nobles for a week, or the king's cousins for a day.
Maybe we don't do any of that and conserve what we have. As much as I'd like to bust up our enemies as quickly as we can't afford to rush into this and make any mistakes.
Yeah, you're right. We can still have a pretty nice dinner, though.
Sounds good to me. Now that no one thinks I'm a great lord, I won't have to spend like one. I can only imagine they dole out money like it's going out of style. At my insistence, Vera released her constant grip on my arm. It wasn't that I disliked it, but if she was supposed to be my bodyguard, it would have drawn a non-zero amount of attention. We wandered around the flower district for a while. Countless stalls lined the wide streets, full of all manner of things. Some merchants hawked a variety of useful and well-made wares, and others had gilded and pointless junk. Not surprisingly, the junk mongers were more popular. I very much wanted to buy something for Vera as a surprise, but I still didn't have a clue on how the money worked. I didn't want to get swindled, so I just played the situation straight. Hey, let's look over a few of these places before we head out, huh? She shrugged.
Might as well. I never get the chance to see things this nice, the only exception being my sword.
We perused several stalls and little shops, all of which sold a great multitude of crap. However, once in a while, we came across places that had well-made pieces in between the junk, if you knew what to look for. Vera picked up many rings and necklaces, oohed and ahed over them, and then set them back with a glum cast to her eyes. She finally happened upon a nice ring, a thin silver loop with a tiny purple gem. I leaned in close and whispered, "Buy it." She started.
What?
Buy it. I wanted to get you something as a surprise, but I'm out of my league with the money. I've been watching you, waiting until you picked up something nice. So buy it. Consider it a gift, even if it's not our money.
Danik, this is nicer than anything I've ever owned. My sword still excluded.
What you're telling me is that you deserve it.
I
took it from her hand and waved the merchant over. I'd like this, please. Like most people, he was a Saldani. He wore a hat much like mine, which his white-haired ears poked out of.
Ah, very good choice, sir. A gift for your wife, perhaps?
Something like that. I'd expected a strangled grunt from Vera, but she kept it together. Your mistress? He asked with a knowing smile. I just smiled back. He chuckled.
This piece is a mere 25 brems, sir.
I didn't know what the fuck a brem was, but I knew how haggling worked. I just kept smiling, held his eyes, and didn't say a word more. The silence between us stretched, and he was unable to look away. I'd pulled this trick many times before, but not always on merchants. People wanted to fill that silence. They, for whatever reason, couldn't stand it. He probably expected me to start haggling or feigning anger at this ridiculous price. It seemed like no one had just smiled and stared him down before. It was fun. I raised my eyebrows.
Perhaps, well...
A full minute had passed. The silence was getting unbearable. His eyes darted around to the people around us. My smile widened.
20 brems.
I narrowed my eyes, but kept the same smile.
15 brems. I'll go no lower.
His lips were pressed into a thin line. I thought I could knock at least one or two more off, despite what he'd said, but I'd had my fun. I nodded. 15 brems. My woman here will pay you. Vera didn't look up as she took out the coin purse, but I caught a tiny smile between the blue hair cascading down her face. The merchant took the money, gave me a huge and completely insincere smile, and packaged up the ring. I thanked him, and we turned and left. Once we were out of sight and earshot of the stall, Vera laughed.
Oh, Danik, that was wonderful. Even I felt weird about that exchange. I'd have just given it to you if I was him.
Well, at the end of the day, I don't like haggling. Never thought it was worth the effort, you know? You have to act one way, then they act another. It's all this stupid song and dance that everyone seems to be fine with, but it's all a fake waste of time.
I'd have just paid 25 brems to not deal with it.
I chuckled. I'll teach you how to use silence. You'd be good at it if you could get your blushing under control. She snorted.
Now there's a pretty big if.
Maybe so, but still, I think it'd suit you. It involves not talking to the person.
If you say so.
I slipped the packaged ring into my pocket, thinking I'd make a little show of giving it to her in a while, surprise or not. As we walked around the city, I couldn't help but notice fluctuations in the ley flowing through the streets. The most obvious issues were lights that didn't glow steadily, but there were other problems as well. The city was, in some ways, just as advanced as Earth. It boasted automatic doors and moving walkways, all powered by leyline weaved into the streets themselves. Leyline networks also sat inside the walls and roofs of all the buildings I saw, doing a mind-boggling number of different things, most of which I couldn't even decipher. Still, as overwhelming as it was, I couldn't have asked for a better tutorial for weaving different styles of ley together. In our short walk, I'd been bombarded with 100 different ideas, and I was fairly dying to try some of them out. As we rounded a corner, Vera squeaked and grabbed my arm, pulling me along after her. What?
It's...
Uh-huh. We came to a stop in front of a bistro with a large lit-up sign over the grand entrance. I couldn't read it.
It's the flaming eye!
I blinked. Okay. She turned back to see the lack of comprehension on my face and laughed.
Oh, right, that means nothing.
Nope.
It's one of the places that Julis goes on about when she starts talking about her time in the capital.
Which she surely does often.
Constantly, yeah. But this is the place. A lot of her recipes are recreations of the stuff they serve here. I always dreamed about actually eating here.
Well, we've got the time and money. Time to live one of your dreams. It seemed like a charmingly humble dream to me, but the excitement was so plain on her face that I found myself looking forward to it as well. After all, Julis's French toast, or fiery retorts as they were called, had been excellent. Inside, the hostess gave us a once-over well before she smiled and greeted us. We'd passed muster. She showed us to a small table near the wall, which I thought meant we'd only barely made do, but I was sure that Vera would prefer such a thing. She was bouncing on her chair, her eyes darting all around. The place looked like a lot of fancier places from Earth. A lot of dark wood and light tiles were used, and I was pleased to see that everything was well constructed. I'd half expected things to be glitzy on top with junk underneath, but this was the capital after all. The people around us were dressed as nicely as we were. I caught a glimpse of the front a few times, seeing that not everyone was let in the door. So, I said. Vera looked back, a huge grin on her face.
So?
What's good here?
Everything.
I nodded. Sounds good. Want to get 2 of everything then?
Yeah?
I'd hardly seen this side of her before. Her awkwardness was momentarily forgotten, and it wasn't due to the isolation of the forest or the calm focus of battle. A young Saldani woman came by and took our drink orders. Vera asked for something I didn't quite catch, and I just asked for the same. I didn't even bother asking for clarification. The menus were deposited with our mystery drinks. I took a sip. Whatever else it was booze. I approved. The menus, which I couldn't read, boasted only a few short lines of text. No prices. Shit, I muttered. This is going to be expensive. Vera nodded.
We'll only eat here the one time, huh?
Probably for the best. Is this place a minor noble place or a cousin to the king place?
Depends on what you get.
I'll let you decide, not that I can read this anyway. Vera ended up ordering us both something called a burning whirl. Is everything fire-themed? Julius made us fiery retorts, if I'm remembering that right.
Oh, yeah. I don't really understand why. They're not spicy or anything.
That's too bad, I grunted, my body stiffening as my eyes wandered back to the front of the restaurant. A human and his 4 Druza bodyguards had just walked in the door. Vera's eyes followed mine. She gripped the table hard.
Oh, crap,
she whispered. Just act natural. The Great Lord, probably what he was, wore flowing, heavily embroidered robes. His hands were slathered in jewelry, all gold with a multitude of gems. Countless golden necklaces trailed down his chest. A short but heated conversation ensued between him and the hostess. I couldn't make out any of it until he started yelling.
Don't you know who I am?
Yeah, he's that brand of arsehole. Not shocking.
I am the Great Lord Jake.
Jake? Really? My name still wasn't anything worth mentioning either, but did the masters exclusively pick guys with the most common garden variety names they could? Now that I'm thinking about it, why aren't there any human women here?
You will provide a table for me and my peons, now!
I wondered what the Druza thought of being called peons. The poor hostess dashed off, while Great Lord Jake stood there fuming. Vera's lips were pulled back in a snarl, and her hand was straying towards her sword.
Vera!
I hissed. She jumped, her eyes flying back to mine. Don't react, I said very softly. We don't want any attention, do we now?
We could cut that bastard up before he knew we were here.
Wow, way more vicious than usual. And alert everyone in the capital to our presence. We can't complete our mission if we're dead. So please, head down. Don't look. She grudgingly did as I asked. What's gotten into you? I've not known you to be this bloodthirsty. She gave me a tiny smile.
I've never really been strong enough to warrant being bloodthirsty. Between my sword and your power, we could put that guy in his place. By which I mean his grave. But you're right.
She sighed.
I'm so tired of arseholes. It was so satisfying what we did to Steve. I've been replaying that moment in my head since. Is it stupid to say I want to do it again?
Of course not. And when the opportunity comes, we will. But this isn't it.
Where is our table?
Jake roared. I felt and saw his lay reaching out to do who knew what. Fuck. Thankfully, the hostess reappeared, rushing through a slew of overdone apologies and rampant flattery. Jake's lay pulled back. I let out the breath I'd been holding. In a moment of pure panic, I wondered if he'd been able to sense me just by being in the same room. However, as I was sitting there, I couldn't sense him when he wasn't using his power. I'd been alerted to him by his humanity, loud whining, and Druza peons. What seemed like the entire staff descended on a large, occupied table in the middle of the room. A quick, quiet conversation ensued. The patrons, which all looked as rich as anyone else, set down their forks and stood. As soon as they did, the table, full of half-eaten meals, was rapidly cleared. New places were set, and Great Lord Jake and his peons all sat without even a glance at the people they'd displaced. Those people quickly filed out of the room. I didn't know what the establishment had promised them or threatened them with, but they weren't making the slightest scene over it. I could only imagine that the Great Lords weren't new and that things like this happened. As soon as his arse hit the chair, Jake started belting out endless demands. Some of them were for food or drink, but he also wanted the blinds closed a little more, and the table decorations weren't to his liking.
What a piece of...
I grunted.
Sorry.
Eyes down, Vera. She took a long, slow sip of her drink.
I'm gonna need a couple of these.
I shrugged. As long as we have the money for them. With a somewhat forced smile, she said,
Oh, we do.
Jake's demands were endless, and they were increasingly nonsensical. The lighting still wasn't right, even with the closed blinds. The table decorations were changed 3 times. Twice there were flowers, once there was not. In the end, the flowers that had been there originally were brought back out. The Druser didn't dispense any commands, but they leered at anyone and everyone who even looked their way. I didn't admit it out loud to Vera, but I was having just as much trouble keeping my eyes down as she was. I nearly lost it when Jake squeezed a waitress's arse and then laughed like a braying donkey when she yelled. Okay, I said calmly, holding Vera's eyes. We're going to kill him. Not right now, not right here, but you and I are going to murder that man. The evil look that passed over Vera's face was the sexiest thing I'd ever seen. I said as much. The malevolence swiftly dissipated and was replaced with wide eyes and crimson cheeks.
Really?
I chuckled. Yes, it's gone now, but there was nothing but pure murder in your eyes. I loved it. Her blush deepened somehow. Our food took forever to come. It had been bumped down the priority list in favor of Jake's. He and his Druser were all eating before anyone wandered by our table to bring another round of drinks. Our server apologized to us in whispers, her anger clear in her pursed lips and narrowed eyes. No problem at all. You have much to deal with. She closed her eyes, and a tiny smile graced her lips.
Thank you for saying so. I'll get your drinks quickly.
Vera and I had both downed 2.5 drinks before our whirls showed up. Thankfully, they weren't all that high proof, so we weren't drunk yet. The whirls featured spiraling puffed pastry filled with various meats and spices. We did our best to tune out Jake's idiotic laughter and loud everything. Once we'd gotten through half of our whirls, I asked, Is this something Julis made back home? An odd smile crept across her lips.
Yeah.
Okay, how is it? Her smile widened, and she shook her head.
It's good, but Julis's are better.
Really now?
Uh-huh. I was kind of expecting to be blown away, you know? Flavor explosion and all that. This is the Flaming Eye. Surely they have weird and exotic spices or some proprietary techniques, right? But it's just good.
You know you have to tell Julis that. I don't know her well at all, but I think that'll make her year. She nodded, still grinning.
It really will.
Chapter 24. In the end, we didn't murder Jake in full view of the other restaurant patrons, but it was close. We ate our whirls and finished a 3rd drink apiece before our bill came. I sort of thought Vera would balk at the price, but when it came, she quickly scanned it and started laughing. What?
They gave us half off for, and it says this here, being polite and enduring our meals under duress.
Well, that was nice of them.
Yeah.
Great Lord Jake was still being a complete arsehat as we left. Outside, we had a brief but very serious conversation about sticking around until he came out, tailing him and murdering him in an alley. The biggest flaw in the plan seemed to be thinking we could get him somewhere to quietly off him. I'll bet he's loud all the time, and if he saw it coming even a little bit, we'd have a fight on our hands.
One that we could win.
Yes, but also one that would draw a lot of attention. Vera pouted, but ultimately agreed.
We'll have to find him again once we're done with everything else.
I enjoyed Vera's new bloodthirstiness, but it evaporated once we were out in the streets again. Her eyes stayed downcast most of the time, unless I asked a question. Still, we made our way through the flower district and into the royal quarter, which we were allowed into based solely on our appearance. The palace towered over the rest of the capital, all white stone in curving lines and studded with statues. Vera produced the map the Yazendi had given us. We wandered a little aimlessly until we found a few street names that had been listed.
So, are we doing this, like, now?
I shrugged. Well, we could live it up here for a few days for no reason, letting our enemies keep on doing their thing, or we could put an end to it. With a huge sigh, she said,
Damn, you're right.
I do think it'd be best if we waited until it got a little darker out. We can see the sights until then. Vera's excitement about touring the royal quarter was tempered when it turned out that nearly everything cost a lot of money. Even entering some places came with a heavy fee. We stood around and watched while pompous people strode around, their attendants preceding them and greasing whatever wheels needed to be greased. Money changed hands constantly, the jingle of coin purses almost as ubiquitous as birdsong. In the end, we sat in a lavishly decorated but free park, where we watched Mirras' equivalent of a koi pond.
So, what's the plan?
Vera asked when we were suitably alone. Enter through the secret door we were given a key for, kill everyone in our way, rescue anyone that needs it, and leave. She slowly turned to look at me.
I don't know why I thought there would be a more nuanced plan.
I threw an arm around her shoulders. I don't either. You know exactly as much as I know. But we have a lot of things going for us. If the other great lords are similar in power to Eric and Steve, they won't be a problem. If they're slippery like Steve was, we'll just double-team them. The Druza are pretty much worthless against either of us. Add into that we have the element of surprise and can hopefully get in there and wait for the best moment. I think we'll be able to get the jump on whoever we need to. Once the Great Lord or Lords are dead, what's anyone else going to do?
You really think we'll find one of the so-called masters there?
I really hope so. Dusk came quickly enough. We both very much enjoyed the slow afternoon, just sitting together. We chatted here and there, but for the most part, we leaned into each other and let the silence stretch. I blinked myself out of a nap that had been quickly approaching. I nudged Vera, who'd fallen asleep some time before. Hey, it's time.
Finally.
I gave her a minute to wake up, but she hardly needed it. If she was anything like me, the adrenaline was starting to flow. It had been a wild ride to get here. As confident as I was, we didn't actually know what we were headed into. We followed the map to the secret door that it marked. It turned out to be a long and curving but blank section of wall. Its large white stone loomed over us, reflecting the streetlights as we stood there, a little nonplussed. I suppose we need to use the key. Vera fished it out of her pockets and held it out to me. It sat heavy in my hand. Its lay was a mix of disparate powers, all molded into one. The energy was that of heavily manufactured things, and it flowed more sluggishly than natural lay. I pushed on it with my own power after making sure the coast was clear. No one else was on this random side road at the beginning of the night. The key, a complicated lacing, activated, its power flowing out in a web of complex designs. The wall contained another lacing that answered. I was glad most people couldn't see the lay like I could, as it wasn't very subtle. Still, it happened quickly. A hidden door in the stone silently slid open. Here we go, I said. Once we were inside, I used the key again, closing the door behind us. The second it slid back into place, we were thrust into perfect darkness.
Oh,
I chuckled. No problem, remember? I pulled earth and air ley, or whatever they were actually called here, conjuring a soft ball of light that hovered over my palm.
Now that's useful.
I nodded. I'm glad I figured it out on the way. She made to take off, but I put a hand on her arm. Hang on. I've been having a lot of thoughts during our trip, along with studying all the fancy lacing we've passed. Let me try something else. You, might want to stand back. One eyebrow raised high on her head.
You sure this is the time to try new things?
Nope. We both laughed. She jogged a good distance down the hall. I let the light fizzle. Pulling in much more power than I had for the light, I weaved the magic into a simple but tight design, mimicking a few different lacing I'd seen on the way in. For a second, I thought I was just spinning my wheels and not even doing anything. But then, out of thin air, a roiling ball of fire appeared. I jumped back in pure surprise, even though this was exactly what I'd been trying to do. The fire followed me. Vera squeaked, and it echoed down the corridor. Holy shit, I whispered. The fire hovered above my hand, just as the light had done. Vera rushed up to me, stayed a few steps away, and exclaimed,
Danik, what the fuck? Did you just, figure that out?
Yep.
How?
Well, I spent a lot of time examining the streetlights and the network they're on. Some houses had heaters running inside, and we were actually on the other side of the wall from the kitchen in the flaming eye. I watched the magic as best I could and made some assumptions. Now that I know how to do it, I let the fire fade before summoning it again. It's kinda easy. The hard part was figuring out how much ley, what kind of ley, and how to mix it.
That's wonderful. They really don't stand a chance now.
I met her eyes and smiled before planting a kiss on her lips. They really don't. Let's go end this. As confident as I was, I knew that this wasn't the true end. We were going to cut out the corruption that flowed from here, but it wasn't the true source. Oh well, we'd deal with that when we could. I re-summoned the light, and we made our way down the gently curving hall. What does the map say now? Vera shook her head.
It's pretty detailed on the outside part, but in here...
She held it out and squinted at the small details.
It looks like we need to follow this hallway for a while, until we come to a much larger room, and that's it. Nothing else.
I grunted. Well, whatever. We'll make do. The bit of creeping anxiety I had about getting lost down here was brushed away by a much more malevolent sensation. I think we're going the right way, I muttered.
Why's that?
As we'd been following the long hall, the background noise that had been the defiled ley started to ramp quickly up. It had been gnawing at the back of my mind for the entire time we'd been in the capital. Like the defilement in the other places, it flowed thickly in the ley of everything, globs of wrongness that slowly pushed their way through the veins of the city and the land underneath it. The defilement is getting a lot stronger.
Danik? Do you have any idea what the defiled ley is? Have you been able to learn anything about it on our trip like you did with the natural ley?
Nope. It still feels as awful and wrong as it always has, but that's it. We'll find out soon, I think.
That's what I'm worried about.
Why's that? She stopped, and I turned to face her.
I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. Where does it come from? Why is it leaching out into the land? Why don't they just collect it at the source? Why these horrid black cube things? And most of all, what are they doing with it?
I leaned back against the wall, letting my light float up above our heads. Want to hear my baseless theories? She laughed softly.
Yeah.
I think whatever's happening in the Saldani kingdom is only a small piece of the puzzle. You're right in that we haven't seen a single thing about our enemies actually using the defilement. I think everything here is the first step in a much worse plan.
Danik,
She narrowed her eyes at me.
you're not making me feel any better.
I shrugged and gave her a pained smile. Think of it like this. Our adventure is going to be even longer and more exciting than you thought. She turned away and giggled.
Oh, I'll try and think of it like that.
Chapter 25. Our endless hallway finally came to an end. I let my light fade away again as we peeked around the corner. The hall opened into a large, high-ceilinged room with multiple pillars and numerous doors, much like the one we were standing in. The way forward, however, was obvious. At the end of the long room, a very ornate set of metal doors with complex designs stood guarded by 6 armored druza. Flickering light came from a series of torches set in sconces along the walls, and for a moment I couldn't imagine why they didn't just have lights. The persistent, gnawing wrongness of the defiled ley wormed its way back into my mind. Of course, lights down here would be flickering much more wildly than firelight would. Vera very slowly unsheathed her sword.
We're doing this, right?
I took a moment before things came to a head and gently pulled her towards me. I closed my eyes and pressed my lips against hers. She leaned back into me, sliding her body up against mine. Our tongues met in the quiet darkness, a tiny moan of happiness sounding in Vera's throat. Her sword slipped out of her fingers. It clattered loudly on the stone floor. I pulled back, smiling. Here we go. She smiled brightly back.
Here we go.
The druza heard, of course. They called out, and, as we watched, they advanced slowly into the room. Trying out another little trick, I whipped the air into motion around a torch, easily snuffing it out. Then another, and another, until there was only one left. I let it stay, thinking it a little ominous. The druza agreed, based on their panicked cries. I squeezed Vera's arm, and we were off. We hadn't said it out loud, but this was a competition. I dashed out, letting my senses expand. I didn't need the soft light to see. I could see the ley in the stone, and, more importantly, in the druza's bodies. Vera, on the other hand, could dispatch the druza faster with her sword than I could. Pretty evenly matched, I thought. I smiled in the darkness. We were the hunters, the monsters here. I had no fear for myself or Vera. A few of the druza ran out into the shadows, their trembling voices laced with false bravado. One of them ended up rushing straight for me, not that he could tell. I pushed his blade away, finding myself much more skilled at manipulating the ley of the manufactured piece than I had been before. Initially, natural ley had been much easier to push and pull, but apparently I'd gotten better. It was nice. I'd feel good about it later. In that instant, I thought that if moving his sword was now this easy, then moving his armor wouldn't be any more of a challenge. I was right. His feet flew out from under him as I pulled on the metal plates around them, slamming him down on his back. He'd kept hold of his sword, but I lashed out with my power, batting it out of his hands to clatter on the stone. I still hadn't worked out how to snuff out someone's life by severing the ley inside them, so I went with my second best idea. A roiling ball of white-hot fire coalesced above my outstretched hand. It slammed down into his wide-eyed face, melting his entire head. Fuck! At least it was quick. Oh, 1 point for me. A part of me recoiled at the flippant thought of making this butchery into a game. The larger part, however, was going to beat Vera. I felt her lacing lash out, the wind whipping into a deadly torrent of power. Through his sliced-up lay, I saw her opponent's body fall into pieces. I also heard said pieces wetly hit the stone. Gross. Tied now. Between the rapid darkening of the room, the instant but short-lived brightness of my fireball, and the sound of Vera's druser hitting the floor, the other four devolved into screaming terror. I wondered if they'd ever seen combat before. After all, they were stationed here, underneath the palace, in the heart of the enemy's power. When would they have fought anyone? I couldn't imagine anyone, even palace staff, mistakenly wandering down here of all places. I doubted these guards had even issued a terse, "Move it along," let alone fought to defend anything. I stepped out from behind a pillar. I could see the druser's lay through it, which I was beginning to enjoy. I pulled his feet out from under him, brushed his blade away, and brought a fireball down on the back of his head. He barely had time to scream. 2-1. One of the druser had had enough. His footsteps echoed through the dark as he turned and ran towards one of the many doors. Vera's footsteps followed. She attacked. Plop. 2-2. Of the two remaining, one hid, trembling behind another pillar. He'd probably guessed correctly that if he ran, Vera would hear and find him. I reached out to the lay in the pillar above him. As delicately as I could, I separated a large block of stone, recalling how I'd done it outside the city before fighting Steve. With an extremely self-congratulatory smile, I slid it out without a single sound. At least nothing that I could hear. I let it drop. If he heard it falling through the air, he didn't have time to act before it crushed him. 3-2. The one remaining druser had backed up to the large metal door they'd all been guarding. He clutched his sword tightly, holding it out towards the darkness. I wasn't going to let Vera turn this into a tie. She had other ideas. Her footsteps pounded the stone as she rushed the last guard, heedless of giving herself away. I was across the room and wouldn't have gotten there in time, even if I'd used the lay to levitate myself there. A fireball burst to life in my hands. I threw it. The druser screamed as the fire hurtled towards him, not only offering death itself, but revealing Vera, her sword flashing in the bright light. It was a photo finish. The fireball ploughed into his chest just as Vera's lacing sliced cleanly through his armor, flesh, and bones. Charred pieces hit the ground. It had only taken a few minutes maximum, and it was over. I took a long, deep breath and relit the torches. Vera stood in front of the metal door, the remnants of the last druser smoking at her feet. Her hands were on her hips, her lips pressed into a thin line. I sauntered up and gave her a shitty smile.
Oh, fuck you.
Our laughs echoed around the room. Want to call that 3.5 to 2.5? She grumbled.
Ugh, yeah, that's fair.
Poor fuckers. She snorted.
Seriously. I'd feel sorry for them if they weren't druser, but it stands to reason that they were all assholes anyway, so fuck 'em.
You know, I said, eyeing her up and down, I like this new vicious side of you. It's sexy. She bit her lip and narrowed her eyes at me, which was all I needed. We came together and kissed deeply in that dark underground room filled with corpses that we'd just created. I slipped my hands around her arse and pulled her hips in close before I reached up and softly cupped one of her breasts. She moaned lightly and bucked against my rapidly hardening cock. A second later, we both pulled away, our breaths heavy and not from the fighting. Maybe not right now, I suggested. She giggled.
Yeah, probably not the best idea.
We gave each other a look that said, as soon as this is done, though. I pushed against the huge metal door. It didn't budge an inch. I could probably have just broken it with my power, but even though we'd been less than stealthy out here, I didn't want to throw away our element of surprise. We searched through the various corpses around the room.
I got it!
Vera came back with a little pyramid-shaped lacing. She held it up to the door and activated it. It used many forms of ambient ley, twining them together in a spiraling current that passed into the doors. A soft series of clicks echoed from within. I pushed again, just with my hands, and the door slowly slid open. The hallway on the other side loomed out in front of us, illuminated by another series of torches. Must be a pain in the arse to keep these things lit all the time. Vera grunted.
That's what you'd have an army of idiot Druza for.
Good point. The hallway branched off in many directions. It seemed we'd finally come to the actual catacombs. The shelves inset into the stone were reminiscent of what I thought catacombs should be. Bones sat dusty and forgotten in the gloom. A musty smell pervaded the air, on top of the ever-present feeling of wrongness from the defiled ley. We're getting close now.
You think?
I turned to Vera in the dull light and laughed. I mean because the defiled ley is stronger here. She snickered.
Oh, that. I thought you were just saying obvious stuff.
I gave her a small slap on the arse. I suppose I was doing that too. The hall eventually curved but never stopped branching out, ancient tunnels of old bones in all directions. They must have come this way, a voice reverberated down the hall from behind us. Well, so much for the surprise, I muttered. Here, this way. I took Vera's arm and pulled her down a random offshoot, letting my light dissipate again. We crouched down in the perfect dark, barely breathing. The chances of us being found were practically zero. Numerous footsteps sounded on the dusty stones. A big group was coming in after us, it seemed. Flickering torchlight came into view as our would-be pursuers followed the main path. Oh, shit, I barely whispered. Lucky us. Great Lord Jake, lay practitioner and arsehole restaurant patron, stepped into view, along with his entourage of Druza peons, which comprised about 5 times as many as he'd brought out to dinner. Standing a head and shoulders above them all was another Druza. His scaled face showed many lines of old age, and opulent robes hung lightly on his shoulders. He carried a tall staff with an odd contraption on the end that looked like a twisted version of a master lacing. I could barely make it out between all the background defilement, but it seemed to be a defiled lacing. One of the masters, I was sure. Most notable of all, though, was a Yezendi woman with golden glowing cracks in her chest. Chapter 26.
It's her,
Vera breathed. Her brightly glowing eyes were downcast, and she held her hands together in front of her body. She followed Jake, but not because she wanted to. The power emanating from her was intense, to say the least. Her lay was like nothing else I'd ever experienced. Just as it had been the one time I'd seen her, she contained the lay that all living people did, but so much more besides. I had so many questions. Fan out, Jake roared. No one assaults my peons. At least he's not calling us curs or interlopers. I slipped my hand around Vera's. Let's go. Let's see what we can find before the fighting starts.
Can you...
Yeah, I can tell where we're going.
Damn,
She muttered.
that's convenient.
I nodded, not that she could see it. It really is one of the best things about the lay so far. We retreated down the little side hall we were in. By the way, nice fighting back there. I'm impressed you were able to do all of that by the light of one torch.
Oh, thanks. I've done my fair share of night hunting. It was the same.
I squeezed her hand softly. We wound around the maze of tunnels, sometimes stepping on a random bone shard. The sounds were soft and echoed anyway. I couldn't imagine anyone but a bat tracking us by that. As we went, the defilement changed. I stopped in my tracks.
What? What is it?
Vera's body tensed, her sword at the ready. Nothing like that. It's just... the defiled ley is becoming... different. She snorted.
How descriptive.
I gave her ass another smack. I know, it's... I fumbled for the right words. It's like it's both thicker and thinner here. There's more, but less. Vera paused for a moment.
Okay, I can see why you're having trouble. That makes 0 sense.
Yep, I don't know. We'll see. At any rate, I think I can pinpoint the way we should be going now. After a few more turns, a staircase leading down opened up in front of us. We descended, Vera's footing confident even in the pitch blackness. She'd been relying entirely on me to guide her. She hadn't said a single word of complaint. I was so glad she was here with me. Another series of turns, and the catacombs morphed from a place for the dead to a place for the dying. We pushed open a door and passed into a makeshift prison. Torches lined the walls. I let Vera's hand go. I peered tentatively into one of the hastily erected cells, which consisted of thick steel bars rammed into the old stone. Chains and padlock lacing secured the doors. "Oh, shit," I muttered. Vera crept up beside me and peeked over my shoulder.
Oh, shit.
A dead human lay in the cell. Is this where I was meant to be summoned? A chill ran down my spine at the thought. Who? My hands gripped the bars tightly. Who is this?
Danik?
Hmm?
You think that this person was brought here, but...
What? Vera shook her head.
They want great lords, right? But what if you're brought here and you won't be a great lord for the masters?
Oh, it could have been me. Serve or die.
The great lords were all
power-hungry arseholes that would do whatever the masters wanted in exchange for being lords.
Yeah.
We stood there for a moment before a small voice hissed from the other side of the room. Hey! We jumped and spun. The voice came from another cell. Inside sat a man in tattered rags. By the state of his beard, he'd been here for some time. Who are you? I asked. My name is Josh. That's a name you've heard, right? You're human, aren't you? A not-so-subtle undertone of hysteria laced his words. You're from Earth, huh? Right? Yeah? I'm from Dallas, man. You've heard of that? Be quiet, Josh, but yes, I've heard of Texas before. He rocked back and forth, tears beginning to spill down his face. Holy shit! Holy fuck! Get me out of here, please! Let's go home! Despite his addled state, he did quiet down. After I'm done here, sure, we can leave. I didn't say we could go back to Earth. But you've got to help me out first. What can you tell me about this place? What are they doing here? He took a few shuddering breaths. The Masters! It's them! They want... Another long, deep breath. They want us to be killers, man. They keep telling me that if I kill for them, do whatever they want, I can have power and money and women and... He let out a combination of a laugh and a sob. I can spot a con, man. I know there have been others that took the deal. Some of them walk around here all high and mighty, but they'll get what's coming to them in the end. They're all tools. They're too stupid to know it. Nobody gives shit away for free. They might live it up, but one day... He shook his head. They won't be any better than those horrid cat people they dragged down to the lower levels.
The what?
The what? Vera and I said in unison. He looked up at us through his dirty hair. The Saldani? That's what they're called? They ain't humans. They look drugged when they come through. Sometimes they lock 'em in these cells, too, before they're taken away. They don't get the same deal we humans do." Suddenly, he tilted his head at me, a little more clarity coming to his eyes. "Say, what's with you? How'd you escape? How'd you get out? And why'd you come back?" I shook my head. "I was never here. I got sucked into that weird light show that I imagine you did, but I woke up in some random forest." "That right?" he said softly. "Get me out of here, man. I don't have anything to offer you, but I don't want to die down here." His capacity for conversation was waning, I could tell. "We'll be back, okay? We have to deal with the Masters first. Can you tell me one thing? Who are the Masters, and how many are here?" He shrugged without looking up. "They're those scale bastards. There's only one left here now, I think. They've got some fucked up weapons, though. Be careful, huh?" We left Josh where he was. I wasn't about to let him out of his cage. He'd probably make a break for it and fuck up our already precarious situation. Even though he was a bit out of his mind, he didn't start screaming at us when we left. We'd barely made it halfway across the room when a door on the other side opened. I pulled Vera to the floor, flinging us both down heavily behind a table. With a massive bit of luck, I remembered my super stealth ability and muffled any sound we might have made. 2 Druza crept into the room. Their steps, which we could see from under the table, were slow and calculated. We exchanged a glance. They fanned out, peering into various cells and checking the room over thoroughly. We got up to our feet, the sound of which I also muffled. One of them crept closer. I gave Vera a nod. She sprang out, her lacing whipping the air into swift death. The other Druza only had time to turn and start to cry out before a fireball slammed right into her face. She went down, sizzling. "Fuck, man," Josh said from his vantage point. "The fuck was that?" Jake yelled from outside the door. "Oh shit," I muttered. "I think we just lost what little surprise we had. Whatever, let's do it." Vera nodded and gave me a vicious smile. With nothing for it, I sprinted out the door. Might as well meet this shit head on. The prison opened up into a massive domed room with rows of wooden pews and an altar on a dais. Whatever it was now, it had clearly been made for some ritual or religious purpose. What hit me most, though, was the sudden and overwhelming aura of defiled ley. For a split second, I couldn't imagine why I hadn't sensed it before, but the room was stacked with piles of the boxes meant for containing and concealing it. In the presence of this many, however, their wards could only do so much. All this registered in the brief moment before Jake's braying laugh caught up with me. He'd been standing behind the open door that I had just sprinted out of. He surged forward, propelled by the ley. His fist headed directly towards my face, wrapped up in a torrent of magical power. Oh shit! That was a death blow, I could tell. I whipped myself to the side as quickly as I could, my ley pushing off of the stone floor. Jake made contact. It wasn't the kill shot to my head that he'd been aiming for, but he still smashed his fist into my shoulder, cracking my bones into pieces and hurtling me across the room. I crashed through various pews, their old wood splintering as my body careened by. My fancy clothes, which I'd never changed out of, ripped and tore as I tumbled end over end. Countless cuts and scrapes opened my skin, the blood flowing freely out. My shoulder was ruined, the bones inside bashed into as many splinters as the pews. The pain coursed through my body, overwhelming. I'd never felt anything like it in my entire life. I was dying. My entire body screamed. I'm sure I did as well, but I couldn't tell over the mind-racking pain. My body lay crumpled on the cool stone. A cloud of dust and a pile of wrecked furniture surrounded me. This was it. It was over. Just like that. No. No! Fuck that! Focus, focus, focus! Focus or you're dead! Focus or Vera's dead! I pulled all the ley I could into me, my mind bent to one goal. Nothing around me mattered. If I couldn't do this, it was over. It didn't matter if Jake was coming at me again. I had to do this. The magic surged through my body. I untwisted the wrecked currents in my flesh and bones. I righted all the wrongs. It was agony. My flesh knit back together. My blood regenerated, the ley itself providing the power, willing it into existence. My bones rearranged themselves, scraping through my muscles until they were in the right place again, fusing in a nearly euphoric sensation. I screamed, the sound issuing forth from my mouth involuntarily as my body repaired itself. I stood. My clothes were torn and covered in blood. I met Jake's eyes, letting all the rage I was feeling seep into my gaze. His stupid, braying laughter stopped. He shook his head.
No, it's not possible!
Hadn't Steve or Eric said that to me before? Amusing. Jake snarled.
Fine. You want a fight? You got one, fucker!
Finally, someone who wasn't calling me a cur. I didn't say a word. I just threw myself at him. He surged forward again, wrapping the ley around his fist just like he had before, which was exactly what I'd wanted him to do. I flipped over his head, my eyes glued to the power flowing down his arm, seeing how he did it. It was an extension of his ley, bolstered with the natural ley from the earth, but it was molded in a weird and unintuitive way. I didn't think I'd have ever figured that out on my own. "Thanks, asshole," I said as my feet hit the ground. He turned and swung again. I pulled the ley up and around my arm and hand. Even though it was weird, it flowed well, feeling a little natural as I did it. I caught his fist. A massive boom echoed around the domed room, a rush of air whooshing past us both. He looked down at his fist in my hand. His eyes widened.
"You can't!"
I smirked as I reared back with my other hand, the ley wrapping around it. "I can!" His eyes flashed, his power lashing out. I'd expected more of the same, but to my surprise and horror, he was summoning deadly winds in the style of Vera's lacing, right behind my back. They ripped into my flesh. "Fuck!" Jake reversed my grip, pulled me in, and kneed me in the stomach with a ley-infused strike. I was able to block it with the same technique, but only partially. It still hurt a lot. Flailing wildly with my power, I pulled up chunks of stone from the ground and flung them at Jake, trying valiantly to stay conscious and on my feet. He let go of me and dashed backward, the look of fear still in his eyes. Focus. I repaired the minor damage to my abdomen and closed the new slashes in my back. "You stupid fucker!" I snarled. I was done with this shit. I wasn't getting cut up one more time. No more broken bones. No one had ever hurt me this much before, causing this much pain. I was going to give it back to him 100 times over.
"Kill him!"
Jake yelled.
"Kill him now!"
Belatedly, I noticed a crowd of Druza watching the fight from across the huge room. Jake had wanted to make a show of me like Steve had. But like Steve, he was gonna lose. I turned and threw out my arms. "Well?" Out of the group, 3 of them managed to find the courage to rush me, screaming wordless cries as they ran, attempting to obey their master. I covered my entire body with the bolstering magic, reaching out with tendrils of power to the stones and walls. I barely had to use my muscles. The ley did the work for me. I dashed towards them, so much faster than a normal person would be capable of. In 3 quick movements, I punched all 3 of their heads clean off their shoulders. The decapitated corpses continued running for a split second before collapsing and skidding across the stone. "Anyone else?" I bellowed. As a group, they turned and ran. There must have been 20 of them, and they all ran like lemmings. It felt good. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught Jake quietly heading towards another door. I pointed a finger and yelled, "Oh no you don't! You're gonna die down here, arsehole!" He turned, and to his credit, he steeled himself well for the ensuing fight. "Fine! Do you want this? Come and get it!" I smirked at him. "Okay." We both leapt at each other, propelled by the lay. Our fists crashed together. The entire room shook at the force of our blows. We did it again and again, and each time Jake dashed back, afraid to stay close to me. He tried the slicing winds over and over, but as wrapped up in the lay as I was, they only amounted to scratches, which I instantly healed. I attempted to do the same, but I just couldn't quite get the hang of it as quickly as I had the bolstering magic. I did manage to cut his finery up, though. A little blood trailed through. He threw pieces of broken stone and raging fireballs, whipped the wind into a frenzy, and tried to speed in and hit me, but none of it was working. When he'd been able to surprise me, he'd had a major advantage. He should have killed me when I was on the ground earlier. It was too late now. I batted the stones away like they were wadded-up balls of paper. I snuffed the fire as it came. The winds barely hurt me. Jake's punches couldn't connect. He was slippery like Steve had been, but there was nowhere to go. No reinforcements. And I had a lot of new tricks this time, some of which he'd just taught me. Still, I couldn't quite pin him down. He knew he couldn't go toe-to-toe with me, so he dodged and feinted, always just out of my reach. I had to admit that he was more practiced than I was in his movements. But then, I noticed a glint of light inside one of the doors. Vera was waiting. We'd pull the same trick on him that we'd pulled on Steve. I whipped shattered stones at his head, subtly pushing him towards the door. Little by little, he was moving towards his death. Then it happened. Vera shot out of the shadows, the form of her strike flawless. Her lacing activated. Jake's eyes flashed. "Vera, no!" He knew. He saw it coming. With inhuman speed, he sidestepped the deadly winds, twirled, and slipped his arm around Vera's neck. Chapter 27. "Stop right there!" Jake screamed. His arm wrapped tightly around Vera's throat. With a surge of lay, he forced her sword out of her hands. It clattered loudly on the cracked floor. Her eyes were wide. My eyes were wide. "Move and she's dead." "Vera!" Jake's panicked eyes scanned the room. He began to inch his way backward toward one of the many doors. I took a step. Vera squealed as he held a burning hand to her face. "I told you to fucking stop!" he shrieked. Fuck. He won't kill her straight out. He needs her as a shield, but if I let him escape, he'll kill her as soon as he's safely away from me. Fuck, what do I do? "You stay right there. I'll let her go if you don't move a muscle." "Sure you will." He inched backward, slowly heading towards the door. I couldn't think of a single thing to do. He could kill Vera in an instant. What do I do? Vera smiled. I hardly knew what to make of it. It wasn't an "I love knowing you" smile. As I watched, a little dumbfounded, she whipped her head back, cracking her skull into Jake's nose. He grunted. A split second later, Vera reached down and grabbed his balls. Her eyes shone with righteous vengeance. She twisted mercilessly. Jake let out a high-pitched wail. I shot forward, propelling myself as fast as I ever had, my arms bolstered by the lei. Vera slipped out of his grasp just before my fist smashed into his face. He tumbled across the room, end over end, trying desperately to stay upright with tendrils of power. He managed it, but his back hit the stone wall. I was there, my fists slamming into his chest. He grunted and tried to stop me. His lei lashed out, and his arms came up, but they were useless. Filled with nothing but white-hot rage, I pummeled him with blow after blow. He'd held on to the magic protecting him, but it was breaking under my unending assault. His power resisted me. I summoned more lei, my strikes strengthening. He flailed, both magically and physically, trying in vain to stop me. He tried to heal himself, but his ability to do so paled in comparison to mine. His lei failed. His chest began to cave in. I felt his ribs break, his muscles tear, his lungs puncture.
No,
he wheezed.
I am a great lord.
Fuck you, I managed to snarl in between my blows. Fuck your masters. You're not a lord. You're a worthless piece of shit. My lei snaked around my leg before I kneed him hard in the crotch. The sound of it reverberated around the room. His face screwed up. A truly inhuman wail passed his lips. I tried not to imagine what I'd just done to him.
Danik?
I turned to see Vera at my side, her sword in her hand. I took a few steps back, letting Jake's ruined body slump to the floor. His eyes still contained a tiny glimmer of life.
Die and rot,
she said with a tiny shake of her head. She swung. The slicing winds appeared. The great Lord Jake fell to pieces. I turned Vera towards me and pulled her in tight. I thought I'd lost you for a second there. She laid her head on my shoulder.
So did I. Wouldn't that have been the most awful thing? Mostly because he was such a jackass.
I chuckled. Yeah. We stepped apart. Time to finish this, I said. She flipped her sword in the air, the hilt coming down into her waiting palm.
Yeah, it is.
Just as I turned away, an odd bit of magic brushed against my senses. I gazed down at the chunks of Jake's body. His lei had dissipated on his death, but something else still pulsed underneath the severed pieces. I reached into the gore as Vera grimaced at me.
What the fuck are you doing?
There's something in here. I glanced up to see nothing but revulsion on her face. I burst out laughing. I mean, besides blood and guts.
Ugh, fuck, Danik, I hope so.
Still chuckling, I pulled out a large skeleton key, like the one the Yezendi woman had given us. Another locking lacing. This one... Ugh.
What?
Vera leaned in.
Something besides the fact that it's covered in gore?
It has traces of defiled lei in it. She curled a lip.
I see. Can you still use it?
Yeah, it's just gonna feel gross. I wiped the lacing and my hand off as best I could on Jake's shredded clothes. The room didn't contain anything that looked overly suspicious, but based on the currents of power, I knew exactly where to use the key. Behind the altar, across the broken floor and shattered pews, a hidden door sat waiting. I held the lacing up to it. The defilement felt awful, like hot grease being poured through my soul. I only touched it briefly before the key did the rest. The wall and part of the floor opened up, sliding nearly soundlessly to reveal a descending staircase. We locked eyes, nodded, and made our way down. The walls were bereft of any torches, so I took Vera's hand and guided her down into the absolute darkness.
Well, I can't say I like this a whole lot,
she whispered. I'll bet there are lights further down. Besides, I can see well enough that we're not going to accidentally bump into any druiser that happen to be standing perfectly still down here. Not that I think that's a likely thing, anyway.
You're probably right about that.
The winding routes of the catacombs were gone. This hall was straight and narrow, with little ornamentation and no ancient bones at all. Our footsteps echoed faintly in the gloom. The smell of old death was gone as well, replaced by the subtle dankness of a natural cave. The defilement became thicker and thinner still. "I see," I said softly. "There's more defilement here, but it's in minuscule bits, floating through everything. The air, the stone, the earth around us, everything."
This is the source, isn't it?
Has to be, yeah. I held up a hand, letting the tiny motes of dark energy flow around my fingers. They don't harvest it here because it's too spread out. I think that it flows out into the world and, this is just a theory, coalesces in things like the Master Leyline.
Huh. Then they send out their great lords to collect it?
Seems likely, yeah. The hall went on for some time. As we progressed, a tiny sliver of light came into view. I strained to see what it was. After we crept close enough, it turned out to be more torchlight wavering inside a cracked door. We peered around and into the room. A scene from a nightmare stared back at us. Another smaller domed room lay at the end of the hall. 4 pillars stood around a central dais. On each one, a Saldani hung, suspended off the floor by iron shackles. It was difficult to tell, but they didn't seem like they were alive. But they weren't fully dead either. The ley from their bodies all drifted out into the center of the dais. There, floating in the air, held up by freestanding tendrils of ley energy, a Saldani woman hung, her eyes open in a lifeless stare. She was the source of the defilement. The dark ley issued forth from her body, radiating out in all directions. A roiling torrent of magic swirled underneath her skin, an amalgam of ley that pulsed in a sickening beat. I couldn't tell what kind of power formed it.
"Hooray, woman! That useless wretch Jake has fallen!"
I'd been so preoccupied by the horror show that I completely missed the people standing on the other side of it. The Yazendi woman, the Druza master, and a small handful of Druza minions stood in front of another anomaly of lights. A portal. The Yazendi's arms were raised, the glowing cracks in her chest giving off a bright light. They were trying to escape. "Let's go," I said to Vera. We rushed into the room and around either side of the dais. "Hey, fuckers!" I yelled. They all looked, of course. Vera dashed in and slashed wildly. 4 severed corpses hit the ground. Then the remaining ones looked at that. I bolted in, lashed out with a few ley-infused strikes, and knocked the heads off the remaining minions. Wordlessly, the Yazendi woman turned and ran, her portal fizzling as she did. The master screamed in rage, attempting to run after her. He was surprisingly fast for someone who looked like he was in his 70s. I darted in between them, my movements augmented by my ley. "Oh no, you don't!"
"You!"
he snarled.
"How did you do it? How did you escape?"
Vera crept closer towards his back, but I held out a hand. We might find out something if I could get this bastard to keep talking. "Don't you even know?" I asked with a smirk. "I thought you were supposed to be the master of this whole charade. Or are you just some lesser master? Not a master at all? A human slips through your fingers and you don't even know after all this time how it happened?" I scoffed and shook my head. "I thought you were masterminds. I guess not." He bristled with rage.
"You're nothing but a pawn, a tiny, insignificant tool in our greater plans."
I spit on the floor. Greater plans, my ass. You can't even do your own work. You have to pull humans in to do it for you. Pathetic. He sneered at me. Not that you'll live to see it, but the coming Druza dynasty will cover all of Mirras. Once you humans have served your purpose, you'll be disposed of, not even living on in servitude like the Saldani and the rest. He shook his head. But enough of this! He raised his staff and activated the defiled Leyline on top of it. Corrupt power issued forth, swirling down and around his body, which I could only now tell contained a variety of other Leyline. They appeared to be at least partially implanted in his flesh. Ugh! He dashed at me just as quickly as Jake had. His power came from the Leyline inside him. His punches were quick and strong, although not quite as powerful as Jake's had been. So, nothing I couldn't easily handle. I blocked strike after strike, taking any opening I saw to return a few blows of my own. His power kept him relatively safe, although I was taking a toll. As the seconds went by, I realized that every attack he threw at me was not only powered by the defilement, but was laced with it as well. Every attack I blocked saw a tiny portion of the dark magic seep into my body, even through my bolstering lay. I reached inside with my power and tore the defilement out. The bile rose in my throat as I did it. He capitalized on those small moments. His eyes said he knew they were coming. I suddenly wondered if I could beat him like this in our little war of attrition. Tearing out the defilement was more taxing than anything else I'd ever done. Luckily, I wasn't alone. Vera dashed in the second she saw an opening, her sword flashing in the dim light, her Leyline whipping the wind into a frenzy. The master must have felt it coming. He sidestepped it as neatly as Jake had earlier. He did not, however, counter her as deftly as Jake had. The instant her attack failed, Vera kept her momentum and rolled away. I dashed in for another attack. We kept the pressure up. I pummeled him into giving away an opening for Vera. Each time she got a little closer as his power waned. His breath came fast, and the snarl on his face morphed into a grimace of exertion. A few times, Vera missed a perfectly good opening. I hardly had time to pay attention. I'd thought she just couldn't execute an attack. That wasn't it, though. Every time she used her Leyline, the master felt it coming and sidestepped it. She'd gotten so adept at using her sword as a conduit for the Leyline that even I glossed over the fact that she was an accomplished swordswoman. One last time, she sprinted in. She didn't use the Leyline. With a cry of pain, terror, and surprise, the master trembled as Vera's blade blossomed from the center of his chest. A second later, I was there. I batted the staff from his hand and gripped his face, silencing his cries. Vera's sword slipped out of his chest, and in one smooth motion, she sliced through his neck. I was still holding his head as his body hit the ground. Vera panted, doubled over with her hands on her knees. She looked up and said,
"We did it!"
Both our gazes flicked over to the dead master's staff, which had begun to shake. The lay inside it swirled faster and faster, a tiny tornado of power. It was going to explode.
Move, move, move!
The Yazendi woman reappeared from the shadows, and before we could do a single thing, she sprinted in between us and leapt on the staff like it was an active grenade, which it probably was. The alien power inside her glowing body surged, wrapping around the dark Leyline. I stood, transfixed, as she grappled with the device, wondering what I could do for help. I took a step forward, but the look she gave me stopped me in my tracks. Finally, the torrent of power waned, and eventually faded into nothing. The defiled Leyline was still functional, but she'd somehow put it to sleep. Chapter 28. We stood there in dumbfounded silence for a few moments. Finally, the Azendi woman stood. The flickering light reflected off the burnished armor around her shoulders and forearms. It was, I noticed, not just decorative, and it certainly wasn't for actual defense. It was a lacing, or a series of them at any rate. Her eyes wandered over to the dead master. I'd thrown his head down near his body. When her golden gaze met mine, she smiled tiredly.
You came.
We came, I said, nodding. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like the answers to about 1,000 questions.
Yes, I think you're owed.
The glowing cracks in her chest pulsed and she grunted. I looped an arm through hers before she collapsed. Vera appeared on the other side, taking her other arm. We crept away from the dead master and gently lowered her to one of the steps of the infernal-looking dais. I stared up at the floating not corpse and sighed. Actually, the answers can wait. Let's take care of whatever this is and get the hell out of here. I met her golden eyes. Can I just destroy this? I gestured up at the scene. Thing? Those people aren't alive anymore, are they?
That's not a simple answer.
Fair enough. Here's an easier question. Can they be saved?
No.
Good. So I can bash this shit apart? Is it going to explode too? Do we need to unravel it or something? She shook her head.
No. I think simple violence will be sufficient to destroy it. Sever the ley lines between the conduit and the anchors. That will be enough.
I wanted to be respectful of the people who had been used in this ritual, so I didn't just crush their bodies with chunks of stone. I reached out to the ley inside the anchors, poking and prodding like I'd never done before. I could hardly do this to a living person I didn't want to harm, and there was no time to learn anything in the heat of battle. Mercy killing already half-dead people, though? It was the perfect opportunity. Vera stood by and watched, nothing but a tired look on her face. The Azendi carefully observed me. I just assumed she could at least see the ley. Maybe not as well as I could, maybe better, but she knew what I was doing. There were several points where the ley coalesced inside a body. During my only attempt to sever those connections, I'd blundered it pretty hard, causing nothing but horrific pain in that one poor Druza fucker instead of the swift and silent kill I'd wanted. It took a little practice, but I figured it out, now that I could do it without stress. I severed the ley of the 4 shackled Saldani. The energy within their bodies faded, and they were gone. The lines between them and the so-called conduit thinned and faded as well. Her body, once suspended in the open air, fell unceremoniously to the ground. The defilement emanating from her ceased. The oppressive aura of the place remained. While we'd stemmed the flow, all the defilement already present remained. It's done. I looked back at the other two. Let's get out of here. But first, tell me your name. The rest of the endless questions can wait until we're safe. The Azendi woman smiled wanly.
I am Belmora. Thank you for saving me.
I was about to reply when I felt a presence coming down the hallway. Oh, shit! Vera and Belmora, who both looked like they were about to pass out on their feet, suddenly looked up, ready for action. I rushed to the door and peered around it. Oh, fuck! I knew it!
What?
Vera was by my side.
Someone else?
A lot of someone else's, and they're coming in hot. I couldn't sense a great lord when they were just standing idly by, but when they were using the ley, it was obvious. Right then, it was insanely obvious. Shit! I think there's at least 3 of them! I could have killed any one of them, I was sure. I probably couldn't take all 3 while defending Belmora and probably Vera in a cramped room with no other way out. On that note, there's not another hidden door, is there, Belmora? That'd be really convenient right now. She shook her head.
No, but there's another way. It will take time, though. A portal?
Vera asked.
Yes.
I pushed the door shut. Sounds great. Do it. Right now, please. I reached out to the stone above, slicing into it with my power, bringing huge chunks down to lodge against the doors. It would buy some time, but against 3 great lords, I didn't know how much. With a pained grunt, Balmora's lay issued forth from her body. Immediately, tiny versions of the portal's lights appeared, along with soft versions of the strange sounds.
Come,
she said breathily to Vera. They exchanged words, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. I was too busy jamming more rocks into place just before the Lord's power crashed into the doors. They all started yelling things on the other side. I couldn't make much of that out either, but all the things I did catch were all the most cliché shit. How dare this, and you'll rue the day that. Their combined power pushed the doors in, even with my stone barricade in place. I pushed back with as much force as I could muster. The doors themselves bent and splintered, rent apart by our opposing power. I shoved the rocks into the opening. The lords weren't nearly as adept at slicing them into pieces as I was. If they had been, it would have been over in seconds. Their sloppy work made small but increasing progress, even as I pulled more stones down from overhead. My eyes were locked on the ceiling, making sure I wasn't going to cause a cave-in and bury us all, saving the lords the trouble of killing us. "Any time now would be great," I called back.
Nearly there,
Balmora's strained voice answered. I slipped. I'd been trying to force every individual stone into the doorway. The lords pushed on single stones here and there, and finally, they won. One stone tumbled loudly across the floor, then another, and one more. "Now, Balmora!" My stone barricade crumbled. The lords levitated in, all wearing the same shitty, triumphant look. It was fun watching their stupid faces change from smug superiority to rage as I was pulled bodily back and into the swirling portal. Everything went white. Chapter 29. We fell hard onto the ground. When the world stopped spinning, I noticed golden grass swishing across my face in the gentle breeze. I sat up and blinked. We were in the golden forest of Vera's home. Or one a lot like it, who was to say? Vera, as she cried out. She leapt to her feet and twirled in joy.
We're home!
You can tell, I said, still sitting.
Of course I can. See that tree over there? I fell out of it like 6 times when I was young.
It looked like all the other trees, but I took her word for it. Balmora was lying on the ground, unresponsive. We rushed to her side, expecting the worst, but she was still breathing.
Looks like creating the portal really took it out of her,
Vera said. Yeah, how close are we to your village? And how are we at your village?
Balmora told me to picture home as best I could. Then she reached into my mind, I guess, with her power. Apparently she took the location from my memories. I think if she hadn't been rushed, she'd have taken us to my front door, but this is close enough.
She has power like mine. Vera shook her head.
No, she's covered in lacin, and it's pretty clear that there are some inside her as well. I don't know what else would be doing that to her chest.
We both gazed down at the literal cracks in her skin and the golden light shining from inside her body. After a pause, Vera said,
We're about an hour outside home. I don't think she's in any condition to walk, so we should...
I'll just carry her.
All that way?
Yeah, should be easy with my new tricks. I wrapped myself in the energy flowing beneath my feet, twining it around and through my own. With incredible ease, I lifted Balmora gently off the ground and cradled her in my arms. No problem. Vera blinked at me.
You just keep impressing me more and more.
Thank the late Lord Jake. He showed me how to do this. Not that he meant to. We spent the walk back to the village in companionable silence. I saw Vera smiling widely many times, even though she turned away and blushed each time. Neither of us commented. We finally came out of the forest and into the clearing outside the village walls. Geron was manning the gate because, of course, he was. He jumped when he saw us coming, pointing a finger down at us.
Who said you could come back, Vera? And who else are you bringing in here? Didn't you cause enough trouble last time?
Shut your fucking mouth, Geron!
Vera yelled.
Open the gate right now or I will kick it down, come up there, rip your tiny dick off and shove it down your throat, you pompous wannabe fucker!
Geron paled at her tirade. I side-eyed her pretty hard. Unexpected, but sexy. His eyes were locked on Vera as he fumbled blindly for the lever. He found it and the gate opened. Vera marched straight in without giving him a second glance. So, I asked once we were well inside, what was that? Not that I disapprove. She smiled at me and only blushed a little.
Oh, well, I was thinking of a lot of things on our way back through the forest, and especially on seeing home again, it all seemed so small, you know? All the things I used to care about, all the things I used to worry about, seemed a little stupid. After everything we've done, Hey!
She suddenly turned and shook her fist at some random person I'd never seen. They'd been standing outside their house and had been giving us a shitty look.
Mind your own fucking business, Cheryl.
Cheryl's eyes went wide, and she turned to mind her own fucking business. Vera's eyes met mine, and she laughed.
As I was saying, after everything we've done, all this small-town crap seems like crap. Just worthless stuff. I can't believe I ever let any of it get to me. I cared about Geron and what rumours he spread about me. I cared about what anyone thought of my parents. Fuck 'em. I am a capable warrior. I prove that 10 times over, if not more out there. I'm one of the best in the entire village.
She stopped suddenly, a shaky smile coming to her lips.
I know that now.
I wanted to hug her, but my arms were still full with Balmora. I settled for a charming smile. You went on the adventure you always wanted, and it's not even over. She beamed and continued walking.
Damn right it's not.
Her house was the same as we left it. Vera pulled out her locking lacing and opened the front door. I laid Balmora down on the couch, careful to make sure she didn't sink too far in and suffocate. I chuckled to myself, but it was honestly a reasonable concern for that couch. Vera went to the kitchen and came out with some chilled drinks that tasted like fruit. We both slumped down in the chair around the couch, the bone-deep weariness finally catching up with us. The sun still shone through the windows as it made its way down to the horizon. I, for one, was going to sleep for a day or two. We both jumped as someone started pounding on the door.
Open up! Open the shit up!
For a brief second, I thought we were in for another fight, but I just sank back into my chair when I realized it was Riss's voice coming through. Vera shuffled to the door and opened it. Without preamble, Riss darted through and wrapped her up in the biggest, tightest hug she could. Vera's feet hovered off the ground, and a pained grunt passed her tight lips as Riss sobbed into her shoulder.
You're back! Oh, shit, I was so worried the whole time! Riss!
Vera squeaked out, awkwardly patting the woman's arm.
Oh!
She released her, Vera's feet thumping back onto the floor.
Sorry, oh, shit. I kept it together pretty hard when you two were on your way out, but the second you were out of sight, I lost it, and oh, damn, it's been rough this whole time. I couldn't stop wondering where you were and what you were doing right that second, hoping so hard that you were still okay. Riss.
Vera put her hands on the towering woman's shoulders.
We're okay. I'm okay. You want to come sit?
After she got her breathing under control, Riss nodded, smiling.
Yeah, I'd like that. Oh.
She finally noticed Belmora on the couch.
Who the shit is that? Is she a Yezendi? What's going on with her chest? It's a long story,
Vera said, laughing.
Come in and we'll tell you the whole thing.
The last rays of sun died out while we recounted our entire trip to Riss, not leaving out a single detail. Vera and I both did a lot of talking. I didn't see any reason to hide or sugarcoat anything for Riss, even considering how worried she'd been. We were fine. Everything was fine. She recoiled in horror constantly at our telling, asking often for more details, excited to hear everything we were telling her. She stared in awe when we got to the end, her eyes flicking over to Belmora's sleeping form. And that's about it, I finished, until she wakes up and answers a lot of our questions.
Oh, I'm awake.
Belmora stirred. She slowly turned over and regarded us all in turn.
I've been awake for a decent portion of your story. It was enjoyable to hear it,
she said with a tiny smile. Are you well enough to start answering about 1,000,000 questions? I asked. She exhaled, the ghost of a laugh, her eyes downcast.
I'll tell you everything I know, but I fear it won't be nearly as much as you wish it to be.
Well, I said, leaning back in my chair, let me start with this one. You and the Druza are summoning humans to use as tools in some evil plot, correct?
Please, don't assume my involvement was of my own volition.
If it was, I doubt you would have appeared to us and given us a key and a map, but that's not where I was going. What I want to know is what happened to me. Why wasn't I summoned to the catacombs and... Oh, shit! At everyone's concerned looks, I said, there was a man named Josh locked up down there. I'd very much wanted to save him. Belmora shook her head.
He was already lost. The Masters brand humans with a mark of defilement. Even if you had released him, it would only be a matter of time before they found him. Put him out of your mind.
I grumbled, not liking that one bit.
But you answer your question. You are correct in assuming that I summoned humans from your world for the Druza.
She closed her eyes.
A shame I will forever live with. My own story, filled with poor decisions and regret, can come later. I was the one who summoned you.
Was it me specifically? Because I got the impression that I was just the unlucky bastard who wandered into that portal. She nodded.
Yes, the summoning is random. Once you are caught, however, I was able to feel your nascent power. I don't know how the Druza found your world, or why humans can manipulate the ley in ways the people of Mirras largely cannot. Suffice it to say that humans, if properly used, could be far more powerful than anyone else in the world. Once you were in the process of being summoned, as I said, I could feel that you would be far stronger than anyone else I had encountered. I simply could not let the Druza have you. Countering the summoning and sending you back to your world was not possible, however. The best I could do was divert you. I had no idea where you would appear on Mirras, but anything was better than in the hands of the enemy. After that, I attempted to locate you for some time, finally feeling your presence when you battled Lord Steve. I had created the key and map in the desperate hope that you would be able, and more importantly, willing, to fight against our enemies.
She laughed.
Let me tell you just how relieved and amazed I was that you were already doing so. And well at that. Steve, even though he had not been raised to a great lord, he was still a formidable opponent. I am pleased that he is dead.
Yeah, he was an asshole, I said. But I assume that anyone who agrees to help the Druza is, right? Am I correct in assuming not everyone that's summoned is? Balmora curled her lip.
You are correct. The ones who will not be complicit are simply killed. There are always more humans, the so-called masters are fond of saying. Yes.
Vera sat forward, murder in her eyes.
These masters, who are they? What are they doing this all for? What's their plan?
Balmora slowly met everyone's eyes and softly sighed. In a small voice, she said,
I told you that what I had to tell you would not be all you wished to know.
You don't know? I asked. With a sad little shake of her head, she said,
No. I'm so sorry, but I do not. They seek humans to use as pawns to collect the defiled ley, but their ultimate goals, I don't know. Was just a tool, lured in with false promises of greater things. I was stupid, naive. Hey, everybody fucks up,
Riss said, a warm smile on her face.
But you're here now. You have a chance to undo the things you were forced to do. A chance to atone for my foolishness. Something I had longed for, but never truly believed would happen.
She met our eyes again in turn.
If you would indulge me, I would like to give voice to my failings.
Vera leaned forward and put a hand on Balmora's armor-clad arm.
Of course. Tell us anything you want to. You're among friends.
Balmora finally sat up, tucking her legs underneath her.
Thank you.
She paused, a faraway look in her eyes.
The Yizendi are often plagued by greatness. I am no exception. All of us are raised on stories of the greatest artificers of our people, those whose names are recorded for all time, who have created the most wonderful leyline the world has ever seen.
Like the translation leyline? I asked. She nodded, smiling.
Yes, those were a collaborative effort, but all who worked on their development will be remembered. Anyway, all Yizendi, more or less, strive to achieve such greatness. Pity that it is few ever do. I've long been the same, desperate to prove myself. I've achieved much in my life, but nothing that history would remember. So it was that the Druza masters approached me. I know what you're thinking. The Druza are warmongers. By and large, that's true. But these so-called masters, they'd done things with leyline even I had never seen. Lured in by the inescapable call of a lasting legacy, I ignored the warning signs. I told myself that these Druza were different, and, well, they are, in many ways. Their society values brute strength, but they reject that in favor of learning, of pushing the boundaries of magic. I must admit I was impressed. Very much so. But in the end, they only sought an advantage over other Druza factions. Well, in the beginning. Now I think the conquest of Mirras is in their sights, perhaps. As I say, I was never told their plans. By the time I released any of this, it was too late. I was a slave.
Silence descended on the room. We all sat there, lost in our thoughts, before I asked the next big question. So the defiled ley.
Ah, that Perhaps you have heard the legends of an old kingdom that used it in pursuit of power.
We all nodded. Vera's mentioned it before, but said it was thought to be nothing more than a scary bedtime story for children. Belmora snorted.
Yes, that's the popular thought. It did exist, though. What you might not know, what they don't want you to know, is that this empire was an ancient version of the Saldani Empire we know today.
Riss and Vera gasped.
Indeed. A blight on their history that was ruthlessly scoured from the populace over intervening centuries. It's of little importance now, though. The only thing that matters is that the Saldani are uniquely capable of producing the defilement. As for what it is, dark, twisted energy made into a malformed shadow of its natural state. You might be surprised to know that it exists in nature, albeit in tiny amounts, here and there. Irrelevant, as it eventually evens out and returns to its natural form after long enough. Long ago, the Saldani figured out how to produce more. The process is, well, you saw it.
It was horrible, I muttered.
Yes. As far as I know, what you witnessed in the catacombs with the conduit is the same ritual that was used in antiquity. How the Druza masters resurrected it is so far unknown.
Okay, I said. So the Druza came here to, in a seriously complicated plan, create a large amount of defilement. Why? To what end? She met my eyes, but said nothing. You don't know?
No. All I was able to discern during my servitude was where they were taking the defilement that they were collecting. It leaves Saldani lands and heads north towards some facility, somewhere located in Druza lands. What happens there is unknown.
Vera slammed a fist into her palm.
Well, that's our next target, then.
When we all just looked at her, she added,
What? We've come this far. We're not stopping now, are we? Because we're not.
I laughed. Nope, we're not. We're going to get to the bottom of this. Belmora shook her head and smiled at me.
I can't believe that you, Danik, turned out to be such a hero. You could have been anyone. You might very well have encountered the masters and been immediately swayed by them. Those were my greatest fears.
With a huge sigh, she went on.
I will tell you one other thing I suspect. I believe the humans are merely a stepping stone in their plans, and not just to be powerful tools and to collect the defiled ley. When a human resists, or otherwise outlives their usefulness, they are dissected.
All three of us recoiled at that.
I believe the masters wish to know precisely why humans can manipulate the ley like they can.
I groaned. I think I know where this is heading.
Yes, the masters want this power for their own.
Chapter 30. I still had many questions, but the conversation was taking its toll on Belmora. Vera offered her bedroom for another nap. The three of us remained in the living room.
We didn't get to ask her about her weird chest,
Riss said, clearly dejected. It'll come up, I replied with a smile. I assume it's related to the summoning, which is another subject I have questions about.
You think she has answers?
Vera asked. I grunted. Less than I'm hoping for, probably. Honestly, the things she said gave rise to as many questions as they answered.
Well, we knew our journey wasn't over,
Vera said, smiling.
Although I didn't expect it to take us into Druza lands.
She tilted her head.
I'm not sure why I thought that, but I did. Here's one more thing. Do you think the Saldani crown is in on all this? Or are they being forced as well?
I don't know. I low-key thought we'd be committing regicide when we were in the capital, but we didn't see so much as a single noble, let alone the king. Honestly, it's best that we got out when we did. Who knows how many great lords are wandering around there? Vera grumbled.
Even if, when, we find the source of all of this, there's going to be a lot of clean-up afterwards, isn't there?
Maybe. Perhaps Belle can tell us how many humans are out there. All of us were a little mentally drained after that discussion. Full dark had descended, but the village was still alive with light and activity.
It's a little late, but do you want to head over to Julius's?
Vera asked.
I'm a little surprised that she hasn't beat the door down like Rhys did.
Rhys's cheeks coloured.
I was excited to see you, is all.
We ended the evening at Julius's place. The restaurant wasn't open, but once she opened the door and saw us, that was that. Vera told her about the burning whirls. She cried. No one was surprised. In between her non-stop talking, she herded us into the kitchen and made us all her version of the whirls. We ate at the small table off to the side and recounted our adventures for her, although in a slightly more abridged manner than we'd given Rhys. Her whirls were better than the flaming eyes. It must have been midnight before we finally extricated ourselves from Julius's constant conversation. We crept back into Vera's house to find Belmora awake on the couch.
Ah, there you are. I hope it's acceptable, but I might have raided your kitchen a little bit. Of course,
Vera said.
We'd have taken you along with us if you'd been awake. Are you feeling better? Physically, yes. Mentally, well, I'm still trying to wrap my mind around what's happened in a single day. I think it'll be some time before I come to grips with it. If I may, could I take a walk around the village? I know it's late, but a stroll through the night as a free woman would do me well.
She looked us both over, and while she seemed to be telling the truth, there was something else underneath her tone.
Sure, of course. I don't think anyone's still up to bother you. If they do, come back and we'll kick their asses for you.
I very much love this new side of Vera. Belle chuckled lightly.
I doubt it will be necessary, but thank you.
She gave us a knowing smile as she slipped out the door. Once it clicked shut behind her, Vera and I locked eyes. She kindly gave us some privacy, I said. Would be a shame for it to go to waste. Vera didn't reply. She just took my hand and pulled me very quickly through the house and into the bedroom. Once we were inside, she paused, looking longingly at a folded-up hammock lying on top of her dresser. What?
Oh, I was just thinking how fun it would be to, use that.
Your tone implies there's a problem somehow. It's not my willingness, I'll tell you that much. She snickered.
I mean, there are no tree branches in my room to hang it on.
I put a hand on her shoulder and pulled her in. Tree branches. Honestly. Stay here. I spun on my heel, raced through the house, and sped out the front door, not listening to Vera's bewildered questions as I went. I garnered some odd looks as I jogged through town in the middle of the night, but paid them no heed. Hope she's still up, I muttered to myself as I knocked on Rhys's door. I heard her footsteps pounding up, and she pulled it open with a panicked look on her face. Immediately, I held up my hands. No problem, nothing's wrong.
Oh.
She deflated, a smile on her lips. I do desperately need some bolts, though, along with a metal hook or loop, and drill, however that works here, and a wrench. It's an emergency, kind of. Her eyes narrowed.
Sure, yeah. You can borrow those things, but...
I felt we were good enough friends, at the very least by proxy, so I explained my intentions straight out. She threw her head back and laughed before waving me in.
In that case, come right in.
Her audible mirth drifted into the living room as she went out in her forge. A moment later, she came back with a handful of things.
Here's the bolts, loops, and a suitable wrench.
After she handed them over, she held up a weird-looking lacing.
Here's how to use this.
It was a drill, more or less, even though it looked more like a fat screwdriver than what I was familiar with. It operated the same way, though. With a mighty slap on the back, she shooed me out the door.
Have fun!
Oh, we will, I called back. I fairly sprinted back to Vera's house, catching sight of Belmora down a random street. When I slipped back into the front door, Vera was on the couch.
Where on Mirras did you... What are those?
Come see. Oh, bring a stepladder. Back in the bedroom, I handed her the materials, which she wordlessly took from me with a raised eyebrow.
I thought we were going to...
We are.
Uh-huh. Is this some weird earth kink or something? Do we need to have a discussion before...
Nope, just wait. Finding a good beam to drill into was easy. They were all exposed. I picked one and got on the small ladder she'd brought. Watching her complete confusion was a little more fun than I would admit to her. Okay, bolt and loop, please, and then the wrench. Unsurprisingly, Riss had given me exactly what I needed, and slotting it into the hole I'd just drilled was easy. I took the wrench and tightened it snugly. Vera's look of befuddlement only deepened as I started on the second one. I stepped down and surveyed my work. There!
Danik?
I handed her the wrench and picked up the hammock. Our eyes were locked as I slipped its hook through the first loop. Finally, her eyes widened in understanding.
Oh! Oh! I kind of forgot about the hammock.
You did?
Of course I did. You just ran out of here mid-conversation with no preamble. Why in the world would I think it had anything to do with the hammock?
I kind of thought that it would be obvious, but it was amusing that it wasn't. I looped the second hook in place and turned to see Vera already pulling her shirt over her head. Not taking this slow, huh?
Get your fucking pants off,
she said, laughing.
I've wanted to do this since the catacombs.
Very shortly after, we stood naked in the soft light filtering in from outside. We kissed, our bodies pressed together, Vera's hands travelling up and down my length. I closed my eyes, focusing on the soft feel of her skin, letting the memories and worries about the future fade away. My hands glided up and down her body, pausing only to squeeze her round ass and to lightly pinch her nipples. Everything I did resulted in soft moans passing through our lips, her body in constant motion. You sure you don't want to wait a little longer? I asked.
I'll kill you,
she said, pulling my lips back to hers. I thrust my hardening cock between her thighs, feeling her wetness as I glided against her. Suddenly, she pulled away before guiding me to the bed, where she roughly pushed me down. I'd barely landed before she dropped to her knees and wrapped her mouth around my cock. I leaned back on my elbows and groaned. As much as I'd teased her, I'd wanted this just as much. The one night in the penthouse hadn't been nearly enough. My hands trailed through her bright blue hair while she sucked and licked my length, her hands trailing up and down it as she went. Her nipples were hard under my touch. Her body shivered when I pinched and rolled them, her eyes rolling back in her head. I leaned back again when she raised up to slide my cock in between her big round boobs. I was still in her mouth as she slid them up and down, both our breaths coming fast and hot. After a few minutes, I gently reached around and grabbed her hair, pulling her slowly away. The swing. Now. She licked her lips.
As you command.
Well, I liked that. She deftly slipped into the swing, spread her legs, and gave me a smouldering look. I made a few quick adjustments, raising her hips to be the level of my cock while she giggled. Her hands gripped the swing, and her eyes were on my cock as I slipped it between her soaking wet lips. Her jaw dropped, and her eyes rolled back.
Fuck.
I stood still as I gently rocked her back and forth, sliding her further onto me with each swing, stretching her out little by little. By the time I was fully inside her, her moans were loud enough that anyone nearby would have heard. When I started slowly but firmly pounding her, they almost turned to screams. I let my head fall back. With my hands on her hips, I slid her up and down the length of my cock over and over, reveling in the sound she made. Everyone outside the penthouse had heard her. I was going to make sure the entire village heard this time. She whimpered and whined as I impaled her, watching her boobs bounce and her legs shake as we went. In no time at all, her moans turned into actual screams. Her whole body shook and convulsed. I reached down and picked her up, holding her against me as she came. Again, she politely turned away from my ear. She attempted to wrap her legs around me, but they were shaking too much. I wouldn't have had any trouble lifting her anyway, but for good measure, I pulled on some of the lay under our feet, bolstering my body. When she finally started to come down from her first orgasm, she pressed her tongue into my mouth after saying,
"Pound me just like this."
We were in the middle of the room. My hands shifted under her legs. With the power flowing through me, she weighed nearly nothing. I kissed her deeply back as I thrust wildly inside her. I was just getting to the end of what I could handle when she came again, bucking and screaming, her arms wrapped tightly around my neck. The whole village heard, probably. I threw her down on the bed and pulled out, exploding all over her body. Her eyes were unfocused, but she held her tongue out for me. The first shot went over her head, the rest hitting her tongue, boobs, and stomach. I groaned as I emptied myself for her, my body shaking as well. Afterward, I stood there, hands on my hips, waiting until my breath returned to normal. She lay on the bed, covered in cum, her arms outstretched, a smile on her lips. I fell on the bed beside her. "You like the swing?" She giggled.
Yes, I did. Where did you get... Oh, no. Did you ask Riss for the tools?
Yeah.
What did you tell her?
What I intended to do with them. Her cheeks coloured brightly as she laughed again.
Oh, fuck. I'm never going to hear the end of that.
I think everyone knows what we were doing in here anyway.
Good point.
We showered once we were a little more under control. Still, she took my hand as she stumbled into the bathroom. Once we'd washed off and were still in the stall, enjoying the water, she asked,
"So, what's next for us?"
"Well, we follow what clues we have. We take the path that the Druza use for the defiled lay they have, find what's at the end of it, and bust it up."
Just like that, huh?
Yep. She nestled her head into my neck.
Sounds good. Another thing. Do you think Belmora would make me a few more lace-in? I'll bet she could, even if they're not as good as Father's.
I think she'll do whatever we ask her to. Not like she has any love for the Druza. What I'm sure of, though, is that she's got a lot more questions to answer. But not tonight.
No, not tonight.
We finished and dried off before we made our way in the dark to Vera's bed. We collapsed into the sheets. Shortly after, I heard her breath even out. I laid awake for some time, reflecting on everything that had happened. My life on Earth seemed like a distant dream. It might as well have been, too. I wasn't going back, even if I could. Sometime later, I heard Belmora slip into the front door and a faint creak from the couch. A smile came to my lips unbidden as I lay there in the dark. I turned, slipped an arm over Vera and closed my eyes, wondering what would come next. To be continued.
Please enjoy a sample of the Royal Guard Publishing title, Game of Castles, written by Marcus Sloss and performed by Christian J. Gilliland and Raya Kane today.
Chapter 1. 10,000 feet above Corpus Christi. Bon voyage. Wind whipped across my face, gushing in from the airplane's open door. The skydiving wasn't new to me, but this time a tingling sensation coursed through every fiber of my being. Either the burrito from lunch wasn't cooked right, or my sixth sense for danger desperately wanted to warn me.
Adam, you look a bit green.
Janice shouted with a teasing grin. Her blue eyes sparkled with excitement, helping ease whatever bothered me. I could see her hunger to reach the bottom, and I definitely shared her enthusiasm. Whenever Janice invited me to jump out of a plane, it always came with a perk. The after-sex was legendary. I barely managed to smile in reply. Janice slapped me on the shoulder, leaping out of the plane with a shit-eating grin before I could reply. Long screams of joy were quickly drowned out by the howling wind and the engine's roar. I inhaled a deep breath, locked eyes with the jump instructor, and received a hesitant nod of approval. To me, life was meant to be celebrated, even when things went wrong. A rough childhood with a rotation of stepfathers didn't help. A bit of trouble with Johnny Law during my teenage years didn't change my desire to punch people. I had struggled to finish college, swapping into trade schools simply to have something. In hindsight, I had more regrets than fond memories, and yet I tried to always stay positive. And yeah, I had some successes. Most notably, I worked my ass off to build a plumbing business, and we had just landed a big contract. To offset my failures, I enjoyed a good thrill as much as a sweaty romp in the sheets. An occasional bar fight, some deep-sea spearfishing, and skydiving kept the insane part of my brain in check so I could straighten out my life. So when Cameron pointed his head for me to jump a second time, I jumped. I loved the exhilaration of entering freefall, finding nothing else quite like it. However, that feeling of unease hit a level 20 in my mind until excessive amounts of sweat flowed out of every pore on my body. I quaked as something more sinister coursed through me. Even though I had a stomach of iron and a constitution of steel, the wave of sickness overpowered me. My desire to vomit never culminated into a projection, and against all my efforts, my vision darkened. Chapter 2. Location unknown. Orientation.
I do enjoy the stubborn ones,
A sultry voice whispered from above. I groaned awake, finding myself on a bed of soft grass inside a serene glen with white-barked trees surrounding me. Butterflies danced from flower to flower behind a gorgeous elven maiden who stole my breath with her beauty. She wore a sheer dress that hugged a curvy frame with plump nipples protruding with just the right amount of enticement. Of course, none of this made sense, so I blinked and then grinned at the distraction, not hating when I woke up near a solid 10. My ability to land girls at the bar, while somewhat legendary, normally didn't involve me blacking out. Shit! I remembered I should be skydiving. And not only that, my outfit changed to simple white robes with a leather belt around my waist. Either this vile witch killed me, or I was still in the air and having a very lucid dream. "Where am I?" I growled, scrambling to my feet.
Easy, cowboy. You're safe. You encountered an issue with Greg, not me.
Her haughty tone seemed playfully amused, catching me off guard. Greg? As in my business partner?" The elf nodded in reply. "He's hardly a problem, being such a pushover and all." I rudely snorted. "Just ask his wife."
You underestimated him.
She swirled a hand forward until it rested palm up right in front of me. An image leaped to life like a hologram. I witnessed an overview recording of me and Greg having lunch before my plane ride. My business partner wasn't the kind of person who jumped out of perfectly good airplanes, and I remembered the lunch as mundane. We talked about the Kilson contract we'd secured a few weeks ago, and the tone was positive about how that extra money would change everything. It wasn't set to start for a few months, but it'd bring in enough for us to expand and grow substantially. Greg was the money, I was the muscle, and we made a great team. Or so I thought. In the rendering, I rose from the chair to take a leak, and when I slid into the bathroom, he poured something into my drink. I frowned, not remembering the Sprite as tasting foul or different. When I returned, Greg pretended like everything was fine.
Poison is such a pathetic way to kill someone. He actually timed it wrong and almost ruined the whole thing by overdosing you, to the point you should have died before you even left the restaurant. Luckily for him, your constitution is off the charts, and it all worked out. You should have died seconds after exiting the plane, never opening your chute.
Should have.
Correct. That never happened. I actually plucked you from the sky, saving your life, and swapped you out with a fake body to splatter on the ground.
She curtsied with pride.
You're welcome.
Fuck me. She nonchalantly shrugged.
I don't dabble with mortals.
I rolled my eyes, feeling charmed by her wide smile and batting eyelashes. You cured my poison, I asked, and she nodded. And took me away from Earth.
Yep.
She popped the P, her tone filled with excitement. So back to this betrayal. Did Greg pay? The lovely elf tossed palms up in the air with a sly smile. She did this to make her tits jiggle, succeeding in softening the blow of my unexpected near-death experience. It wasn't lost on me that she'd saved my life, and, yeah, I was thrilled that I wasn't a clone or something. She continued.
A funeral will happen tomorrow, and Greg will be there pretending to be sad. The coroner, a friend of the flight school, claimed you died of a heart attack based on the reports from the instructor, who said you were green with the sweats. While a panic attack into a heart attack sorta made sense, the truth is, Greg poisoned you to take your share of the Kilson deal. He's a snake.
He had money I never did, making him vital in starting the business. Fuck. Yeah, he always gave me shit for being poor and being cheap. He brought me on to do the dirty work while he funded the operation for the tools and marketing. We got lucky, landing a deal we didn't deserve with a large advance coming. Fuck. It was a lot of money I desperately needed. I can see Greg cutting me out, but I'll admit I sort of figured he'd lowball me out of my share or just about anything before poison, I said, punching the ground with a half-hearted measure. While I did have emotions at times, I didn't like letting them rule me, and a broken fist was never fun.
His loss is my gain. No one can predict everything, and based on your history, you show real fight,
the lovely elf said. I glanced around the glen, finding no hint as to where I was. So who are you, and where am I?
You're on Lemar, a planet much like Earth with a few differences. No moon, slightly longer days, milder winter, cooler summers, and instead of polar caps, they're the oceans. As in, a massive band of land encircles the planet with a horizontal strip of ocean in between two continents. As for who I am, I'm the Creator, an all-powerful being who brought you to this realm of mine. I built the planet a few million years ago, seeded it with the most interesting human variants from around the multiverse, then let it fester with war.
She squealed in delight, relishing the word.
For immortals, conflict, games, and challenges are delicacies. Limar is one of mine that I use to challenge my minions. Starting here soon, 10 of my gods will fight over this planet in a competition of sorts. You'll enter a draft of sorts. Hopefully one of the 10 will select you. If not, I'm afraid you'll be discarded since your life as you know it is over.
I huffed in and out, forcing a fake smile to cope. Please continue.
If selected, you'll receive a short overview with your god so you can understand what is about to happen. But basically, you're going to compete in the game of castles against other champions. Who the gods select is paramount, and this is a way of testing their abilities to read individuals. In addition, it's exhilarating to watch and bet on, which is something us immortals with powers do for fun.
I tossed my hands on my hips with a shrug. I'm not really huge on gaming, but I'm happy to be alive. Honestly, I'm more of a go-to-a-bar and play pool kind of guy.
I know. A morally gray ladies' man who likes hunting in the woods and used to be a natural leader for the cool kids clique. Exactly what Limar calls for. Let me ask you something. Can you swing a sword?
Sure, I guess. How hard can it be?
It is hard. Shooting a bow is harder, but you've killed deer with a bow before, correct?
I shrugged, figuring she knew the answer. Sure, you sit in a tree, wait for your prey, and then let loose. I've always...
Hit the heart. Yes, you've shown an affinity for archery, even if you've never taken it to competitions or become a die-hard enthusiast. I say this because you will need to realize the cozy life on Earth is over. You'll become embroiled in danger, and it's good for me to set expectations. Nothing is given besides the basics. Everything is earned,
the Creator said. I smiled. Hey, that's how my whole life has been. My life on Earth as I know it is over. You brought me to Limar, and I have to work to make a life. Okay, I'm interested. What can you tell me?
The god who picks you will brief you on the details, but I'll generalize briefly. When you kill stuff, nothing happens until you're out of combat. Once you're safe from danger, which requires going all the way to your base sometimes, you'll advance just as if life were a video game. The more you advance, the more of a superhuman you become. By level 10 in any attribute, you will essentially be a demigod. And yes, there's a cap. Once you hit 20 in a stat, it becomes a hard limiter. At that point, in strength, for example, your muscles can't physically get any bigger. Once you hit a cap, you can grind additional points that only make a marginal difference. Strength, for example, can get a surge bonus for a small boost of even more raw power. How are you tracking so far?
I blinked a few times before jumping in an attempt to see more of the world. After a complete spin, I noted a few odd squirrel-type critters, and the butterflies were larger than on Earth. It seemed close to home, but definitely different, and the elven ears were legit. Decently, but like I said, not big on gaming.
Ugh. Gaming isn't all that difficult, and this is simplified for the masses. Use your sword or bow to kill things. Don't die and grow an army out of a base. Make your god happy. This is real life with magic on a planet controlled by gods that I rule over. Limar is wondrous or treacherous, depending on your experiences. Oh, and if you die, you die. The premise of Game of Castles is simple. Establish a base, rescue or recruit help, amass armies, exploit the environment for your people, and conquer your enemies.
I held my palms outward. Okay, I'm listening, but not fully understanding. Don't die makes sense. Nothing is too crazy besides, I paused with a grimace. Everything is magic. I held up my palms. Get a home, build it up, and use magic. Is this a generated thingy?
Procedurally, not preceded. But I understand. Yes and no. There's a lot to conquer already there. And yes, sometimes we generate threats to awaken the competition. However, we don't try to put 3 ogres in your path on your 7th mission. Instead, a festering ogre problem may prohibit your movement. It may never do anything of note, or it might attack a random outpost you wanted to absorb. Think of it in that sense instead of the controllers directly interfering. Lemar is ripe with challenges while having countless years of established lore and history. And yes, this is rushed a bit because no one wants to spectate 40 hours of you handling orientation. The planet is a cesspit of a place. A real degenerate's haven in some areas, while a bastion of hope in others. Part of why I picked you is because you're an unknown. Maybe good, maybe evil. Makes the selection process that much more interesting.
What do you mean by a cesspit of a place? I asked.
Oh, you know. In many regions, it's about as grim-dark of a world as it gets.
I raised an eyebrow at this.
Fine. You're a big boy. Evil abounds. Civilized society is topped down with brutal wars over constant territory disputes. Outside the cities, monsters use the fairer races as slaves with rape, torture, mutilation, food, and worse. Either you blend in, or create a bastion of hope, or become a monster of the monsters.
I frowned. Right. Kill bad things, get rewards. Some bad things are really bad.
However, I have one final thing to tell you before I send you to God selection. This is not Earth, and while there are many champions, each of them will stand out to other champions, and to regular people through your feats, as well as gains. You'll never know true peace or tranquility. While we call it the game of castles, there is no cozy castle building. You will be on campaigns, and in fights far more than you will ever be behind a castle. If you accept this, state your name, and you go to selection.
I puffed out my cheeks before releasing a long exhale. I, Adam Clear, agree to go to Lamar to compete in a brutal world. Or is it on?
On. Wonderful. And with that, I hope you don't get Kirgo. He hates humans.
The Creator said, blasting with a blinding light until I knew no more. Chapter 3. Woodrift Empire. Selected. Fingers snapped in front of my face, stirring me from a peaceful slumber. I yawned awake with a refreshing stretch. My body felt limber, light, and... Whoa, I muttered, immediately noticing that I'd lost some muscle. What the fuck? Oi, you with me? A handsome man said. Sure, his nose was long, his ears were pointy, and his skin was a tinge of purple, but he reminded me of that Bradley Cooper actor. And yeah, I super wasn't into dudes, but his charisma and charming smile ruined my anger a bit. Plus, he lacked the warts or boils associated with the mythical race. Yeah, definitely very human-like, to the point I only grew more confused. I patted down my arms, then thighs. Where'd my muscles go? Part of the restart is to arrive as an average person on Lemar. From here, you will become something more than average, and that's an understatement. For now, you're 25, spry and lean. This will rapidly change with a few levels. And the Creator should have gone over this, he said, waving me from the bench I sat on to join him in a bustling city. A morning breeze joined a sun that cast down through scattered clouds with drifting trails of smoke. I glanced around to find myself with an odd glow while wearing the robes from the glen. Once again, I patted my leaner frame. While I worked out at the local gym before work, I wasn't a gym rat or anything. I enjoyed being fit as a single guy, and exercise left me feeling vibrant for the rest of the day, so I didn't expect to stay this weak. The bench I sat on rested along a busy road where people walked to and fro in clumps. A stench of dung hung in the air, while side chatter contained a bit of a roar that bounced between merchant shops. After a quick scan over my shoulders, I learned I was in the middle of a stone city with thatched roofs, where no buildings went higher than a few stories. The people, which was a broad term for what I saw, were a mix of everything, but not like what the fantasy stories portrayed. For the vast majority of the residents of the town, they were human or a human variant. The elves were attractive with pointy ears and no beards. The dwarves had bubbly noses, boxy ears, and beards. The cat people swished tails, with eyes with vertical irises and rotating ears. And yes, they were plain humans, no different than the ones on Earth, but the more I looked, the more I saw others. The wolf or dog people had fixed ears and bushy tails, but once again they were far more human, just with additional features. Same with the fairies, whose wings helped them shift height, such as getting up or down from a raised path through the road, but none of them flew. In addition to the variants, there were the mythical creatures who seemed to be less esteemed. Hell, there probably wasn't a reason to sugarcoat much, since I saw orcs, goblins, minotaurs, lizardmen, and more wearing slave collars. Yes, a lot of them walked freely as well, but you could just sense the entitlement of the humans and their variations versus the mythical people. Along the street, some groups were one species. Most were just single or odd groupings. Males stood about a foot taller than females, and the few children I noticed clung to their mothers. Attire seemed to be a mix of wool on the poor and silk on the wealthy, with cloth being an in-between. Everyone carried a weapon, to the point even the mothers had daggers. A few cart animals ferried goods on small wagons, and a nice carriage probably hauled someone important. Absolutely nobody glanced at me, even when I waved at a kid who looked right at my bench. "You're invisible. Starting you here would be very unwise, and that's not how this works," the goblin said. I did notice a slight sheen to my skin. Instead of asking why, I needed to know who I was dealing with. Who are you?" "Masmi, the god of barter. Mind you, I hate bartering, but that is what my worshippers call me, and it kinda stuck. I'd always take a clean deal that's a win-win over needless haggling." He gestured to traffic in the street. "I'm also the god who selected you as one of his champions. Right now, you're in Woodrift, one of the nicest towns in Lemar." I scoffed. "This is nice. Well, nicer than I expected. There's sewage in that alley, but the people seem healthy and happy, almost as if there is order amongst the chaos." "Indeed. Those burly fellows with the fancy domats and padded cloaks are enforcers. Emperor Mavo is big on rules that only apply to his lands. If you get out of line, you rot in a cell for a few weeks or you hang. Then turn for the harsh but fair rule, and this city and this realm prosper." Asmi pointed to a pregnant mother with 2 happy kids in tow. "Yeah, they seem content, but I wagged a finger at a child who followed an elven mother with a father who swished a cattail. None of the kids look like half-breeds. The mother matters. Elven women birth elven babies. Who the father is only affects the looks, not what species is born. That is also why dwarves are a bit taller than earth myths. Same with goblins being taller than you might assume, and why minotaurs are shorter. We normalize a species to allow better unity, even if clumps of similar groups form regardless. But that is basic stuff you can learn later. I have limited time, so please follow me. Asmi walked through a fearsome-looking man with wolf ears without any hesitation. I stepped through a group of elven women who held their heads down low to avoid eye contact with others. They chatted, seeming happy, but their diminished height and smaller frames meant they had to be mindful of others. Patriarchy is the name of the game here. It is everything. No, and I'll use some Earth lingo since it's a favorite vacation spot of mine. The only species with larger females and males are the minotaurs, and they are big, passive babies who crave affection, Asmi said with a head-shaking scoff. None of them know about this game of castles, I asked, hopping over a pile of horse dung as if I needed to. Asmi chuckled, guiding us onto an elevated walking path in the middle of the road. Keep up, keep up. Yes, it's in their history, but from a forgotten time. And no, not like you will. You're special. There are legends of the game of castles from past competitions. Inside those legends will be tales of rising threats in the wilds, or areas outside civilized bastions like this city. Right now, for them, it's an average Tuesday, which, you get 7 days of the week. 12 months a year, 24 hours a day, plus or minus a few minutes. All of it is different than on Earth, but to keep your brain focused on where it needs to be, survival, the translation and integration provided by the Creator, will make life on the Maw smooth. We shifted right at an intersection, passing a large water fountain the populace used to fill buckets with. Animals drank straight from the water that people hauled to their homes, and, my stomach turned a bit. An older mage with a long beard cast a swirling blue spell. He pulled thickening tendrils of water magic from the air, growing the creation. The crowd watched him, not nearly as enthralled as I was. A flaring vibrance glowed off the magic until it condensed in a large bubble. He shot the spell into the middle of the fountain, adding to the water and creating joy for the children. Magic comes in many forms, most of it relatable to natural elements. That was a master mage performing a master spell that would seem rather basic to a champion. For that mage, he spent decades to attain that level, never being able to cheat by killing wildlings in the woods or conquering dungeons of danger, Asmi said, leading us around the fountain to stop at a section of town that seemed to be the start of an industrial or service area. What magic do I have? I asked. We'll find out after orientation. Believe it or not, it's based on a dice roll that all champions are subject to. All right, here are 2 shops. 2 doors rested near a road that split them. The buildings were 2 stories tall, wide, and exceedingly long. On the left is a carpenter, and on the right is a stonemason. Follow me, Asmi said, walking through the wall instead of using the carpenter's door. Passing through a wall felt oddly satisfying and incredibly strange. On the inside of the shop's entrance, 3 waiting chairs faced a small shop. A homely dwarven woman stood behind the counter, showcasing furniture schematics for a werecat woman who wore a fancy summer dress. The floor was covered in a fine layer of sawdust, while a scent of freshly cut wood filled my nostrils. We passed through the counter and beyond a back wall, arriving in a long workshop. All sorts of tools and raw wood were neatly organized on the outskirts, while a team of crafters created products in the middle. A set of stairs led to a second floor with a small balcony area that had simple banisters. 6 children watched the workers from between railings while their mothers ensured they stayed out of trouble. "This business is run by Uzak, that ugly orc right there." He pointed to an orc with grey and black hair who instructed an older elf how to finish an edge. "Uzak was born a free orc who started crafting chairs in this very shop just like this little fellow," Asmi said, pointing to a young lad of about 12 years who had a mouse tail and ears. "He inherited the shop legitimately after his boss failed to pay the local underlords their bribes. Uzak pays them, earning his place in the hierarchy of Lamar. To most he scrounges by, but he has open books and takes a small cut for his 5 wives." I scoffed. 5 wives? Who has time for that? Successful men draw women to them on Lamar. It is a patriarchy at its finest. 2 of his wives are former slaves he bought and freed. They're happy, and Uzak works tirelessly to provide for his growing family. I brought you here to showcase that and more. Most young males join the military, marching off to war for their lords and dying on the field of battle. Most females don't fight, well, some do. Because of potions and healing magic, mothers have children with low mortality, while battlefield deaths are high, creating an imbalance. You see the results of this up there with his wives, whittling details into fancy pieces for a carriage while watching the kids. Meanwhile, Uzak here is completing orders whilst his eldest daughter manages at the front desk. This comes into play because wherever you establish your base, you will have a game of castles table. On it, you can hire a carpenter, paying a fair rate that is preset. Now this, before you keep going, and I know everything is rushed. I held up my hands defensively. But I have a million questions. A few, hurry. What do I pay him with? Local coins that he desires, but in reality you pay with rewards from the competition that become coins. Lord points are your currency. You convert them into tasks or hiring or coins or whatever you want really. You go out and kill a clump of zombie bears, returning to your base a triumphant hero. You earn 300 Lord points or LP. You can hire Uzak to build you a bed for 30 LP. Definitely not 1-to-1, but a quick example. When he wakes up tomorrow, he thinks his daughter met you already and your order is a priority. He crafts it, a local order wheels the bed to your home, and no one is crossed or betrayed over the transaction. The gods interfere with their normal lives in a way that just works. I scoffed. Sweet. Seems easy. While I had a whole lot more questions, he quickly continued. Have you tried killing a bear, let alone a zombie one? Anyway, champions of a magical disc called the game a castle's table that influences the area around them. You can also use a system with simple words, but once you get into the competition, you will start to earn. Feel free to spend your LP however you like without my input, Asmi said, pointing to a very large carriage. That's nice. And comfortable. And yes, you can use enough LP to convince Uzak and his family to load up in our carriage and give up this shop to join your castle, where costs for carriages, for example, will go down significantly since all the bloated living here goes away. However, if enough people leave a place like Woodrift, it may upset people and cause a war against you. And this base you speak of, what will mine be like? There's a dice roll on which region you arrive in, but there will be 4 options for you to pick from. Your starter gear is standard, though. Map, camping supplies, basic hunting bow, a simple blade, some water, food, and fire-starting tools. For champions, there's no class to confine you. Well, besides your magic affinity. If you want to be a knight who can shoot a bow, go for it. Won't be effective, but you can do it. But don't pick that. That was a bad example. Come, Asmi said, leading me through the wall toward the stone shop. We passed through the small road between the buildings and arrived to see a human man with a bunch of sons of various species loading up a wagon. A bevy of wives kissed their husband goodbye right before he hopped on the long wagon's front bench. After a snap of the reins, a team of 8 oxen fought the weight until the wheels slowly rolled forward. "There is so much I want to teach you, but I can't. What I can do is go over the most important, vital aspects, and trust me, this will make more sense later. The average man does not have a harem. Only those who are stable and can provide will attain such lofty lives. And yes, these are the 1% of Lemar. They have a stable home, food on the table, the street lord's protection, the emperor's thanks for taxes, and a business that is fair," Asmi said. I chuckled at the goblin. "Well, at least you know your business partner's motives. And you need to know that the game of Castle's table keeps you safe. Don't take risks you don't have to because you don't earn LP by venturing into this city or any like it. You take abnormal risks inside another ruler's home. You're going to be seen as a lord, not a commoner. Lords don't barter with stonemasons to build a balcony. Their lower nobles or lower wives do. And the captured lord has value. Remember that," Asmi warned. I watched the wives walk over to the woodkeeper's shop, likely going to help Uzak's family carve stuff while the children played. I sighed, learning a lot about the upper class of the city in a short period. Asmi wanted me to witness how a lord stayed in power, and it was through people like Uzak. "You're going to be judged by a few metrics. The first and foremost is LP earned. You can be a mighty edge knight who travels around the world, never using a magical table of note. While limited, you can use the interface in your vision. This is not very effective for winning the competition because, you know, castles are important in Game of Castles, but a wandering knight can stay off the radar, as they like to say on Earth. You will end up fighting and adventuring far more than being in a castle or building a castle, but castles are the end-game content." I ran a hand through my hair, listening intently. Since he brought up the option, I figured he wanted me to comment. I can sort of see the merits. It does have a certain appeal. Always on the move, never upsetting any singular lord with your sudden rise in power because you're in fact helping them with their issues. Asmi seemed displeased. "True. It is not very often that a hedge knight wins, or even does as well as a solo champion, but they are a thing. The second way you are judged is not by royal P generation through quests, but instead through your base. Everyone needs a home. Besides it," I wagged a finger and said, "Hedge knight." "Correct. They travel endlessly, finding the best ways to almost die. No matter what you decide to do, the more you remove threats to Lemar, the more LP you gain. This is a massive cheat when compared to the average person who can't use the system. If they go out and kill an ogre, almost dying, they will receive a reward from the locals who may try not to pay. You get that, and you get our rewards. Hell, even our quests reward for completion and kills. Anyway, I hope you don't become a hedge knight, because this leads to the next part. The better your base, the more residents inside of it, the higher your score. This score is also largely important for how you interact with the region around you. This is called IP, or influence points. A person with a high IP will pay less to Uzak to move to their base. IP does not reward you directly with riches, but is more or less a way to receive discount acquisitions. It is also important to note, tracking IP is almost impossible, because it is a subjective number to the locals. During your competition, your IP score will be a generic number, even though it is a case-by-case thing. Then there are MP, or military points. This is the size of your army multiplied by their gear, training, and organization ratings. The higher the MP and the higher the IP you have in our region, the cheaper new recruits or mercenaries become. Finally, there are FP, or family points. As you've seen, a strong male with a large family is normal. This goes beyond that. A lord with unhappy nobles will face rebellions, betrayals, and sabotage. In addition, a happy family unit is just as important. With that said, not everything is about being nice. Fear works just as well because loyalty is what matters. The higher your FP, the more secure your rule is, making it harder for enemies to attack you from the inside. I snorted a headshake, folding my arms. I hear you. Kill things, build a base, raise an army, and bind a family unit to me to rule over my gains. And remember, almost everything has value. On Earth, a deer's heart, eyes, and tongue are discarded. On Lemar, you use them for all sorts of potions while the hide makes boots, not some kid in China. Esme burst into a roaring laughter that only I heard. His joke wasn't exactly funny, and I suspected child labor was far worse here than on Earth. Okay, and what's the motivation for me? Why should I care if you win, and when does this competition end? How many champions are there? Can an opposing god convince his clergy I am a threat? He flashed a charming smile that did little to help. 10 gods, 10 champions each. In no way, shape, or form can I try to connect you to your potential allies. You are all sort of zoned into sections anyway, and Lemar is incredibly vast in landmass compared to Earth, in addition to slow travel. As for a crusade against you, absolutely. Assuming you acquire a castle, build it up, and amass an army, you will have a religion. Barter will be yours. The god of death who has a bunch of churches a few regions over and whose champion died to a worm can whisper in his cleric's ears to call for a crusade against you. But he can't promise immortality or special favors to assassinate me. Basically, who is going to want to kill me, and why am I competing? Assume everyone. I won't go into our rules for the game of castles because it goes back to assuming you will be targeted by everyone beside your closest ally. As for compensation, well, you're alive when you shouldn't be. But the competition lasts for 100 years with 100 contestants, and only I get rewards for winning it. I couldn't help but rudely scoff. Seems unfair. His index finger shot up. But you do get something for competing. Immortality. You're 25 years old, but champions don't have to age. For every child you have and raise to the age of 3, you will stop aging for a year. Have 10 kids tomorrow, stay in your 20s for a decade. Asmi said with a sly grin. Wait, the hedge knight sucks then, I said. Not everyone likes kids, but in theory he can have many kids on his travels. Drop the edge knight thing. The goblin god sadly shook his head. I implore you. I rocked on my feet, eventually shrugging. Not sure why I can't just buy immortality with lord points, and yeah, I like having a home. Phew. There are 2 rules in nature, survival and reproduction. Prove you can do both. And with that, our time is up. When you spawn at your starting location, remember I had nothing to do with it. If you want to talk to me, use LP, or I may use some of my winnings to visit you, Asmi said, patting me on the shoulder. The world around me dimmed until I drifted off to a gentle sleep. Chapter 4 Tolmeria's Swamp. Isekai complete. Even though I was an outdoorsy extrovert, I did enjoy anime, taking solace in some of the silly tropes and over-the-top action. Being sent to another world via Truck-kun was something that I never expected to happen, let alone for my shift to happen while skydiving. To be fair, I never expected Greg to betray me either. After 2 meetings with beings who called themselves gods, the harsh reality sunk in and rooted itself deeply into my heart. I'd been fortunate enough to be given a second chance, and deep down, I knew if I hadn't been selected to compete, I'd likely be dead. That harsh reality should really bother me. I should whine and cry and mope. Most people would expect their friends to react this way, or maybe they'd judge while knowing that is how they'd process such a violent change. Not me. Like a light switch flicked to on, I determined to absorb my new role, accept my fate, and ease into being a champion in the game of castles. My future wasn't bright. It was grimdark. A flickering semblance of insanity flared to life in my addled brain, telling me that part didn't actually bother me. Insanity might have been a bit much, and yet life wasn't fair, and a society where you kept what you earned seemed fitting. So when I finally found myself returning to sentience again, I did so with a grin. I materialized a few feet in the air, looking down at murky brown water on a cloudless spring evening. When I splashed down into ankle-high muck, I found myself in the middle of an eerie swamp, dominated with gnarled and stunted trees. Frogs croaked incessantly, bugs buzzed, and my splash sent waves across mostly calm water. Besides a few protruding roots and low branches, there was zero dry land in sight. After my quick inspection, I checked out the gear I started with. A basic wooden bow rested in my left hand, an arrow in my right. Draped over my right shoulder to left hip in a diagonal were two straps. One was for a man-purse-type satchel, and the other was for a quiver on my back. A long dagger or a short sword lay on my left hip, opposite of my back. I sighed, knowing most men would see a medieval satchel as a purse, but when in Rome... I wore a light and airy tunic, knee-high hooker boots of brown leather, and thin trousers that only went low enough to tuck into the boots. Upon a second inspection, the boots were swamp boots, or something like that, because my feet were dry and I didn't see any laces. Instead of knocking the arrow, I awkwardly stuffed it into the quiver on my back. In addition to the satchel, a 10-pound bag fought for space on my back. After I tucked the bow under an armpit, I opened the satchel's flap, finding a map, a notebook, and some fire-starting tools, as well as a dry biscuit that rested next to a small water bladder. Great. A bow that was likely made a few hundred years ago, a swamp that has no end in sight, and it's about to get dark, I grumbled, inspecting the sky. While I wanted to inventory my bag, this was definitely not the right place to do so, and the map happened to be a scroll that I unwound horizontally. No indicator star dictated where I was on the map once it was unfurled, and I couldn't see anything to help my orientation. Luckily, there was only one icon for a swamp on the map, and based on the scale, it seemed small. As long as I didn't walk in circles, I'd make my way out in a few hours. In each direction from the swamp, I saw 4 icons representing grayed-out hovels. They weren't actual homes, because under the icons were locations of their own. This doesn't seem like a quest. A message flashed in my vision. It didn't blind me or leave me completely distracted. Instead, it was a green prompt with a healthy setting of opacity so I could still see what rested behind it. I didn't love messages out of the blue, and for all I knew, a gator or something was stalking me already. I continued to scan my surroundings, staying alert while cautiously giving the message attention.
Quests available. Quest 1. Travel north to Brackenfell, squash the pesky wildling infestation, and visit the local mayor for a reward. Wildlings are scavengers that are weak when alone, but deadly when in numbers. They're also prone to stealing shiny things only to bury them, never to be found again. A wildling infestation is always a problem no one wants to deal with, and the mayor of Brackenfell is no different. Accept? Yes or no?
It doesn't say what reward, and if Brackenfell already has a lord. Now that's just a quest for LP and not a base one. My answer is no for now, but I do like that I don't have to be an instant noble or whatever. I muttered to myself. And the words faded and new ones appeared.
Quest 2. Travel south of your current location, venturing deeper into the Tolmeria swamp. Defeat the Queen Hag, and claim the swamp as your base of operations. Swamps are avoided by most, but they actually are a very wonderful source of protein and specialty items for potion making. Accept? Yes or no?
No thanks, I grumbled, glancing around in case the hag who ruled this place found me. And yes, I felt a bit relieved by the options.
Quest 3. Travel west to Jody River, where a scourge of kobolds have taken refuge in a ruined castle. After a successful defense, the walls were abandoned due to the heavy losses, and extensive amounts of repairs will be needed to make it hospitable. Accept? Yes or no?
Funny, you try to sell me on the swamp, then highlight the issues on the castle. Last option, so The slightest of movements in the distance sent goosebumps along my arms. I wasn't alone. I had zero desire to be a lord of a swamp, but I sure as shit knew I didn't belong here. I rapidly stuffed the map in the satchel, jamming it in there. My hands didn't shake, but my heart beat so hard in my chest it thrummed in my ears. A 10-foot-tall, blue-skinned humanoid with sagging tits that went down to her waist lurked behind a tree not even 50 feet away. It instantly connected that I stared at a hag who leaned out way further than she ought to. Her feeble attempts to blend in were only worsened when she swatted at bugs by her milky black eyes. She didn't hold a weapon, but with the 6-inch claws at the end of her fingers, well, she didn't need to. I withdrew an arrow, trying my best to play it cool, as if I hadn't seen her. A part of me tried to come up with a plan for a quick escape. The problem was I had no clue what direction was what, and knew her long legs would likely catch me before I ever reached land. A terse grin of disbelief at my luck crossed my face while I slowly knocked the arrow to the bow's sinew. I figured walking away was a decent idea, mostly because I worried a single arrow may not kill her. Then I remembered something. I could speak the local language, and she might just be shy and friendly. And the monster definitely had a goofy-looking, lopsided smile. Before I spoke, I drew the arrow back slightly, not aiming it or putting lots of tension on the bow. If she moved, I'd have that arrow pulled back in a second, and I knew this might be a bad decision, but if I shot first, well... Hey, I have a biscuit if you tell me which direction... The hag unleashed a primal roar, bounding forward with claws spread wide and her legs pumping in long strides. When she screamed, nasty teeth unleashed specks of spittle. Each of those teeth were terrifyingly long, and I instantly regretted trying diplomacy. I gulped, strengthened my resolve, and drew the sinew back to my chin. With a bated breath, I shifted the arrow to line up with the charging creature, waiting for the right moment. She splashed and sloshed with each sprint, showing zero fear of me or my weapon. Twang! The arrow whistled forward in a tight spin, soaring across the distance. She tried to dive under the arrow, only to have it lodge into her collar at the base of her neck. The projectile sunk into her torso with a wet smack as she crashed down with an epic splash. A wave of muddy water drenched me from head to toe. Out of instinct, I retreated a few dozen paces. She struggled, rising and falling with wet gasps. Her hand reached out for help while I readied another arrow. "Yeah, fucking right," I grumbled, not moving an inch to help her. I waited patiently until a very distant roar sent shivers down my spine. The sound originated from the same direction of the hag. An unwelcome frown crossed my face. My foe didn't exactly cry out, so I wasn't sure why this second monster screamed. Unless... maybe it could sense the danger of its ally. Regardless, I drew the arrow back beyond my normal draw point, wanting as much punch as I could get. The hag floundered in the muck-filled swamp, clearly suffering from a grievous wound. Whatever cried out didn't do so again, but I wanted to finish the job. She must have caught sight of my movement, glancing up at me with pleading in her eyes. Twang! The arrow splattered an eye before it drove deep into her skull, killing the hag instantly. Her face sank into the swamp, her leg twitched, and an eerie silence settled over the area. A squawking call from the earlier roar's direction tried to talk to the dead hag. A part of me wanted to remove her claws and teeth or whatever for potion-making, but I definitely was on a timer. Instead of running away, I created very cleared tracks by marking roots and trees with fresh mud before I doubled back. I hurried to a nearby tree and hunkered down to wait. If this was a competition, and killing nasty swamp hags rewarded me to get a bed or whatever, I was super interested in ambushing prey. While I could have climbed up the tree, the leaves had mostly fallen with almost no way to hide, so I stayed down low at the base of the trunk. Instead of trying to wing another shot with a bag and quiver on my back, I set them into the back of the trees, conducting an inventory. I found a set of clothes, a sheet for bedding, and a folded-up leather hide, likely used to keep rain off me in some form. The situation left me nervous, and my supplies were super basic. To compound the problem, only 10 minutes into my wait, the sun began to set, and with no moon rising, it became incredibly dark. Thankfully, the sky was clear, and the stars shone bright enough to provide just enough to see a few dozen feet. The natural ambience of the swamp roared to life once night set in. Whatever tried to call for this dead hag stopped a while ago, creating this sense of wasted time. While I could be waiting for nothing, I figured moving at night was likely a bad idea, unless I was forced to. Boredom set in, and for the first time I missed my phone. Not many people likely considered how lame the past was before phones, but I got a heavy dose of it. I decided to revisit my options for a quest while I waited. Quest, I whispered, barely saying the words. Option 4.
Quest 4. Travel east to the haunted woods of Jellin. An unknown force holds a wooden enclave in its grip. The woods are home to the bearish berry and fertile soil underneath the corruption. Cleansing the forest will be extensive. Accept yes or no.
Unknown threat and extensive work. Pass. I don't like any of the options. I shook my head unhappily. Am I forced to pick one of these 4 for my magical table? I asked with a whispered voice. A slight tinge of red flashed in my visions. May I have more options? Another flash of red. May I select Brackenfell, then pick one of the other options later? When a flash of green told me yes, I released a breath of relief. I want Brackenfell first, then. A pulsing yellow arrow arrived in my vision. The magical overlay pointed in the opposite direction of the hag and where the yells came from. Getting to civilization seemed prudent before I tried to tackle any major threat. While I pondered what I'd acquire, a faint slosh stirred me from my thoughts. A series of chirping, guttural noises erupted from the south. I grew confused at first, hearing but not seeing the creature. While it drew close, instead of being a bluish purple, this male was an ashen color, matching the trees perfectly. The male hag was short, even shorter than me, with tiny claws, no weapon, and a sad look on his face filled with worry. And when he saw his mate laying face first in the water, he rushed forward to her corpse, wailing in despair. I popped out, since he showed zero regard for his own safety, lined up a shot, and released. Twang! The arrow whizzed across the distance, slammed into his forehead, and violently vibrated as it jutted out of his skull. He staggered a few steps before succumbing to his mortal blow, falling to rest beside his mate. I crept back down, waiting for the next 10 minutes or so that felt like hours. When nothing happened, I finally stood to rest my bow and quiver by my bag in the branches. After a quick rummage through my bag, I laid a sheet down on top of the container. A natural calm settled over my soul, preparing for what came next. Ever since I became a young man, I went hunting, and with the natural high of the kill came the low of what came next. The concept of gutting and cleaning a buck wasn't a big deal for me. I had buddies who vomited from warm blood, fleeing the scene, so I had to do all the work. And no one taught me the value of converting death into life. I figured that part out pretty easily after staring down at my first killed buck. I mostly gave the meat away, accepting some cash from those who freely gave it, but I did know that the harvested animal went to good use. I realized that my ability to get my hands bloody might have been why I was selected for Lamar. I withdrew the long dagger from my belt, seeing a decently sharp edge on it in the starlight. Unless the female hag had kills, she was super dead, so I started on her. Over the next hour, I removed her eyes, tongue, heart, claws, and nipples. I had no idea if any of it was worth anything, but the claws were insanely sharp, so someone could maybe use them. By the time I finished, it was also super clear the male was dead. I chopped him up the same as the female, ruining my decent sheet for sleeping by turning it into a makeshift bag of sorts. Once I finished, I stuffed the parts on the bottom, tossed the bag on my back, and set off north. As I followed the yellow indicator, I knew surviving the swamp wasn't guaranteed. I also knew I could fire this bow with a decent accuracy, which felt really reassuring. Apparently, this world would not be gentle, and I had to hope I could stay alive long enough to find a base. Chapter 5 Tulmeria Grasslands. To wildling or not to wildling? About 2 hours into my march through the shallow swamplands, I thankfully arrived on steady soil. The solid footing proved glorious, even if my feet were starting to complain. In a world without cars, I realized there'd be quite a bit of adjusting to do. For another 4 hours, I walked down a dirt road barely big enough to fit one wagon. During the trip, owls hooted at me, and occasional eyes peered at me from the forest. The longer I spent on Lamar, the more it reminded me of Earth, with a few twists. The forest lacked heavy undergrowth, letting me seep deep into the depths of the gloom to help pass the time. Occasionally, long sections of flat grasslands carried on for miles until either a new forest started or the horizon seemed infinite. The walk was rather nice, with the cool evening keeping it enjoyable. No dragons or monsters loomed in the sky or hid in the woods, but I did carry my bow with an arrow partially nocked, just in case. Eventually I arrived at a fork in the road with a knocked-over sign with wood so rotten the engraved words were ruined. My indicator told me to go left. The thing was, I was almost certain Brackenfell was to the right due to the worn dirt road. I picked to go to the right, mostly so I could get these hag parts to a market of some sort before they rotted. My stomach growled. I needed a refill of water, and the nasty swamp smell permeated off my clothing. The indicator must have realized I didn't intend to fight the wildlings yet, turning itself off. I didn't mind, extending my stride as the sun peeked over the horizon. Another hour, maybe 2, passed with the sun fully rising into the sky. I exited a forest, finding immense farm fields stretching around a rather boring circular town. A palisade wall that went 3 times the height of a man wrapped the interior in jagged fashion. Breaking up the sections of wood was a fancy gate with a few guards. The second or third stories of interior buildings peeked over the simple defense. A single central tower protected the town with a bell hanging under a roof. On the exterior, small farmers' huts gave the workers a place to rest when they weren't tending the land. Since the sun was up, the farmers plucked weeds, worked hoes, or harvested some sort of green carrot. While I knew Lamar was a patriarchy, I found myself a bit confused to see mostly women working by their lonesome. They noticed me, not inviting me over or stopping their morning chores to talk to me. Asmi's words rang in my mind to keep my head down. Figuring it was probably best to get some information before I tested the guards, I deviated towards a male farmer tending to his fields outside the walls. The man with his dirty hands was thin, his clothes worn, and based on the look he gave me, he needed a good sleep. And yes, while he was definitely a man with normal hands, 2 cat-like ears rested on high points on his head, and a tail swished out his lower back. He kept working until I became close enough that it was apparent I came to see him instead of walking by like he hoped for.
I can smell you from here," the man said, turning with a frown.
He dusted his hands off, picking up a hoe. I didn't blame him. If I became violent, it gave him options. I pinched my face with a few dips of my head to show I agreed. Fair, very fair. Hey, how's Brackenfell?
"Well, it's fine, I suppose. Costs a bronze to get in, 10 after hours. You sure look—"
He struggled to find the right word. "I'm a mess, I know," I replied, not apologizing.
"I take it you were in the swamps?"
he asked, and I nodded in reply.
"Got any coin?"
"It depends on if alchemists want hag parts," I said with a grin. "But I may have enough to get by."
The excessive mud on you makes more sense now. You're a sellsword. And nothing wrong with that line of work. As for our alchemist, Betty, well, she doesn't have much, seeing as this is a frontier town."
"Betty sounds exactly like the right person to visit," I said with a chipper tone. This seemed to help relieve some of the tension.
"She's a fair lady, and our potion maker for simple things, but Mayor Tolgar will probably buy the parts to take them to market in Eston."
"I suppose. I gotta head out sooner than later and was looking to get better gear or whatnot. Is this Eston the best local market?"
"There's closer. If you're wanting fancy stuff, then Eston is wondrous. The trip is worth it. King Vardrin is—"
A head poked out of the hut, causing the farmer to smile with love. As with most things in life, events were dynamic, and it seemed I'd encountered an interruption right as I was getting some great information.
"Who's this, honey?"
A woman half his age trotted over to join us, rubbing a hand down the farmer's back.
"A stranger covered in mud, and I smell blood."
Tam always has a better sniffer.
"It's from my mother's side, Jarrow. What you haulin', stranger?"
Tam asked. I repeated myself, waiting to hear back from her husband. I understood how patriarchy worked, and so did Tam. She nodded politely, realizing her curiosity intruded on our talk. I tried my best to hide any irritation, but Jarrow seemed a bit flustered.
"The capital has a market that's 3 times the size of this dump."
He thumbed to Brackenfell.
"Actually, I need to haul a cart of carrots to Eston."
Jarrow pointed with his head to a patch of sprouted green stalks in a neat row.
"I suppose we can venture together, and I know just the maids to freeze these for the long haul."
I glanced at the farms, noting a whole lot of them were in need of repair. "Hey, what if I trust you? I give you the alchemy parts, you take them to market, buy me a nicer bow, a small cart animal, a tent, and a cart." His eyes glazed over, and time warped. Everything crawled to the point where a blink would take minutes. I doubted I could do this during combat, but this had to be a game of castles interaction. Sure enough, green words appeared in my vision.
"You have triggered the system interface through your offer. Since you are still new, feel free to take your time and ask questions. Time is actually frozen, even if it seems like it is still crawling forward. You cannot interact with your environment during these trips to an alternate plane, but you can interact with the game of castles.
Okay, but there wasn't any stats or health bars on the hags.
Correct. And there are different variations of interaction. Receiving general information, like a quest directional indicator, is nothing more than a vision overlay. More elaborate and in-depth interactions do take you out of the setting so you're not trying to fiddle with champion mechanics while in the middle of a sentence. Also, you can't use this to run around and stab your foes. You literally cannot interact with the real world when time freezes.
Understood. What, triggered this?
You have a backlog of interactions. Quest assignment verification required. Quest: sell the bag of hag bits. The mission: travel to Esti, sell the hag parts, and return with the coins as well as a nice bow with a dozen arrows, a cart with an animal to haul it, and a tent. Cost: 3 lord points, 25% of coins earned. Taxes: a fee for Jaro, and a bribe for the guards to sell the upper part of Esti City. Quest assigned to Jaro of Brackenfell. Ding! You have leveled up. Ding! You have leveled up. Ding! You have leveled up. Do you wish to assign the mission? Yes? No?
Wait, I can check my stats, I asked, slinging the bag off my back because the weight was bothering me after a long march. A green ping flared in my vision instead of words. Wonderful. Let's do that first.
Name: Adam Clear. Champion for the God of Barter. Height: 6 foot. Weight: 220 pounds. Age: 25. General level: 4. 3 unassigned attribute points. Strength: 1. Stamina: 1. Dexterity: 1. Constitution: 1. Endurance: 1. Healing: 1.
Huh. Well, some of this doesn't make sense. I clearly have endurance to walk for hours, strength to pull a bow, and burst to run, I said. Plus, I feel strong already with a level 1 strength. A message scrolled across my vision.
In summary, it's complicated. You started the competition as a vibrant young man in his prime. Every champion starts off with a diminished physique, but their natural abilities remain, and what they came with matters. This is to encourage engagement with the environment, while also keeping champions from dying when throwing too many punches. Add points to your base stats to increase your attributes.
Okay, odd, but I think I understand. No luck or charisma?
Both of those are natural, and increasing through killing monsters would make for an unfair competition.
Add 3 points to strength because I want superhuman power for certain, I said. An orange magic seeped out of the ground in growing tendrils. It moved slowly at first, dancing in an odd pattern before it violently shot into my chest. I lifted off the ground, slightly squirming uncomfortably while it coursed through my veins until I felt a slight bit of muscle mass added. The intense magic faded rapidly, and my feet touched back down. I flexed, feeling better than I would after months at the gym. Nice. Better. All right. My magic is missing. A 20-sided dice appeared in my palm. I marveled in the hypnotic coloration, eventually realizing I wasn't supposed to gawk at it. I chucked it onto the ground with eyes slammed shut, and when I opened them, I saw a 17. Yes, what's that get me?
Magic type: Golem. Magic level: 1. Spell assignment: Water Golem. Water golem. The weakest of the golems comes with a lot of utility. There are many who scoff at such a resourceful tool. Let that word soak in. Resourceful.
Ha, the puns. All right, you seem to be alluding to the fact that there are better golems for killing. How do I get something more coherent? I asked.
The word coherent was not applied correctly, but your meaning is understood. To gain additional golems, use Lord points. Golems must gain levels to grow. They start at knee-high and are limited to the caster's height. For each level the golem gains, add an hour cooldown for a respawn. To spawn more than one golem at a time, reach magic level 25, 50, and 100. 100 is the max with 4 golems under your command. Here are the costs for additional golems. If you discover more, the option can be added later. Stone golem, 20,000 LP. Sapling golem, 80,000 LP. Sand golem, 1,000 LP. Water golem, free. Ice golem, 15,000 LP. Fire golem, 100,000 LP. Chitin golem, 15,000 LP.
Without a doubt, this was going to be a lot of work if killing a pair of hags was only 30 Lord points. Still, I didn't worry too much about that now, since I had a mountain of issues to address before an upgrade could even be considered. Without any vices to keep my thrill-seeking sated, killing would probably be my pleasure. Well, if not coherent, more solid then, but you answered that. I guess a water golem can water plants for me, or jump in a pot or bucket or whatever for clean water. Everyone has to drink, and dysentery is not something I want to live through, or die to, I said with a sigh. These other options are great, but not needed yet. Let me dive into local currencies, since I need to bribe people, pay for lodging, food, and higher regard.
100,000 LP equals 1 gold. Shields. 100 LP equals 1 silver. Swords. 0.1 LP equals 1 bronze. Arrows.
Okay, I'm going to assume those names are local slang or something.
Imprinted local designs issued by the Estin Kingdom. There are 3 kingdoms in Tolmeria, the region you arrived in. Each of them use their own coins to control their own economies. However, the metal and weights are the same, and are often smelted down to change imprints if traded. Gems, weapons, animals, and everything in between are a currency as well. However, we do not create anything beyond raw metals or local coins. As you will notice, the overwhelming coin used is bronze, with silver and gold being tightly controlled by all governments on Limar.
Yeah, I see that. 1,000 bronze to 1 silver is an odd ratio, but I get it, I think. Let's start with 30 bronze in a purse in my front pocket, please.
You wish to convert 3 LP into a purse of bronze coins. This will result in 30 bronze coins minted by the Estin Kingdom. Confirm by saying yes.
Yes, I said, not whispering this time. A flare of orange magic originated in my chest pocket, dropping a hefty weight inside. I was honestly surprised the stitching held. Great. I added some muscle mass, got some shopping money, and I confirmed to send Jaro on the mission to sell my goods at a 25% cut. I wish to resume time now, I said. The backpack I'd set down earlier instantly snapped back on as if I'd never taken it off. The exact second I'd froze time returned as if I didn't spend 10 minutes with the system overlords. Jaro shook his head with a smile.
Wow, my cut will help us buy a donkey we need desperately. Where will you be staying while I journey, my lord?
Tam flushed, leaning down and whispering in his ear.
Right. Let me grab your goods and be on my way shortly, but first, manners. You're a weary traveler. How about I guide you into town as a guest?" Jaro offered. I pulled the bloody sheet out, handing it over to Tam. She bowed slightly, being careful to appear subservient without interest in me. And once accepted, she took the goods inside, closing the door with a locking bar thudding into place. Jaro gestured for me to follow him, expecting me to accept his offer as a guide. "How bad are these wildlings?" I asked. Jaro's cat ear twitched, and his tail swished a bit faster than normal. "Surprised you heard about them." "Passing travelers have loose lips," I lied. "Makes sense. Mayor Tolgar's in a fit about them, but they're just little thieves, stealing crops to live. Or so I believed till recently. If the rumors of them taking that little boy are true, well, I'm far less sympathetic." "What boy?" "One of the farm wenches who can't keep her legs closed had a baby disappear. She thinks it's the wildlings, but no one cares enough to find out. I certainly can't go adventuring, know what I mean?"
This is the end of Leyline Magus, a progression fantasy, a Royal Guard production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more fantasy books and audiobooks like this one, check us out on royalguardpublishing.com. Also, connect with us on social media. We are active on Facebook, TikTok, X, Reddit, and Instagram. We can't wait to hear from you. You have been listening to Leyline Magus, a progression fantasy. Written by Isaac Keyes and Marcus Sloss. Performed by Adam Stubbs and Mia Fothergill. Text copyright 2024 Isaac Keyes and Marcus Sloss. Production copyright 2024 Royal Guard Publishing LLC. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.